Welcome 2020 here, Greentech Festival. Due to special situation, we are welcoming just a limited number of visitors on site, but we are very happy to welcome endless visitors at the live stream devices. Welcome Facebook, welcome YouTube, welcome Tame. Leave us a comment, get in contact with us. On Tame you can, by the way, directly connect with the exhibitors and ask questions, everything you want to know. In the next 2 days, we will go around and we will see over 30 innovators here on the site. And through digital extension, you will see even more in the live stream. So that's nice that you are here. The next 2 days will be very exciting and inspiring. We have different nations here on board, for example, UK, France, Canada, China, UK, and Germany. Mobility will be a huge topic. You will see many e-cars, you will see e-scooters, you will see city gondolas and other innovative technologies like an AI that is collecting garbage out of the sea. But let's start now. In the next 2 hours, you will get to know a German Innovation Award winner, Carbonauten. You will see air taxis from Velocopter, driverless vehicles. They are collecting waste from Ursa Robotics. But now let's start with the opening of the Greentech Festival with the founders Sven Krüger, Marco Vogt and Nico Rosberg. Enjoy and welcome to Greentech Festival.
Morgen, meine Damen und Herren. My name is Robbie Bullock. I'm the Chargé d'Affaires at the British Embassy here in Berlin. And I'm absolutely delighted that the United Kingdom is a partner country for this year's Greentech Festival. And I'm also delighted that it's, despite all the challenges we've had this year, it has gone ahead. And that we have on the British stand behind me a range of different companies which are coming up with sustainable and climate-friendly solutions to many of the challenges. What we've seen in the last few months with the coronavirus pandemic is the need for constant innovation and ways to come up with new ways of working, and we've all adapted very quickly. And I think both Britain and Germany are at the forefront, both in terms of technological development, but also in coming up with sustainable solutions which our planet now desperately needs. So I'm very pleased to be here today. And I'm also thrilled that yesterday we signed a sustainable partnership with 33 countries across Europe for a clean growth campaign. And I'm very much looking forward to meeting some of the exhibitors here today. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Robbie. A warm welcome from our side. So I switch in German, so this is what stands for our partnership as well, I think. Yeah. Auch ein herzliches Willkommen von meiner Seite zum Greentech Festival in diesem Jahr. Wir leben in wirklich aufregenden, dramatischen Zeiten. Wir leben in einer Pandemie und für uns war es nicht ganz einfach, dieses Jahr das Festival tatsächlich auch umzusetzen. Aber wir haben uns dafür entschieden, das zu tun, weil der Klimawandel letztendlich auch keine Pause macht. Und deswegen war es uns umso wichtiger, mit all unseren Partnern und insbesondere, da möchte ich mich auch ganz herzlich bei euch bedanken, bei Großbritannien, unserem Partnerland, bei unseren großen Partnern wie die Deutsche Bahn, Audi, Salesforce, dass sie uns von Anfang an auch die Treue gehalten haben und uns auch bestärkt haben darin, das Festival umzusetzen. Wir können heute hier stehen, weil wir, glaube ich, ein sehr, sehr komplexes, ich würde sagen ein deutsches Hygienekonzept haben, und wirklich sehr, sehr strikt auch darauf achten, dass alle Besucher Masken tragen, Abstände halten. Wir haben einen Media-TÜV dafür engagiert. Wir haben uns wirklich sehr, sehr intensiv Gedanken gemacht, um die Gesundheit und die Hygienevorschriften einzuhalten, Gesundheit aller letztendlich auch zu gewährleisten. Insofern herzlich willkommen zum Greentech Festival in diesem Jahr. Nico, vielleicht möchtest du noch was sagen?
Ja, herzlich willkommen, die auch hier eigentlich mit uns stehen wollte heute Morgen, aber die leider jetzt in Quarantäne musste, wegen einem unglücklichen Treffen jetzt auch mit der Corona-Situation. und somit einen herzlichen Gruß nochmal. Und ja, ich bin auch sehr dankbar für, was Sie alles gebracht haben an Firmen und Unternehmen hier, weil es ist wirklich gigantisch. Zum Beispiel auch nachhaltiges Packaging, phänomenal. Eine Firma als Beispiel Notpla, müssen Sie sich alles mal anschauen, das ist wirklich phänomenal. Und ich wünsche Ihnen allen einen ganz, ganz schönen Tag und ich gebe weiter an unsere große CEO, wo ich auch sehr dankbar bin. Rieseneinsatz, Riesenpower an Judith.
Dankeschön, herzlich willkommen. Wir freuen uns natürlich auch sehr, dass ihr alle da seid, auch digital. Und mein Dank gilt vor allen Dingen dem Team, die ja einfach eine Wahnsinnsarbeit geleistet haben. Alle Gewerke, unser Kernteam und einfach das hierher gezaubert haben und auch in die Zuschauerräume zu Hause. Und jetzt geht es ja gleich um die Exhibition. Auch da haben wir uns wieder ganz viel einfallen lassen und vor allen Dingen Elektromobilität ist natürlich weiterhin ein Riesenthema. Wir haben eine Deutschlandpremiere mit Skoda direkt gegenüber, die heute noch vonstatten geht. Wir haben tolle Aussteller wie NIO, Poster. Wir haben trotzdem noch ein bisschen FE-Flair mit BMW und Julius Bär und freuen uns einfach sehr, dass es jetzt losgehen kann.
So, wir haben jetzt schon ein kleines Band vorbereitet.
Yeah, thank you.
Jungs, könnt ihr noch mal runter? Dass man das Band sehen kann? Von den Scheren?
Should we like hold it once it cuts?
Ja, das ist gut. Der ist besser.
Okay?
Oder Maske auf?
Okay, machen wir ein bisschen weiter.
Judith, du bist irgendwie nicht mehr drauf. Okay? Ready? 3, 2, 1. Oh!
Das war nicht so leicht.
Founder of the Plastic Bank. And welcome to this breakout session of Greentech 2020, focused on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Important to recognize, the goals are in order, 1 to 17. If we want to solve number 2, 3, 4, 14, life below water, we have to be focused on SDG number 1. How will we end inequality? How will we bring diversity if we don't solve poverty first? SDG number 1 is at the root of all the other SDGs. If we lie in the consideration of environmental degradation, we can quickly recognize that it is coming from poverty. If we quickly recognize that life below the sea, marine debris, the challenges of marine debris and what's occurring as a result of marine debris is coming from poverty. With over 80% of marine debris entering the ocean from areas with extreme poverty, it should be no misconception that poverty is entering the ocean as a result of a lack of solid waste management around the world. and of countries who can't afford to educate their population, feed their population, provide water to their population, they certainly will never be in the consideration of recycling. And let's make sure we remove ourselves a little bit. Even if we accept that it's not the nation's responsibility, but the individual's responsibility. Imagine yourself living in extreme poverty with no real hope, no door, no floor, no consistency on where your next meal may come from. With the knowing that your children may be sick from preventable disease, how is it that you would be able to be in the consideration of others? I'd argue that you couldn't. How could you be in the thought of recycling or waste management, which is really something that we do for others when we live in that base of human needs? It's our responsibility to lift those people, to at least give hope, to give a place of understanding where I know that I can see tomorrow or the day after before I can do those things for others. Lying in the contemplation of the gift of ending poverty, to bring people who can serve others. What the world needs is not taking people from their back to their knees and having them with their hands out, but to take them from their back to their feet. Because you can't lift someone else onto their feet if you're not on yours first. Ending poverty certainly is at the root of all of the challenges and all of the opportunity of the world. From an entrepreneurial perspective, there are billions of the underserved. There is an untapped market in serving and doing well in the world. And it's not that the world can't buy things, though those who make less than $2 a day, it's not the challenge of having under $2 a day, it's that the challenge is that they don't have things that they can buy under $2 a day. I mean, there could be a billion people that could spend 25 cents a day on the product or service that an entrepreneur offers. What an immense opportunity for the world. What we need are creative problems, creative solutions to the problems of the world. And focusing on SDG number 1 is at the root of all else. Contemplate any SDG that you're in the consideration of. What has your passion? What has your consideration? And understand then how that ties into poverty. Perhaps you can reach your SDG goal while simultaneously ending poverty. Why wouldn't you try to focus on creating number 11 and number 14 and number 17, all tied together in entrepreneurship? Because really what the world needs as well is hope. I've come to learn that the world's most disadvantaged are the most resourceful. They have to be resourceful or else they'll die. And to give them an entrepreneurial opportunity where they as well get to contribute, to give them some level of sense of self is remarkable. Now at the Plastic Bank, we do that powerfully by simply creating a chain of stores for the poor, where everything in the store can be purchased using garbage that would otherwise be flowing into the ocean. We've really monetized plastic waste. We've created a currency out of it by the kilo. Return a few kilos of plastic and you have access to school tuition, or medical insurance, or cooking fuel, or groceries, whatever the poor truly need but couldn't afford using garbage that's below their feet. How resourceful do you believe that someone who lives in poverty could become, knowing that below their feet are acres of diamonds, where everything now becomes worth money? Now, inside of everything that we do, we also have a banking application. So the more frequently that the collector returns the material with a consistency and quality, not only do they get a bank account, a sense of self, and a sense of identity, but they earn a credit rating, the ability to substantiate who they are in the world and the goodness that they are in the world. Contemplate what occurs with financial inclusion for the world and how that transcends all of, and many of the issues at least, of poverty. And so our solution is about engaging the world, giving a sense of self, giving hope, giving prosperity. It's not just plastic that we want to trade, it's all material types. How do we truly monetize everything that other people saw that they could discard and reveal the value inside of it? How do we love people to such an extent that they themselves gather others together? What an exponential model. What a powerful way to think. Truly win to the sixth power. Win, 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 win. Even the plastic wins, it becomes new again. Now, all that plastic that we collect is social plastic. Social plastic is a powerful, high-value material. And I want to have you understand a little bit about social plastic. So we're going to take just 1 minute and I'm going to quickly show you a powerful video about social plastic. So let's break to that. Every minute, one garbage truck of plastic is dumped into our oceans. If we continue like this, in less than 30 years, there will be more plastic than fish. When it comes to sustainability, impact speaks louder than words. That's why social plastic is regenerating ocean-bound plastic into environmental, social, and economic impact. Social plastic is preventing over 1 million kilograms of plastic from entering the ocean every month, with over 13 million kilograms collected so far. That's over 650 million bottles. Social plastic increases collector incomes by up to 60% and provides basic family necessities like groceries, cooking fuel, school tuition, and health insurance. Social plastic, it's stopping ocean-bound plastic and it's impacting lives. What does your plastic do? Beautiful. So social plastic, it's truly a material whose value is transferred through the hearts and minds and hands of the people who collect it, whether you are rich or poor. The plastic, as it's transferred into bottling, again, gives you the opportunity, when you go to the store shelf and buy a product that is packaged with social plastic, the opportunity to participate as well. Buy something with social plastic in it, and you are participating in profound global change. You are working with the world's poor to collect plastic from ocean-bound waterways and helping end poverty at the same time. And perhaps that poverty was education or inclusion, gender rights, and others. What I want to elicit is a way of thinking. It's just a way of thinking that the world is looking for. Think less of the product and look more at the idea. How is it? How might we? How could it occur? I want to remind you that within the SDGs, nothing in those SDGs are against the laws of physics. It is all possible. And it's only up to you to be creative, to think how might we, how could I enroll, what could occur for the world in my thinking. And so I invite you into that space. Whatever it is that you want to solve or face, know it's not against the laws of physics. It's creative thinking. And invite the world to participate. I can wish you good luck because I know that you all have the opportunity inside you to do it. So become who the world needs you to be. We'll see you again.
Sa 37 years ko dito sa Baseco, plastic bag lang yun ang akong pahangarap buhay. Dito lang ako nakaano sa Kalakal ngayon, pagkahapon magtinda de Visoria. Ang solusyon sa plastic, mas maganda yun, iipon mo siya nga malayo sa bahay sa mga tao. Parang madelikado yung mga bata. Sa plastic nang kami, stick sweeper, kinadakpot namin yun, isulod sa sako. Pagdating na sa basura, binabantayan namin ang truck sa basura, iuna namin yung mga plastic pagkatapos sigilgit. Pero yung plastic, kailangan ilabas yun dito sa basiko. Araw-araw namin yan ginagawa, hindi namin yan giipon dito sa amin. Gigawa namin na ilabas. Kahit may importante ka pang trabaho, importante mong ilabas yung mga basura nga di mabulok. Yung kumakayod kami, kay kumakain, may gastos ka pa, may mga anak ka pang manghingi. Oo, may apo. Kailangan kakayod. Kung di ka kakayod, magkasakit ka rin. Hindi ka upo. O, sa edad namin ngayon, pwede man pwede nga, hindi ka kakayod. O. Itong pamember na ko dito kay ma'am, binigyan ako kariton, yung mga sako. Dito na ako nakahawas ko sa kahirapan na di na akong mahirapan nga, na akong mabili, makabili ko kaagad. Kaya na ako'y kita, kaya manguleksyon ko, na 20, na 10, o kabili na akong bigas kalahating kilo. Kabili na ako og ulam, sabon, shampoo, lahat di mabili nimo pag uwi nimo sa bahay. Dili katulad sa wala din kang kita nga magwalis, basura lang itapon mo. Maraming salamat sa plastic bank nga binigay niya sa akin. Maraming salamat po. Ako po si Vicky Cabual, nakatira dito sa Block 6 Old Site sa Port Area, Manila, Baseco.
Hello Greentech visitors. My name is Rüdiger Recknagel and I would like to give you some insights into two key topics of my profession as the Chief Environmental Officer of the Audi Group. My first topic is our environmental program for the production, Mission Zero. Here we bundle all environmental activities and measures in our production sites. My second topic is our Audi Environmental Foundation, which was already established in 2009. More than 10 years ago. With this non-profit organization, we support research into new technologies and scientific methods for a livable future. But now let's start with Mission Zero.
One drop, pure water, production, treatment, and back to the beginning. We think in terms of loops for resource efficiency and zero wastewater. Breathe in, burn off, recharge. We embrace renewable energy to achieve carbon-neutral production plants, conserve life and diversity in cities and nature, leaving the smallest possible footprint before the first mile is driven. Mission Zero. The Audi environmental campaign for consistently sustainable production.
Mission Zero is the Audi environmental program for consistently sustainable production. Within Mission Zero, we focus on 4 environmental key challenges of the 21st century. Number 1, decarbonization. Our goal is to be CO2 neutral at all our production sites in 2025. A unique project and blueprint for all our Audi locations is our plant in Brussels. Since 2018, Brussels is the world's first certified CO2 neutral high volume production plant in the premium segment. Number 2, water usage. To reduce our ecological footprint, we need closed water cycles and wastewater-free production sites. In this field of action, I would like to mention our production site in San Jose Chapa in Mexico. There we are the world's first premium manufacturer to produce cars completely free of wastewater. Number 3, resource efficiency. Circular economy is the key for an effective and efficient use of raw materials, not only in the production process. A good example is the remediation of an old refinery in Ingolstadt. We clean the soil from 900 tons of heavy oil, 200 tons of gasoline, and we give back to nature more than 20 soccer fields of green land. So, we developed the new innovation hub called Ingolstadt Campus. Without using new land, the home of new innovations and software development. And number 4, biodiversity. Many projects in all our plants protect and preserve biological diversity. As a member of the Biodiversity in Good Company initiative, we are implementing biodiversity projects like roof greening, flowering meadows, like deadwood areas, green belts and planting of trees. Now I've showed you the 4 most important challenges for the environment that we face with our strategy Mission Zero. But there are so many activities, so many fascinating details. All together they create the bigger picture. Have a look yourself.
What do you see? A sphere? A circle? A ring? Or an infinite number of corners? What? Geometry 101. Often the key is in the details. The sum of our smallest actions leads to massive change. Philosophy 101. For example, we make cars. Everyone knows that. Lots of cars, good cars, all over the world. The devil's in the details. Cars are good, but not necessarily good for the environment. The good news, we know our responsibility. The better news, we can do something. Our industry is changing, driven by digitalization, urbanization, and most of all, sustainability. Sustainability means fit for the future, means new challenges, especially concerning environmental protection. How do we master these challenges? We try to reduce our ecological footprint as much as possible, from shoe size 43 to maybe 40, then women's size 38, and someday down to children's size. Our vision is to make good cars at all our production sites CO2 neutrally and free of wastewater. How do we approach this? Here's the details. At our main site in Ingolstadt, Germany, we reduce fresh water waste using a, watch out, tongue twister, membrane bioreactor by over 130 million gallons per year. Therefore, up to 50% of the resulting wastewater flows in a closed circle. What does this thing do? The wastewater is treated and reused as process water. Additionally, we have a rain barrel in XXXXXL dimensions. A massive 4.8 million square foot cistern where rainwater is collected underground big time. In Mexico, we do it same but different. Over here, we support the regeneration of the used groundwater by digging pits and planting trees. 25,000 pits, 100,000 trees. Ole! Let's stick with the topic of water. What is green but invisible and provides energy for entire production sites? We work with green power, for example in Ingolstadt, generating 100% through hydropower. Besides, we use the thermal waste of nearby industry. Speaking of heat, over 212-degree hot water from the Earth's interior helps to generate cozy temperatures at the production site in Győr, Hungary. About 60% of the required heat is generated CO2 neutrally. What else? We have our own solar arrays, sunbathing in an area over 860,000 square feet that produce climate-neutral electricity and saving thousands of tons of CO2 emissions. How can we do even more? Or conversely, even less? We save tons of CO2 emissions through our own KWKK plant, Kraftwerk Berlin, cogeneration of heat and power. Got it? It saves 17,000 tons of greenhouse gas per year in Ingolstadt. German engineering. How does it work? Look it up. Let's move from less is more to more is more. Biodiversity conservation is another of our missions at Audi. Let's start with some of the tiniest details of all. We have bees, not for their yummy honey, but for research, to learn about them, to learn from them. Bionics, to be or not to be. Not good? What about to tree or not to tree? Sorry. We don't pour concrete over everything, but foster biodiversity through keeping areas green and leaving them alone. Or we plant greenery on rooftops. Every domestic species is welcome here to grow and hum and buzz around. It's also just nice to look at. And we even do more than not mowing our lawn. At every site, we cultivate an entire oak forest. So we are doing our landscape design, reducing the CO2 footprint, doing research on climate impact, and then we hug the trees. Nah, of course we don't do that. What is the common thread of all these actions, down to the last detail? Still no idea? Here's a hint. The answer is circulation. We try to shape our entire business, environmental management, and resource management in a way that we don't think of as linear, but in loops, loopular, in reusing resources. even if you have to think of infinite actions outside the box. What do you see now? A wheel? A cake? We see an infinite number of steps and projects that create an impact together. Even if this is just a small part, a detail of something much, much bigger, we are happy and thankful to contribute our share because we know our responsibility. And the best news, we can change a lot. And the very best news, we're already doing it.
And now we come to the second key topic, the Audi Environmental Foundation. This is a matter close to my heart, as the foundation strictly focuses on non-profit environmental initiatives. The Audi Group established the foundation more than 10 years ago, in 2009. Within the foundation, we actively support research into new technologies and scientific methods for a livable future. We transfer our Audi genes, Vorsprung durch Technik, into the foundation to tackle environmental issues by bringing traditional environmental protection themes to another level with technology. Our mission is called Greenovation, where we combine environment with innovation to create a green impact. Nature meets technology. But who are we exactly and what is the foundation all about? The short video will give you more information.
That is our DNA. Of course. And this is what we use it for. We've been environmental ambassadors for a decade. We are nature guys and eco girls. We are fighters for the future. We question everything. Tech nerds and those who think differently. We are project catalyzers and co-developers. We are fruit pilots, plastic fishers, high-tech beekeepers, earth checkers, upcyclers, and tree whisperers. We are joining two worlds. We're linking nature with technology. And sometimes, we're even relationship consultants. We're young, or not quite so young. And above all, inspiring and ready to learn. We're like so many out there. And we're nowhere near finished.
Organizations in the fight against hunger. We've asked them how exactly they're planning to fight hunger and what their strategy looks like. So let's see what they had to say.
Hello and welcome. My name is Bernard Kovac. I'm the head of the World Food Program Innovation Accelerator. Today I want to talk about Sustainable Development Goal number 2, Zero Hunger, and what it takes to end hunger once and for all. Let's first start with hunger as a topic. How is that defined? Hungry means that people do not have enough calories on a daily basis to live a healthy life. Unfortunately, there's still 1 in 11 people globally who are suffering from hunger. So that's 690 million people globally that don't have enough food, so they go to bed hungry. Now, this is shocking. And if we look at the long-term trend, we actually have made progress. So in 20 years ago, we actually had over 13% global population that was suffering from hunger. Right now, it's only 9%. So in the long-term trend, it actually looks positive. However, in the last 2 years, what we see is that specifically due to conflict, but also climate change, the number of hungry people has increased again. Now, what are the reasons why people are hungry? There's obviously reasons like conflict and war. There can be natural disasters, but also what it's called chronic hunger, so that people just don't have enough wealth or earnings to purchase the food, or they're not able to live a healthy life because they are too poor to purchase that food in order to thrive in their lives. Now, if you think about that, this is where it is really shocking, because right now, at this very moment, we have enough food on this planet to feed everybody. And everybody could have a nutritious food and nutritious diet. And if you think about that, well, but why don't we solve that? It really is an issue that is a lot more complex than it's just one silver bullet to solve that challenging topic. Now, when we typically look into how can we alleviate hunger or end hunger, there's a lot of different contexts and actually activities that go into that. So it's definitely an area in terms of like, well, there needs to be enough food production. It also has to be available at the right price to the right people, and it has to be utilized properly. So it means like you not only eat junk food, for instance, but you actually need to eat the right food so that you can live a healthy life. So it's a very complex topic, and it actually starts typically already in children's ages, in particular in developing countries. We see that it's a problem that is exacerbated and might even be passed on from one generation to the other. So that's where we as World Food Program come in, and our mission is to save lives and change lives. Now, the World Food Program, you may know us from the media as United Nations when we provide food assistance in conflict settings, maybe in Syria, in Lebanon, might also be the Rohingya refugees, but also we work with smallholder farmers, actually in 83 countries, reaching about 100 million people right now on this planet, and working alongside a lot of different activities. There's one element in there that you can compare this to an ambulance driver. So we actually help people in dire need, in conflict, after a natural disaster, providing either in-kind food, or we even provide people with cash cards or other means of payment so can go into stores and purchase food. Another example that we work with is national safety nets. So this would be aspects of, let's say, school meals programs, or working with mother and children, special nutrition programs. And then there's a whole sort of other activities that means like creating livelihoods and market access for smallholder farmers, and lifting people out of hunger sustainably, so that it's not a problem that we exacerbate and continue having, but we might actually reach the goal of zero hunger by the year 2030. Now, my name is Bernard, and I'm the head of the World Food Program Innovation Accelerator, where I'm actually right now. And our role is we are looking for innovative ways and startups that can help us make that development towards zero hunger even faster. Now, we are identifying, supporting, and scaling disruptive innovations and startups that can help us achieving that goal. So we look for these innovations globally. We then typically run them through a high-intensity training program that we call Innovation Bootcamp, provide them with hands-on support, funding, and also connection to our field operations. And that's, for instance, one of the secret superpowers that I'm often mentioning. While we are based here in Munich in Germany, our colleagues in the field, World Food Program staff, 18,000 of them, we actually have like those people on the ground working with some of the most vulnerable people, the local communities, the NGOs, the governments, and the businesses in those countries to help them rebuild their lives and also sustainably change their lives. Now, to give you some examples of innovations that we supported. Just recently, one innovation that we had in our program is called eShop. You can imagine it as something like Uber Eats or Lieferando for vulnerable populations. So it's actually our Somalia country office that has invented this, where they thought about the problem set of well, in a COVID-19 lockdown situation where you have to social distance, how might people actually have access to nutritious food when they are not supposed to actually leave their homes? So they came up with this idea of you can order through a smartphone app or through a text code on your phone, and they already have over 50,000 users who use the app after 5 months of operation, which is really exciting because we see not only is it something that can help people right now in COVID-19, but it's also something that will be there and like enable the building up of the economy in Somalia going forward. Another example I want to mention is called H2Grow. It's a hydroponics growing initiative, and this was initially submitted to us by a refugee from southwest Algeria. And his idea was, why don't we use hydroponics to grow animal fodder here in our refugee camp? Now, the Sarabi refugee camp is something that's unfortunately already existing for over 40 years. And now what he came up with, the approach is super simple, but so smart. Why don't we use such a technology like hydroponics, growing plants without soil, using over 90% less water and locally available materials, low cost, and there's over 200 of those units already producing animal fodder and sustainably creating livelihoods for people in that refugee camp that before was dependent on international food assistance alone. And this is exciting for us when we see some of those solutions. For instance, hydroponics, H2Grow, has now expanded in over 9 countries, and we can see the result of people sustainably rebuilding their lives and providing for themselves. It can be in a refugee camp, can also be in an urban setting. In particular, now in COVID-19, we saw that in Palestine, for instance, we just had an expansion project for H2Grow, where even in COVID-19, households could grow vegetables in their homes without having to go out at markets and actually be at a distance with people again. Now, where does this lead us and how can we work? It's really a question about how can we get more people engaged in the fight against hunger and really getting towards the goal of zero hunger? It is a very solvable problem. There's enough food on this planet for everybody to live a healthy life, but we need the greatest and best ideas to really make this happen. So if anybody has great startup ideas or you've been working on something that can help lift people out of hunger, or a smart supply chain solution that can help us reach these goals in developing countries, please reach out to us as Accelerator. But I'm also appealing to anybody, if you're in a corporation or you're running a business, think about what is it that you can influence and then potentially even engage with aspects of like, maybe through your procurement decision, maybe through other aspects that your business actually does, you can create jobs for vulnerable populations. And lastly, also for individuals, we've created an app that's called Share the Meal. And with the tap of your smartphone, you can donate 70 cents, and 70 cents feeds a child for a day. Now imagine that. The 70 cents, that alone isn't creating something big, but together we can end hunger. Thank you very much.
Deutsche Bahn. We want to talk about Deutsche Bahn as well. We want to talk about the innovation level here on Greentech Festival, and for this we are welcoming the Chief Marketing Officer Jürgen Kuhmann. Welcome.
Welcome, Christian. It's good to be here on Greentech. How are you today?
Yes, thanks. I'm really good. I'm really looking forward what you all brought today. Why are you looking forward?
Well, we are here for the second time on Greentech, and we are happy and proud to be one of the premium partners of Greentech. And we brought, of course, new ideas, new innovations, and some world premieres here to the Greentech here in Berlin.
Yes, we will talk about that soon. Online, you can see an Ideenzug. What is it about?
Well, our train of ideas was displayed on last year's Greentech, and this year, because we have a hybrid event, we took it to the virtual part of the Greentech Festival. So on our online platform, on Greentech, you can see the new, the brilliant, the innovative and green ideas we have developed for regional trains in Germany.
What does the Ideenzug bring? What is the future about?
Well, it's all about the future of mobility, the future of train travel. For example, you can use your daily ride to your job or to your office for having a conference on board of a train, or doing some sports on board of the train, or even do a yoga session or anything you want. And in our train of ideas, you can see those future ideas, those innovations, which will make train traveling a completely new experience.
That sounds amazing, yeah. So
It is.
people basically live in the train then.
Yes, why not?
Green mobility, let's talk about that. Is the key. What are your climate goals?
Well, for us, SDB, sustainability has a key role in our company strategy. We want to run our trains on completely renewable energies in 2038. And by the year of 2050, we will be completely climate neutral at the whole of DB Group.
How far along are you away to be CO neutral with your long and short distance trains?
Well, in our long-distance trains, we already have 100% renewable energies to ride the trains by now. And within the next 15, 18 years, all of our trains, also regional trains as well as cargo trains, will run on renewable energies.
Train wins over flights, hashtag flight shaming. Does the Deutsche Bahn look into a bright future?
Of course, because as you can see here on our booth, we not only offer train services, but a lot of complementary services, digital services. We can have a look at it right now, as well as complementary services for people who start their journey back home and for the last point of their journey. So we offer the whole range of mobility services in order to offer a complete journey from one hand.
So let's directly dive in. Let's talk about Mobimeo. You brought a new app. What is it about?
Well, Mobimeo is something like a navigation system for public transport. With our Mobimeo app, which we offer other mobility companies and public transport companies, you can choose any means of transportation, from e-scooter to rental bikes, rental cars, car sharing, ride pooling, subway, long distance trains, car sharing, whatever you need, Mobimeo will offer you in a package. And it's designed for your individual demands. So whatever your preferences are in regards of transportation, Mobimeo will know about it and offer you the perfect solution for your individual travel.
That sounds amazing. The mobility of the next generation, basically. And you also have a digital voice assistant, like your own Siri, or what is it about?
Yes, yes, that's new. Maybe we can have a look
Let's
at
have
it.
a look, yeah.
Come on, I'll give you an introduction to
wow.
Siri. I just switch it to English. This is Sammy. That's DB's Siri or Alexa or whatever you will call it. But hi, hi, Sammy. Hi, Sammy. How are you today?
I am really happy while talking to you. Can I help you with something else?
Yes, Sammy. I'd like to show Christian what is the shortest way to the next subway station.
The next local train station is Janowitzbrücken, just a 10-minute walk from here. Go through the exit of Kraftwerk and turn right. At the next intersection, turn right again and follow the street across the River Spree. Is there anything else I can help you with?
Sammy, that's fine. Great. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, amazing. Thanks, Sammy. Where does the name come from?
Well, actually, it's a kind of a shortage for artificial intelligence avatar, and Sammy sounds nice, and it represents our approach, our technical approach for customer services, which is always on, and you will find it in the future at many train stations and other places. And Sammy will help you with anything.
Yeah. What are like customers and employees' benefits of this innovative idea?
Well, for us, it's key to not only provide mass transport and trains when you need to go to work or when you want to go for travel, but also to provide fascination, a feeling of having the best comfort you can imagine during your travel. And with services like Sammy and others, we want to make travel more comfortable and easier to use than now. So from the very first thought, I'd like to go to a special place. How do I plan it? How do I book it? How do I use different means of transportation? We want to provide a full solution from one hand to our customers, so they don't have to care about anything, because in a sort of companionship, we will accompany our customers from the first point of their ride to the very last.
That makes Deutsche Bahn even more personal. Talking to Sammy, we now come to another great invention. It's called Dromos. Maybe we go over. Let's have a look.
Let's have a look at Dromos.
It's a completely new approach to organize urban traffic.
Yeah. That's another revolution we present here at Greentech, because Dromos will change the way of urban mass transport completely. In comparison to other means of transportation like buses, this people mover only has half of the costs of a traditional means of transport. It runs autonomously, so you don't have a driver, and it's artificial intelligence which steers that people mover, and you can call it on demand. Whenever you need it, you just take your smart device, use the app, and call Dromos pod, and it takes you within urban areas with electricity for with electric drive anywhere you want to go, and it's small. It's very easy to use. It's cheap in respect of costs, so this will be definitely part of new urban traffic.
And where
mobility.
does it pick you up? Does it pick you up at home or at the train station and brings you to another station?
Well, you can run it in any concept you like to. At the moment, we do some tests for companies or customers who want to organize their on-site traffic with the transport systems like Dromos. And you can use it in any city which wants to reduce traditional traffic, reduce pollution, and provide better services, individual services, for the people from their own home or wherever they want to go.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Zemi. Thank you for all the innovations, and have a great time here at Greentech Festival.
Thank you, Christian. It was a pleasure to have you here. We'll see us again.
Yes,
Okay.
thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Quality education. And in this, what is Facebook's engagement? Have a look at their answers.
Good morning. Imagine a world where no matter where you are born, girls and boys would have the chance to go to school to learn to write and to read. Imagine a world where boys and girls would have the possibility to have teachers qualified in order for them to realize their vocational or entrepreneurial target and dreams. Imagine a world where boys and girls will have the broadest knowledge thanks to immediate access to internet and Wi-Fi. My name is Maria Schroeder, and I am director at Facebook, a company where we believe in visions and dreams and are committed to concrete actions to make them come true. At Facebook Germany, I am leading our Green Hat movement, where employees get personally involved in making Facebook a greener place and leveraging our platform for a stronger sustainable impact. Today, we will focus on the number 4 sustainability development goal, qualitative education. The goal 4 directly aligns with Facebook mission. Universal access to quality education and skills development are needed to our platforms to be truly inclusive and to give people the power to build community. Facebook had the opportunity to provide a place for people everywhere to build equitable learning opportunities. Qualitative education for everyone is key to advancing the 2030 agenda. Education gives people the power to improve their quality of life and to contribute to progress in their communities. Despite major improvement in primary school enrollment, proficiency remains low. More than 50% of children of primary or lower secondary school are worldwide, an estimated number of 670 million children. They were not achieving minimum proficiency levels in reading and math. In order to substantially increase the number of youth and adults who have relevant skills, including technical and vocational skills for employment, decent jobs, and entrepreneurship, Facebook is contributing to building qualified teachers, like our programs in collaboration with the UNESCO. Facebook products can be also useful for supporting educators. We have worked with government agencies in Edo, Nigeria, or Gujarat, India, to build learning communities on workplace, to improve teacher training, like we see in these different examples. And globally, Facebook for Education platform is an academic class management and school education tool built on Facebook groups for teachers and students to communicate, ask questions, share information, and learn online. The platform is built around the following central principle of functionality of sharing course-related information online to engage them in the learning process. But Facebook is also the platform which NGOs choose to leverage and to increase their awareness on critical issues and to have a broad reach globally. Let me share with you an example of Greenpeace with their pocket protest campaign, where they were fighting against plastic straw in drinks. Plastic straws are sucking the life out of the oceans. To drive awareness on this urgent issue, we created a mobile protest tool with Giphy stickers, enabling anyone with a phone to convert gram-worthy food and drink posts in environmental activism. Plastic straws are hurting our ocean and killing wildlife. While people are upset by images that show this, few are aware of the magnitude of this issue, and even fewer are taking actions. So Greenpeace Canada has launched a powerful print campaign to combat this issue, picturing sea animals choking on plastic straw. The reach of this tactic, however, was limited. And that's why the organization needed a powerful way to drive broader awareness and enlist the community to do so. Therefore, we hijacked our community's food and drink sharing behavior and empowered them to take a bold stand on ocean plastic with a native tool they are already using in restaurants and bars, Instagram and their phones. The pocket protest makes it dead simple to demand from establishments still using plastic straw, propelling food lovers to be planet lovers, leveraging consumers' behavior to draw awareness to this critical issue. Speaking about education is also speaking about access to knowledge, and for this, the most important today is to assure internet access to school and students. And where are people struggling the most to have education, access to education in sub-Saharan Africa? We face there the biggest challenge in providing school with basic resources. The situation is extreme at the primary and lower secondary levels, where less than 1/2 of schools in sub-Saharan Africa have access to drinking water, electricity, computers, and the internet. Inequality will also worsen unless the digital divide, the gap between underconnected and highly digitized countries, is not addressed. So our address at Facebook started a few years ago, already in 2016, with the launch of our first hardware attempt of bringing the world closer together, and we launched at the time Aquila. It was an experimental solar-powered drone developed for use in an atmospheric satellite intended to act as relay stations for providing internet access to remote areas. It first flew in 2016, and we had a second aircraft successfully flying in 2017. But now the newest development, post the Aquila trial, is an undersea cable to connect the poorest toward the internet and enable education without a regular schooling system. To Africa is the name of this project, and it's a continuation of our ongoing efforts to expand global network infrastructure. We have collaborated with partners all over the world to build several subsea fiber optic cables that are leading the industry in terms of reach, capacity, and flexibility. A primary goal of the initiative is to bring increased connectivity to Africa, and the continent is still currently at least connected in the world, with just over a quarter of its population having internet access. Before concluding, I would like to inform you about the latest launch, which was made in May 2020. In partnership with organizations including the World Resources Institute and the LANE Program for Climate Change, Facebook released the Climate Conversation Map, a set of maps that tag aggregated anonymized data to highlight where, when, and how often users share and react to climate change-related topics. The maps could be used by organizations to visualize the rate of engagement for climate-related news, and by extension to study the impact it might have on global sentiment. And unsurprisingly, studies show that climate change opinions differ throughout the world. According to a report of the European Investment Bank, 80% of the Chinese people believe that climate change is irreversible, compared with 25% only in Italy and Spain. The system flags the subset of links containing the keywords climate change and global warming across 21 major languages. determined by both population size and the numbers of active Facebook users. This is another example of how we support global citizenship and awareness around climate change. So to conclude, Facebook's mission is perfectly in line with the sustainability goals number 4, qualitative education, as we believe that it is essential to be truly inclusive and give people the power to build communities. That is why we are committed to pursue our effort in this direction, and will continue to innovate to create more awareness on climate change and foster a spirit of global citizenship. So stay tuned, more to come, and thank you very much for listening and for joining our efforts in building a more sustainable world and a more qualitative education for all citizens of our planet.
We are here at the Greentech Festival at the stand of one of our partner countries of the UK with the whole crew. Welcome to Greentech Festival.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
Next to me is Keenan. Why are you so excited to be here in Berlin in Mitte at the Greentech Festival?
I mean, what is there not to be excited about at this event? I mean, it's bringing together, some of the best thinkers, most innovative businesses, future ideas, really addressing the challenges and the crisis that we all have to respond to. So, as a partner country for the Greentech Festival this year, it's a great honour for us. It's a great opportunity. Yesterday we launched our cross-European campaign on clean growth with our Minister, Graham Stewart. So a fantastic opportunity to underline our commitment to clean growth, our commitment to sustainability and addressing the climate crisis as well. So, super excited, as you can see, as are all my entire crew.
So cool to be here.
Thanks
Thanks you're here. Rafe, may I ask you things about the sustainability in the UK? What does it mean for your country?
Well, we all know that sustainable resources are essential for the future. We have to invest for the future for the whole world. And as Britain is going to be the COP26 president, the climate conference president next year, we will have responsibility next year for driving the agenda forward. And there are a series of areas that we want to focus on, including clean road transport, sustainable finance, energy transition, adaptation, resilience, and nature. And these, we have the opportunity to bring governments and all different players in society and business together to support the development of sustainability. And in Britain, we are one of the countries which is leading the way for net zero by 2050. Last year we introduced legislation to achieve that by 2050, and so that's why sustainability is really important for us, and why we are here today and so happy to be at Greentech.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Rafe, to be our guest here at the Greentech Festival. Robbie, maybe you come over.
Hi.
Hey, thanks, I'm good. How are you?
Very well.
You are the partner of the Greentech Festival. Why is it so important for you to continue this partnership?
Okay, well, I think as Rafe explained, the UK is really engaged in all of these issues. And I think particularly at the moment with the coronavirus pandemic, it's a wake-up call. We really need to think very carefully about how we build back, but we do it in a sustainable way. We need to keep an equilibrium with the environment. And I think Germany shows leadership in this area, the UK is showing leadership, and the Greentech Festival is showing the innovation that all of us need to go with, and we're very excited to be here as part of that.
You have a special connection to the Greentech Festival. Maybe you show your mask again. There is a hashtag on it.
Exactly.
What's it about?
This is Freundship, which is a great Denglish word, which is a mixture of friendship in English and Freundschaft in German. And of course, what it does is it symbolizes the great deep friendship and collaboration between UK and Germany, both in organizational levels, but also people to people, which are very, very strong.
How do you see the future collaboration between the two countries?
Well, I think Germany and the UK are both global players when it comes to influencing. We're in the G7, we have a good platform, and we need to work together. We have a lot of shared interests in this area. We need to work together to make sure that the world is sustainable. We need to help others, also in developing countries, not just in the developed world.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you
very
very much.
Interesting. Julut?
Hi.
Hey. Welcome,
Hi.
welcome to the Greentech Festival.
Thank you very much.
And we talk about the sustainability you brought here to the Greentech.
Yes. So our stand under our iconic Green is Great brand, we brought 27 most sustainable companies from the UK. And our stand is inspired by the woodlands of Great Britain. So after this interview, if you listen in closely, you can even hear the birds chirping in the background.
Wow.
And all the materials that is used to build the stand can be used and reused. They're all recyclable. And we will actually take some parts to our embassy. This Instagram wall will come with us to the embassy so we can showcase it to our guests in our upcoming events.
What's the hashtag?
Our hashtag is Green is Great. That's our brand, and it's a very iconic one. And you can see it everywhere. And if you follow the hashtag on social media, you can find out a lot about what the UK does in terms of sustainability.
Okay, we're gonna check it out. Thanks for the
Please
information.
do. Thank you.
Ronja, hey.
Hey.
Welcome. What
Thank
did
you.
you bring here on the stand? You give us a little more insights about the startups.
Sure. So we've got a lot of companies here to your left-hand side. We've got, for example, the Wise Bartender. It's a company, a distributor that brings alcohol-free drinks to have guilt-free pleasure and some really nice gins that are alcohol-free, for example. Then on the left-hand side, we've got Love Cacao and Kindbag, for example. A brand, Kindbag, is producing shopping bags out of recycled plastic bottles. And on the behind you, sorry, we've got Vegware, for example, that does compostable food containers. So this is the food and drink area. We also have a cluster on tech. So we have a cluster on flood hazards techniques. We have an app that is Too Good To Go that picks...
We also have it in Germany, yeah.
Yes, it's the same company.
I already used it, yeah.
And they also work with, partner with Kempinski, who's one of your partners at Greentech Festival, so we're proud to have a co-partnership here on the stand.
Very interesting. Thanks for the insight, and maybe we meet later for an non-alcoholic drink.
Yes, do come along.
Happy to have you here and have a great time.
Thank you so much, Chris. Thank you.
Cosmetics for more than 50 years, how they as a company are improving the health and well-being of their customers, and what they think can be done to improve the health of our planet as a whole. Let's see what they had to say.
So Goal 3 of the Social Development Goals focuses on ensuring healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. This is a very important goal because good health for humans, health for animals and the planet is the foundation for healthy societies and economies. Most countries, especially developing countries, have insufficient health facilities, medical supplies, and a lack of healthcare workers to surge the demand. Every human being, however, should have the possibility to gain a foundation for good health. The pandemic right now shows us that concerted efforts and individual, corporate, as well as state responsibility is needed to achieve universal health coverage and sustainable finance for health. So only through cooperation we will be able to tackle the growing burdens of zoonotic and non-communicable diseases, antimicrobial resistance, and other environmental factors that endanger our health. So where do we stand today? Where is the world now in achieving this goal? Less than half of the global population is covered by essential health services. However, the pandemic has devastated healthcare systems globally and endangers already achieved health outcomes. And not only healthcare systems, but also economic systems and social and cultural systems and values have been disrupted and devastated. Healthcare disruptions could reverse decades of improvement in healthcare. For example, hundreds of thousands additional under 5-year deaths may be expected by 2020. So what needs to be done? What do we need to do in order to achieve this goal? In 2017, only half to 1/3 of the global population was covered by essential health services. And if these trends continue, 39 to 63% of the global population will only be covered by essential health services. Concerted actions are needed to promote mental health, healthy living, well-being, and other aspects of prevention and self-care, because we know that a higher health literacy will lead to a higher health outcome. Substantially, we need to increase the finance for healthcare systems, healthcare workers, and health outcome on the global level. We need to promote and harness the potential contribution to global health of traditional and complementary medicine in alignment with the WHO traditional medicine strategy. By recognizing and implementing these therapies into national health systems, we will meet the growing demand of consumers and patients worldwide. Their potential and efficacy needs to be supported on a national and global level. Furthermore, we need to strengthen and promote the One Health approach in research and national policy strategies. What has been or still is our inspiration for such a company approach?
Well, the base for this inspiration is definitely the founding of the company Vala in 1935. And there already the core values, if you look at the constitution they wrote and so on, these values are already integral part of the company. But then again and again on the path of development, we got more and more inspirations. And one of those inspirations was as well the Ottawa Charter of the WHO in 1986, in which WHO stated a healthy and a life in dignity is only possible if you have a certain income, if you have certain eco-standards, if you have a certain education, and if you have a possibility to enter into the healthcare system and so on.
And also have sustainable resources.
Absolutely. A sustainable ecosystem is one integral part as well of this Ottawa Charter.
Do you have perhaps a couple examples how we take action?
Well, we do not only think in value chains, we think in whole value systems. And I would like to describe you 3 examples out of our value systems to let you know and take part in the way we work and how we look onto this matter. The first one is the One Health approach. And our understanding for this is that healthiness can't be achieved if 1 or 2 dimensions are met, like you have enough income and you have something to eat. But One Health means that from the fields, from the food, till the access to healthcare systems, to education, to autonomy for the women as well. This all then is a One Health, but not only income or not only the food.
So we recognize these interconnectivity and interaction between human health, animal health, health of the planet, and their shared environment. And we create concrete projects, research projects, and other projects in order to foster this approach.
Exactly. The scientific work and the scientific advice and the studies are an integral part of it because we are at the beginning of this One Health approach worldwide, and we need the scientists and the experts for that to build up the pillars on the animals, human beings, the soil, the biodiversity. All these different pillars have to be worked out And the great challenge in here is that it has to be an interdisciplinary approach. We can't do it with one discipline or another one. It has to be multidimensional as well as the One Health approach is multidimensional.
And also we, of course, do this on a national level here in Eckwelden and Bad Bol, but of course also through our global agricultural partnerships, we foster this approach, for example, in Africa or Burkina Faso, where we have been active since more than 20 years.
Absolutely. Via this intent to develop global healthy economy via the partnerships we got to these projects. For example, Burkina Faso, we produced their organic shea butter. At the beginning, there were some 100 families working on that project, only delivering to us. Now it's more than 4,000 families, more than 20,000 people delivering not only to us, but even to our competitors and to the rest of the world. It's not exclusive. That was always our intent. And the big thing is that it's a win-win-win situation on many dimensions. Because, for example, the women, they got now financial autonomy. They can pay the school for their kids. They can pay the insurances. They can pay the doctors. And they're autonomous in their life creation, in their daily life. They not depend on us. We explicitly don't want a dependency on us. And we have other projects like the macadamia nuts in Kenya or castor in India, in which we work on these global partnerships. And we think that this is one contribution to a healthy economic work.
And also through the One Health approach and our the research projects that we started there together with many experts, we directly address the burden of antimicrobial resistance, for example, which is a big health issue we need to tackle. And also we create healthy, or have a contribution to creating healthy economies.
Yes, and this is a very good example about the antimicrobial resistance, because it's a worldwide phenomena. It's local in our surroundings and it's global as well. And secondly, all the research work then can be used globally. And this is why we are really keen on such issues like these AMR topics.
And besides the global actions that we take, we of course are also very active in the network building and community building here where we have our roots in Bad Bol, to create a new health culture, a new health structures here as well. What is the inspiration to do this?
Well, this is definitely the case, what you're saying. The future, we think, belongs to networks and even the networks of the networks. This is, for us, the future, that people get effective together for the good or for the sake of the whole. This is the future. And this means, for example, here that we build up with the communities around us. We get into contact and interact with all the stakeholders in the healthiness community, hospital, doctors, physicians, any kind of therapeutic approach, and that the people themselves living in this area take care and get into activity and get into responsibility for their healthiness. And we want to set up this as an example and then scale it to other communities and offer all the knowledges, all the expertise we gain in that to other communities. That healthiness is being built up locally, and this is a strong factor on healthiness, how the local surroundings are composed.
Welcome to the future. Flight shaming is over. New area of flying mobility is ahead. We are here at the Greentech Festival at the stand of Volocopter. Very much welcome.
Thanks, Christian.
Second time you are here. Why are you excited to join this year?
We are totally excited because here we have pioneers, tech people, people who want to change the world, and they inspire us, and we feel the same. So also we want to change with the Volocopter the world with an electrical flying air taxi, right? And yesterday I was even more excited because we announced our ticket reservation campaign, and a lot of people already reserved the tickets, more than 300, so great day for us.
So cool. And with your sustainability goals, you totally fit to our festivals. What are they? What does sustainability mean to you and your company?
For me personally, it's about caring. Caring about the environment, the society, and the future for our kids, right? And not being wasteful with resources we have, but resourceful with the things we have and make them last. And technology can obviously help to improve that.
Volocopter is an air taxi, basically. Is that the future? Is that the way we people here in Berlin will go around soon? Or?
For me, definitely. It adds a new mobility mix. Volocopter makes the dream of electrical flying in the city center come true. And we showed that yesterday that the first customer already took away the first ticket, so that was exciting.
When will it be?
So in the next 2 to 3 years, we will commercialize.
Wow.
The approved plan is there. So it's not just in the future, it's here today and it started yesterday.
Okay, cool. That sounds exciting. But like, what people are you planning to transport? Is it for everyone or?
Basically, Christian, in the beginning, we will have two types of customers. Business travelers who arrive at the airport and commute to downtown. They want to be transported predictable and in a safe and convenient way. But also tourists, right? So you hop into the Volocity, you have a great view over the city and see the Brandenburger Tor or maybe a sightseeing tour. That's great.
But how will it be used? Is it like Uber for air? Or?
You could totally say it like that. So you will take out your mobile phone, right? You will say, I want to fly from A to B. You check in, you have your flight ticket, and then you use it as an Uber ride. Correct.
So cool. And I heard commercial passenger flights are planned from 2022?
Yes, so the next 2 to 3 years we go live. That's why we started our reservation campaign, so it's there.
You brought a model of a Volocopter. It's up here hanging at the ceilings. Usually it's bigger, isn't it?
Yes, this is a 1:3 scale model of the Volocity. That's the name of our future series product. And it will be commercially live in 2 to 3 years. It's a two-seater product, fully electrical driven, and it is very redundant. Redundant means you see it has 18 rotors, so if 1 or 2 rotors do not function, doesn't matter, we can still safely fly. And that's very important. That did not exist before. As I said in the beginning, a two-seater, later on, fully autonomous.
Mm-hmm. But where will they land? They need a little bit of space, aren't they?
Well, I think that's not so complicated. Think about train stations, yeah, on the rooftop of a train station or on the roof of parking garages where there is a lot of space, and the integration into an airport is also simple. It's a 10x10 meter space we need. So
it sounds so futurist. And do you need a license to fly?
Yes, so we are already in the making of that together with the European Space and Safety Agency since more than 3 years. So what we need is basically a production license. We already got this. We need a design organization approval, so we also got this. We are kind of a little Airbus right now. And we need a type certification approval for that vehicle. And this is still in the making, and we estimate in the next 2 years that we've got that.
And how do you want to integrate it to the air traffic management systems?
We already tested that. So in the beginning it will be simple because we will have a pilot flying, right? And later on, when there are more Volocities in the air, we need a digital system, as you said. We tested that already last year in Helsinki and integrated it. So big airplanes could see us, the Volocopter, and we could see the big airplane, so all is coming together.
You talked already about last year. You now have a Volo drone in your portfolio, and that also sounds like future of transport. How is it?
Yes, and this also contributes to the sustainability aspect that you mentioned before. So we saw that the synergies of the Volocity are so high. So if we transport now people or goods, it doesn't matter. So we developed a so-called Volo drone that can carry more than 150 kilos from A to B with the same specifications I just told you, and can add super interesting use cases to logistics. That's why we also got the investor DB Schenker, from Germany, who is highly interested into that project.
The topic last mile, very important nowadays.
Exactly, Christian.
And how do you see yourself expanding in the future? 2016 you got your flying license, 2019 design organization approval. Could you tell us a little bit about the development over the time?
Sure. As said, so what is now missing is the type certification from the European agency. We're working on that. The first series parts of our series products are arriving in our factory as we speak. So we are starting series production right now, and the first tickets have been sold. So what is now the last thing, we're in detailed contact with cities all over the world that are approaching us to say we want to be first to be part of the urban air mobility. So we are talking to cities, as also publicly mentioned, like Singapore, Dubai, London, and so on. All want to be part and first in this game.
And what's next? You already dropped at the beginning, and the reservation for the tickets started yesterday. Yes. Tickets for what?
So tickets for a first flight with the VoloCity actually in the next 2 to 3 years. And you know what? We already sold 300 of them overnight, which was crazy. So it was very exciting for us too. And the next thing is really now to expand that, to get in constant contact to our customers and have a build-up of an ecosystem in the city centers I just mentioned.
Okay, cool. Let's give us a view in the future. How do you see your future as a company?
When you look very futuristic, think about we're standing here today and you say, I want to go now to Berlin Tegel. Yeah? You take out your app, and you say, the next spot is on the rooftop of the Kraftwerk. The VoloCity will land, you will go up in 5 minutes, take your ride and be at the airport in 10 minutes. So having also takeoff and landing sites across the city, on spaces, all digitally driven, and also automated or autonomously flying. That's our vision. And making it affordable for everyone who can afford a taxi. That's it.
How many tickets are left?
So we did a first series of 1,000. So hurry up, because they are selling fast.
Okay, thank you very much. Good luck for this.
Thanks,
and
Christian.
Great to have you here.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks to all of you. Thanks.
And how are they supporting this change? Let's have a look at their answer.
Gender equality means empowering women and girls to end all forms of discrimination in the home, in the workplace, everywhere. Globally, this is a huge issue. While we've seen big advancement for women's rights in the last 100 years, we still have a long way to go. Around the world, women still face a lack of access to decent work, face occupational segregation and gender wage gaps, often being denied basic access to healthcare and education, falling victims to violence and discrimination, something that has increased by as much as 30% in some countries due to COVID. When we look at the workplace right now, the worldwide ratio of male and female managers sits at 100 to 34. And when we look at women's pay, it's a similar story. A 2019 report from Accenture found that for every $73 earned by a woman, a man is earning 100. Now, this pay gap means that women are losing $2.9 trillion every year. Clearly, we have a lot of work to do. So I can tell you that I've struggled as a woman in my own career. I've faced my own forms of discrimination. As a female racing driver, I'm in a minority. I'm in a very male-dominated industry, and it can be a challenging, hyper-masculine environment. It's also a very traditional sport, which on many levels hasn't changed much in the last 100 years. Even in 2020, motorsport is still primarily done by men and ran by men. And as such, it can feel a bit like a boys' club. Even so, it's one of very few mixed sports where men and women compete equally together. There's no segregation based on gender, and it's one of the many things I love about this sport. And so in theory, if you're fast, you should rise to the top. But as with so many things in life, it's not always as simple as that. So how have I learned to succeed? Well, the truth is that I often feel like I've had to work harder than most of the guys to prove myself in my career. I feel like I'm often fighting against expectations. I try to talk with my actions on my abilities. I get in the car, I do my best, I drive as fast as I can, and hopefully that's enough proof for anyone. And sure, this can work well, but it's hard when you don't feel like you've had access to the same opportunities in the first place. And this can feel like a disadvantage. What I've always wanted, and this is the same for any woman or girl I've ever met in my industry, is to be treated as an equal and to be trusted to do a good job. Whether that's a sponsor taking a chance on me or a team giving me a test and giving me a chance to prove myself. It's about having those opportunities in the first instance. For all the women I know in motorsport, we all want to do what we love doing. We want to be given a responsibility and that chance to succeed. Allow us to believe in ourselves, because when you believe in possibility, you will give it everything. You will give it 100%. Now, when I was a kid, I wanted to be a fighter pilot. Top Gun was my favourite film, and every time I saw it, I watched Kelly McGillis alongside Tom Cruise, and I wanted to be Kelly McGillis, but I wanted to be her flying the fighter plane. The problem was that characters like that never existed back then. There was a complete absence of role models I could relate to. I could never see the people that I aspired to be like in the careers I was interested in. Gender stereotyping was alive and well in the 1980s, and so I think if you're only ever shown one version of who you can be, it's easy to grow up limiting your vision of what you can achieve. And therefore, it's vital that we empower young girls early on. Now, I'm often asked, why don't we ever see any women in Formula One? And the simple answer is that in the UK, at least, women make up only 6% of all race license holders. It's like a pyramid. If you only have 6% women coming in at the bottom, by the time you get to the top, it's harder and harder to get there and there's nobody left. What you need to do is build up a strong foundation at the bottom. And it's no different to any other walk of life. Give women the tools early on and enable them to help each other too. Some of the most successful moments in my career have come about because someone took a chance on me. Whether that was mentoring me or giving me a chance to show what I could do, those were the real game changer moments for me. When somebody believed in me because they helped me to believe in myself and unlock my true potential. So much of this was down to finding myself in a supportive environment. And I've come to realize that there were three really key things that have contributed to my success. Believing in possibility, removing all fear and thoughts of limitation, and increasing my ability to focus. So what are the key things that we can all do to empower and create change, either as an individual or as an organization? On a simplistic level, I'd say that it's about giving women the opportunities to learn, the opportunities to train, to move forwards, and that freedom to be themselves at work. Because we want to empower creativity and innovation. Give us that responsibility and that chance to prove ourselves too. So what are the key things that we can do to create positive change, either as individuals or as organizations? On a simplistic level, I'd say it's about giving women the opportunities to learn, the opportunities to train, to move forwards, and the freedom to be themselves at work. We want to empower creativity and innovation. Give us that responsibility too, and that chance to prove ourselves. Research shows that creating a culture of equality unlocks human potential and uncovers the key drivers in a workplace culture in which everyone can advance and thrive. We therefore need business leaders to implement and define strategies that can make a tangible difference. After all, it's business leaders and organizations that have the power to close the gender gap in career advancement and pay. I think we therefore need three things. We need bold leadership. We need people to stand up and support women in the workplace. Culture is set from the top. And so if we want women to rise up, gender equality has to be set as a strategic priority by the CEO and the leadership team. We need comprehensive action. actions that will make a practical difference, like establishing women's networks and helping women to raise each other up and increase career advancement. Research shows that this makes a dramatic difference. We need to look at factors as well that promote equality for both men and women together. For example, like implementing maternity leave can hold women back. Instead, by recommending parental leave, any negative effects on a woman's career is completely eliminated. And finally, we need an empowering environment. It's about creating trust, like the trust that an organisation adheres to equal pay for equal work. As individuals, we can each make a valid contribution because collectively our actions all combine to create a positive force for change. Every single person seeing this video has an opportunity within the organisations that you work in to help by creating inclusive cultures where women feel supported and encouraged and equipped with the skills to rise to the top of their field. Every single person works somewhere, and so on a personal level, it's about taking a moment to think about what we can do to make an impact and make a difference. We each have the power and the ability to take action, and I think that is a truly inspiring thought. Thank you.
We asked Enactus, one of the largest networks of students, universities and colleges, how can we give more people worldwide access to clean water? And what is Enactus doing to support this? Let's check out their answer.
Worldwide, 1 of 3 people do not have access to safe drinking water. 2 out of 5 people don't have basic hand-washing facilities with soap and water, and almost 700 million people still practice open defecation instead of using a toilet. Lack of hygiene, toilets and washing facilities, and no access to fresh and clean drinking water are reasons why millions of people fall ill or die. Each day, nearly 1,000 children die due to preventable water and sanitation-related diarrheal diseases. Shortfall in freshwater resources, coupled with a rising world population, has the world careening towards a global water crisis. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 6, Clean Water and Sanitation, aims to ensure access to safe and affordable drinking water, as well as adequate and equitable sanitation by 2030 for all. We as Enactus are committed to the implementation of all SDGs through our social startups, and thus create an immense impact on people, planet, and prosperity every year. Enactus, that means 72,000 students and 550 corporate partners from 37 countries all around the globe, dedicating their time and heart and using innovation and entrepreneurship to create a better, more sustainable world. Only in the last year, we spent more than 7.3 million voluntary hours and completed more than 320 ongoing projects concerning clean water and sanitation in the last 3 years. As an example, let us now introduce Nepal's, one of our social startups from Enactus, Germany at the University of Frankfurt. In many areas of Nepal, water quality is very poor, especially since a big earthquake in 2016. The groundwater is contaminated with heavy metals and bacteria. Therefore, many people do not have access to clean drinking water. Due to the lack of alternatives, their only option is drinking the contaminated groundwater. The consequences are serious illnesses and even death. Water supply is one of our basic needs and therefore part of the human rights. Nevertheless, the quality of the water in Nepal does not even come close to the World Health Organization's standards. And this is where our business Nepal's comes into play. To ensure the supply of clean water to the Nepalese living in rural areas, the Project Nepals builds up decentralized water filter systems in small remote villages with heavy groundwater pollution. The first water center was built in the Devgan region in 2019. It ensures water treatment and supply for up to 7,000 people and has been financially self-sufficient since day 3. This works in the following way. After the water treatment plant has been installed, the running costs as well as the maintenance costs are covered by the sale of the extracted water. The purchase price corresponds to only a third of the market price. This means that the water is affordable for the population. Due to the use of solar panels, Nepals is independent from external energy sources. Furthermore, the filters never have to be replaced due to an innovative so-called backwash function. The sale and business structure concerning the water center are monitored by a local NGO and local entrepreneurs who are empowered to run operations and distribution to local shops. For schools, the drinking water is provided free of charge. Nepals is accompanied by training courses designed to raise awareness of the dangers posed by contaminated water. By building up an independent water center, Nepals was able to provide 400,000 liters of clean drinking water to the Nepalese population only in the last year. But this is only an example of what our students from Enactus can achieve through entrepreneurial action. Together, with a head for business and a heart for the world, we were able to provide almost 1 million people with fresh and clean drinking water, and more than 2.5 million people got access to adequate sanitation only in the last 3 years. Join our movement to tackle not only SDG number 6, but every other global goal. Be part of it. Be Enactus.
We asked Shell and Sonnen, how can a climate-neutral energy supply be realized in the future? And how are they planning to contribute to this? Let's have a look at their answer.
Welcome, my name is Sascha Koppe. Today's energy consumption is the dominant contributor to climate change, accounting for around 60% of the total global greenhouse gas emissions. The International Energy Agency predicts that by 2040, the global electricity demand will grow by 60% compared to today. So it is even more important that we already ensured that we can offer clean and affordable energy solutions today. At Sonnen, we're not only doing this here in our home market in Germany. Sonnen is working worldwide for the energy transition and the change for a clean and affordable energy supply. Our primary focus here is always the people. Every household with a PV system and a Sonnen battery is part of our energy community, the Sonnen community. The Sonnen community is the world's largest decentralized energy sharing community in which the members supply each other with clean energy from renewable sources and without any conventional utility. And how this works, we will show you now.
How can homes share solar power?
We founded Sonnen with the idea that every home supplies itself with self-generated solar power 24/7, regardless if the sun is shining or not.
Now part of Shell, Sonnen is making this possible with a home battery, which stores electricity made from sunlight, providing renewable energy around the clock.
About 20 years ago, I built my house here, and I didn't think about where the energy is coming from. In 2014, I bought an electrical car, and then it was really logic to go further with having solar power on my roof and the battery in my basement.
The great thing about the Sonnen battery is that it's fully automatic. There is no complicated buttons, no displays, nothing at all. It simply stores excess solar power when available and releases it when you need it.
The latest generation of Sonnen battery contains the experience of 9 product generations. It is designed to provide you with 10,000 cycles, which means the battery can be charged and discharged 10,000 times.
Typically, homes draw their power from the electrical grid, a national electricity transmission system. But Sonnen has reimagined this system, linking their solar-charged batteries to the grid.
So we have a normal connection to the grid, but the big advantage is during the day we can cover all need of energy with the sun directly, and the battery is charging too. And in the night, all energy we use is used from the battery, so we don't use the grid in normal conditions.
Linking to the grid allows battery owners to be part of the Sonnen community.
The Sonnen community is basically people who are sharing power with each other. The way this works is we aggregate thousands of Sonnen batteries to form a large virtual battery. And that battery can not only put power into the grid, it can also pull power from the grid.
By sharing its electricity with the grid, the Sonnen community has constant access to renewable energy. And it's a network that's growing worldwide, with communities in the USA and Australia.
This is the energy future, and we are extremely proud to be part of the energy transition.
Sonnen community is a great thing. Normally you have to pay every year, every month, your bill from the energy provider. Now I think it's amazing. The sun doesn't send us any bills, and that's really nice.
Hi, it's Fabian Ziegler, head of Shell in Germany and a passionate member of the Sonnen community. The world needs more, but namely cleaner energy. And this is a huge task, which will require a lot of collaboration, and namely we need more green technologies. Shell has committed to become a net zero emissions business by 2050, and we're therefore committed to the 1.5-degree scenario around Paris. And here in Germany we need more of this, and we need it even faster. And Shell in Germany is up for it. We are taking bio to a next level by way of our bio-LNG supply chain, which is based on agricultural waste. We are electrifying our gas station business, and we also invest in a big way in our hydrogen capabilities. Sonnen has joined the Shell family, and this gives a huge boost to our decarbonization efforts in the home sector. But we aim higher. We work towards a roadmap towards net zero emissions, and in this roadmap we need a lot of green technologies. Startups can provide the fresh, innovative and agile thinking, and large corporations like ours, they can provide the scaling up and thus make new technologies available to everyone. I'm very pleased that Shell is here at the Greentech Festival together with Sonnen, and the Greentech Festival is a brilliant platform for access to affordable, reliable, sustainable and modern energy for all.
Sonnen is a very young company. After 10 years, we're still pursuing our vision of clean and affordable energy for everyone, including right here in our Berlin office in Kreuzberg. Worldwide, more than 700 employees are currently working for Sonnen at 9 locations in Europe, the USA, Australia and Japan. Since 2019, Sonnen has been part of Shell New Energies, and together we want to reduce the global carbon emissions with new and innovative solutions to make the change towards a clean and affordable energy supply for all people.
Sie sind schon lange bekannt aus vielen Tests für Fahrräder. Seit 5 Jahren, da testen Sie aber auch E-Bikes. Über 80 Stück im Jahr. Deutschlands größter E-Bike-Test. Hier bei uns auf dem Greentech Festival heißen wir herzlich willkommen Focus E-Bike, ein Zertifikattest für E-Bikes. Hallo.
Hallo, grüß Sie.
Was ist eure Message hier mit eurem Stand?
Wir sind froh, auf dem Greentech Festival da sein zu dürfen. Wir als Focus E-Bike, Herausgeber des Focus E-Bike Magazin, wie eingangs schon erwähnt, präsentieren gemeinsam mit unseren Partnern Specialized und Bio-Hybrid die urbane Mobilität von morgen, aber eigentlich auch schon von heute und möchten das E-Bike an sich, egal ob einspurig oder zweispurig oder in welcher Form auch immer, nach außen hin tragen, transportieren und genau an die Leser oder Zuschauer draußen bringen.
Jetzt seid ihr natürlich Profis beim Thema E-Bike. Sie sind ja ganz gespannt. Was macht überhaupt ein gutes E-Bike aus?
Also wir testen ja, wie auch gesagt, seit 5 Jahren schon in Deutschlands größtem E-Bike-Test. Und wir haben über 60 Kriterien, die wir testen. Letztlich werden diese heruntergebrochen in ein klassisches Notensystem. Der Endkonsument, der Leser, bekommt schlussendlich eine Note eines Fahrrads und kann dadurch sehen, was für ihn gut ist. Wir testen natürlich klassische Kriterien wie Reichweite, wie Gewicht, wie Zuladung. Und diese Punkte gibt es zu beachten. Und wir merken auch, dass das wirklich von den Lesern angenommen wird.
Gibt es da ein Kriterium bei Focus E-Bike, das da am meisten ins Gewicht fällt?
Relativ wenig. Also es gibt natürlich so Kriterien, die höher gewichtet werden, aber im Prinzip ist das ein Zusammenspiel aus allen Kriterien und letztlich entscheidet dann die Gesamtnote.
Und Leser lieben ja Tests. Könnt ihr irgendwie messen? Habt ihr einen Impact auf Kaufentscheidungen?
Wir merken wirklich, dass Leser mit unseren Heften zu den Händlern gehen und sich wirklich teilweise ein bestimmtes Modell aussuchen und das auch fordern und haben möchten. Das merken wir. Deswegen sind Tests einfach extrem wichtig.
E-Bike ist ja ein mediales Dauerthema. Die Verkaufszahlen boomen. Wie beobachtet ihr den Markt jetzt in den letzten 5 Jahren?
Also wir können nur das sagen, was wir hören von Händlern und Herstellern. Sagen wir mal, die Pandemie hat auf alle Fälle seinen Zuzug gegeben. Es wird mehr gekauft, die Läger sind leer gekauft, E-Bikes boomen und so auch Fahrräder allgemein. Und wir sind gespannt, was das die nächsten Jahre bringen wird. Also bestimmt wird der Hype weiterhin bleiben.
Aber glaubst du, das ist jetzt ein Corona-Phänomen oder ist es dann schon auch ein nachhaltiger Wandel?
Ich glaube nicht, dass es nur ein Corona-Phänomen ist. Die Corona-Pandemie, sage ich mal, hat sein Übriges dazu getan und für die Interessenten, die einen Kauf haben oder geplant haben, die haben dann wahrscheinlich früher einfach zu der Entscheidung getroffen oder eine Entscheidung getroffen, ein Fahrrad zu kaufen. Letztlich ist es aber ein nachhaltiger Wandel auch in Richtung allgemeine Mobilität, urbane Mobilität und das Ganze natürlich im Hinblick auch auf die gesamte Mobilität. Also wir sehen E-Bike als Teil eines Ganzen, eines Großen, beispielsweise mit Automobilbranchen oder mit Bahn etc. Da sehen wir uns zusammen als Player.
Gibt es denn auch so Nachhaltigkeitstrends bei den E-Bikes?
Nachhaltigkeitstrends müsste ich jetzt...
In der Produktion vielleicht?
In der Produktion auf alle Fälle, auf alle Fälle. Also da hören wir auch von Herstellern und Marken, dass sie nachhaltig produzieren, dass sie neue Läger bauen, aber diese auch nachhaltig anlegen, dass auch vor allem und vermehrt das Thema Made in Germany immer ein großer Punkt ist. Einfach auch aufgrund der Pandemie, weil man gemerkt hat, dass die Zulieferer auch aus Fernost einfach Schwierigkeiten haben. Deswegen ist das auf alle Fälle auch ein wichtiger Punkt.
Ist Nachhaltigkeit schon bei euch ein Thema in den Kriterien oder denkt ihr das an?
Das denken wir auf alle Fälle an. Wir haben natürlich neben dem Thema E-Bike, überlegen wir oder sind wir auch innovativ unterwegs und denken auch weiter und wollen auch da in Richtung eben Nachhaltigkeit gegebenenfalls auch uns weiter verfestigen.
Ihr seid jetzt hier beim Greentech Festival dieses Jahr. Nochmal herzlich willkommen. Schön. Was war der Hauptgrund, warum ihr zu uns gekommen seid?
Also es war eine riesen Gelegenheit und die mussten wir natürlich nutzen und wir freuen uns riesig, hier sein zu dürfen. Der Hauptgrund war einfach, um sozusagen nach außen hin die Message zu transportieren, für ein nachhaltiges Leben auch die Mobilität dementsprechend einzusetzen und ich möchte gar nicht sagen, auf andere Sachen zu verzichten, sondern einfach das Bewusstsein zu verschaffen, um eben auch eben nachhaltig sich vorzubewegen.
Ihr habt auch 2 Partner mitgebracht.
Richtig.
Hier E-Bikes und ein Biohybrid. Möchtest du uns und unseren Zuschauern ein bisschen die näher bringen?
Sehr gerne. Genau, wie gesagt, hier unser Partner Specialized, der mit 2 Modellen hier mit auf dem Stand dabei ist, deren neue Modelle. Das Ausschlaggebende hier ist eigentlich, dass das Gewicht des Fahrrads, des E-Bikes so runter reduziert werden konnte mit neuen Antrieben und Motoren, dass das Gewicht jetzt nur noch bei rund 14 Kilogramm liegt, was natürlich in der urbanen Mobilität ein Riesenvorteil ist. Und genau daneben
Einen Schritt weiter, genau.
Richtig, unser Partner Biohybrid, der ein ganz anderes Konzept darbietet und vorweist. Wie man sieht, ist es einfach nicht klassisch erkennbar, dass es ein E-Bike ist. Man mutmaßt, dass es ein Fahrzeug, eben eine Überdachung, ein Auto ist, eine Ähnlichkeit zum Automobil. Tatsächlich ist es aber wirklich auch rein rechtlich ein E-Bike. Man tritt weiterhin, es gibt die Pedale, man hat die elektrische Unterstützung durch den Motor und man kann auch ganz normal damit auf dem Fahrradweg fahren.
Das heißt, man braucht dafür, obwohl es jetzt 4 Räder hat, jetzt auch keinen Führerschein oder
Richtig.
so?
Genau. Also es ist wie ein E-Bike anerkannt. Es wird auch bis zu 25 km/h unterstützt, wie bei einem normalen E-Bike auch. Somit keine weiteren Voraussetzungen notwendig.
Und testet ihr sowas auch schon bei euch oder ist das irgendwie geplant?
Derzeit noch nicht, weil wir mit externen Partnern zusammenarbeiten, die ein extra Prüflabor aufgebaut haben. Speziell jetzt natürlich für einspurige Fahrzeuge, aber je mehr dieser Trend im Wachsen ist, desto mehr überlegen wir natürlich auch, ob man sowas mal machen könnte. Aber da muss man mal sehen, was die Zukunft bringt.
Alles klar, super. Vielen Dank für den ganzen Input. Danke, dass ihr da seid hier beim Greentech Festival und euch noch eine gute Zeit und gute Tests.
Vielen Dank ebenfalls und bleibt gesund.
We've asked Kempinski, the oldest luxury hotel group in Europe, how does decent work and economic growth look like? And what are they doing to implement that in their own culture? Let's check out their answer.
First, let me say thank you for being invited to use this great opportunity of discussing the most pressing issues and questions the world should be concerned about. I am Julia Messi, Vice President Global Sustainability at Kempinski Hotels. We have set a clear priority for sustainability topic on our agenda, which I am responsible for developing and driving further. Sustainable Development Goal 8 is dedicated to decent work and sustainable economic growth. What does this mean for us? Decent work conditions imply security and social protection, fair payment and treatment, and an opportunity for professional development. Encouraging entrepreneurship and decent job conditions are effective measures in eradicating forced labor, slavery, and human trafficking. What does sustainable economic growth mean? It calls for fulfilling social needs for every person living on the planet, but within environmental boundaries, so that future generations can also fulfill their needs. Full and productive employment and decent work for all, which allows everyone to lead a decent life and drives sustainable consumption, is a precondition for sustainable economic growth. Why this goal has such an importance today? According to the report of the International Labour Organization from 2020, there are nearly 500 million people of working age that are unemployed or that are underemployed, meaning they can and want to work more, but there are various factors that prevent them from doing so. Around 2 billion working people worldwide have informal jobs, and this limits their access to social protection and labor rights. And because there is a lack of well-paying jobs, 1 in 5 persons who do have a job still live in extreme poverty. With the coronavirus-related economic downturn, this situation will become even more acute. Particularly vulnerable to the lack of decent work are young people and women. Every 5th young person in the world aged between 15 and 24 is neither employed nor in training. On top, there are multiple disparities for women in the professional sphere in many places. Women on average receive salaries that are 3/4 those of male workers. Women spend nearly 3 times more of their time on unpaid work at home, limiting the opportunity to fulfill themselves professionally. Now, what role does the travel and tourism industry play in providing jobs? This industry is linked to 420 million jobs worldwide. This means that 1 in 10 jobs is likely to be in the travel and tourism sector. We at Kempinski prioritize our search for local talents. This way, we contribute to the development of the local communities. As a simple example, our Kempinski Concertini campaign gives a possibility to young local musicians and artists to perform at the stages of our hotels. This gives them an opportunity to shine and also allows our guests to enjoy the fascinating local culture. Our hotels help to promote local business cooperation as we are part of the complex supply chains. Our guests come not only for leisure, but also for business. This, in turn, brings various opportunities for local third-party businesses. Employing local population carries also considerable social responsibility. At Kempinski, we offer employees possibilities to develop and grow. In fact, employee professionalism fully reflects on the quality of our services. We offer extensive training programs where both fresh graduates as well as seasoned professionals acquire transferable skills and competencies. They can apply the competencies they acquire at Kempinski anywhere they will work in the future around the world. One of our values is creating special moments for our guests. In order to do this, we actively encourage the creativity of our employees. And this creativity can be reached only if a person is happy. Fair conditions of employment enable colleagues to open their full potential. Kempinski team includes more than 20,000 persons, hosting our guests in 77 luxury properties in 34 countries. This means that our colleagues come from various countries and cultures, but they're all inspired by our unique spirit of the oldest European hospitality brand. Working often far away from home, they also find fellow colleagues who live far from their families. We try to provide an authentic care not only for our guests, but also for our employees. We want them to share our values and find personal support and collaboration with their colleagues so that they can feel part of a family. We rely on the dedication and personal pride of daily work from all our team members, and we strongly believe that it is possible to achieve this only if we take care of our employees. This is how we secure long-term success of our business. It is exactly in this way decent working conditions go hand in hand with the sustainable economic growth. Sustainable Development Goal 8 refers also to the need to decouple economic growth from environmental degradation. We cannot grow at any cost, but we need to take an innovative approach to minimize our impact on the environment and promote efficient consumption. Kempinski is a luxury hotel brand, and our challenge is to provide a luxurious yet sustainable guest experience. Among our efforts, we make sure our guests are aware about the importance of taking care of the environment. But we found a way to combine it with promoting local craftsmanship. As an example, our green linen artifact that alerts about the need to change the bedding is created in cooperation with local craftsmen and reflects the local culture of every destination in a different way. On a large scale, we envision to grow sustainably by reducing the impact on the environment through saving energy and water and reducing waste that goes to the landfill. This does not only serve the environment, but saves a lot of costs. This win-win situation is a clear example of the sustainable growth for our business. In our hotels in the Middle East and Africa, we save 12% of energy and 15% of water on average, with some hotels reaching as high as 30% reduction or more in the past 3 years. We track our environmental performance as well as other activities in sustainability area through our participation in the award-winning EarthCheck certified program. We currently have 12 active silver certified hotels and 5 bronze benchmarked, with many more joining the program. Sustainable growth also implies that all stakeholders benefit from the success of our business. This includes communities in need. Kempinski has partnered up with Clean the World, which is an organization that collects our amenity bottles and soap bars that were used by our guests, deviating them from the landfill. Extracted hygiene products are then distributed among shelters, refugee camps, and poor people. This activity helps to prevent hygiene-related illnesses and deaths. We also want to take our share in minimizing food waste from our operations. To give you a concrete example, in 2019, Siam Kempinski Hotel Bangkok provided enough food to prepare 34,000 meals in a year. Therefore, we avoided 8 tons of food being wasted in this hotel. Hotel Adlon Kempinski in Berlin participates in selling food at a reduced price through the Too Good To Go app. This initiative allows the large public to try a piece of our gastronomic craftsmanship and helps us to avoid discarding perfectly good food only because we didn't manage to sell it earlier in the day. In summary, our sustained growth depends on the priorities we set for ourselves while providing our valued guests with unique experiences. After all, one of these priorities are our people. It is only when we manage to unlock fully the potential of our employees, then an important part of our sustainable economic growth can be reached. With these words, I would like to thank once again Greentech Festival for giving us the great opportunity to present our Kempinski view on the support of the Sustainable Development Goal 8. Thank you very much and stay sustainable.
Where does this car come from? Where does this Audi come from? These are the simple questions my team and I ask us every day. My name is Marco Filippi and I'm leading the supply chain sustainability team at Audi. And let me tell you, the answers to such a simple question, where does this Audi come from, can be quite complex in our case. We sure know where we produce our cars, but where do all the components and subcomponents come from? Where do all the raw materials come from? And under which conditions and with how many CO2 emissions were they produced? We are the ones striving to answer all those questions because we need the answers to execute our sustainable supply chain strategy. Our vision is to create a positive impact in and throughout our Audi supply chain. But let's go one step back. A modern car is a product with one of the most complex supply chains you will find. And the more complex a supply chain, the more challenging it is to ensure sustainability requirements along that chain. And when we talk about electric cars, they may have less components, but from a sustainability point of view, they're even more challenging, especially the battery. On the one hand, the battery is one of the most energy-intensive components, which is relevant for CO2 emissions. In 2025, almost a quarter of all of Audi's carbon emissions will be produced in the supply chain and in the production process. And on the other hand, the battery uses raw materials which are often linked to sustainability risks. Just think of cobalt and lithium. For us at Audi, managing a sustainable supply chain is about responsibility. Responsibility towards our environment and our natural resources, responsibility towards the people working in and for our supply chain, and last but not least, responsibility to our customers. At Audi, we are convinced that within and through our supply chain, we can make a difference, a positive impact for global sustainability. But why do we think so? Because Audi is relevant. As a customer, Audi is interacting with more than 16,000 direct suppliers and business partners in more than 150 countries. And as a customer, we can decide what are the criteria for business partners that enter our Audi supply chain. These are the criteria that can help to transform single suppliers or even industries towards more sustainability. And this is what we do with our supplier sustainability rating since July 1st last year. Every supplier who will enter the Audi supply chain has to pass a screening process on how they act in terms of social and environmental aspects, as well as corporate ethics. No positive rating, no business with Audi. And to give you an impression, in 2019 we processed more than 12,000 supplier self-assessments and conducted more than 1,200 on-site visits to generate this rating. The rating is great, but we want to be even more proactive. We want to shape supply chain sustainability in three main areas. First, environment, second, people, and third, innovation. Let's start with environment. With its portfolio of passenger cars, the Volkswagen Group causes 1% of global man-made carbon emissions. Recognizing this responsibility, the Volkswagen Group, including Audi, was one of the first to follow the Paris Climate Agreement. Our vision is to become carbon neutral on balance until 2050. As already said, with about 25% of future CO2 emissions caused in the supply chain and production, a CO2 supply chain management plays an enormously important role in reaching our goal. This is why in 2018 we launched our Audi CO2 program in the supply chain. With this program, we strive to improve the carbon balance in the supply chain even before our vehicles complete their first kilometer on the road. So far, we have identified more than 50 measures in workshops with our suppliers that are helping us to reduce carbon emissions. These efforts could cut 1.2 tons of carbon per vehicle by 2025. Examples how we reach this are the use of regenerative energies like the use of green electricity in battery cell production, or the establishment of recycling processes and the closure of material cycles. 3 years ago, we launched the aluminum closed loop concept, in which we follow the principle of closed loop recycling management. The aluminum closed loop ensures that high-grade aluminum scrap is fed back into our Audi material supply chain, instead of being sold for profit on the scrap metal market. One of the benefits is that using this secondary aluminum enables high energy savings of up to 95% compared with primary aluminum. This means our closed loop aluminum process alone enabled us to save 150,000 tons of CO2 emissions in 2019. Talking about raw materials, and especially the procurement of raw materials, brings me to our next strategy area: people. Respecting and protecting human rights is a key priority for Audi. Living up to this is one of our biggest challenges. Why? Because our supply chains are highly complex and highly volatile. Just imagine, on average, an Audi is made of around 1,600 kilograms of different raw materials, using almost the entire periodic table. Every raw material has a different supply chain, and some raw materials undergo 9 stages before they come into direct contact with Audi. And by the time the part or material reaches our factories, its supply chain in the entry level may already have changed several times, with some companies leaving it and others taking their place. To handle this challenge, we have a threefold strategy. First, focus. Second, set and use standards. And third, transparency and traceability. First, focus. Based on an independent raw material risk analysis, our raw material activities currently focus on 16 highly critical raw materials. One of the most relevant at present are, of course, the battery materials like cobalt and lithium. Currently, we're involved in various initiatives in this field to drive new standards and to create tools which enable us to protect human rights and social standards throughout our complete supply chain, even down to the extraction of raw materials. Some of the most important initiatives are the Global Battery Alliance, the Responsible Minerals Initiative, and the Drive Sustainability Initiative with the Raw Materials Observatory. Supported and guided by standards from these initiatives and requirements like the OECD due diligence guidance for responsible supply chains, the Volkswagen Group and Audi, in close collaboration with our battery cell suppliers, are pursuing the objective of creating complete supply chain transparency from mining the raw materials to manufacturing of the finished product. Currently, generating this transparency is highly demanding and still a lot of manual work. This is why we need technology. Only technology will enable us to generate full transparency at a fingertip and bring us closer to our vision of traceability. And this leads us to our last sustainability strategy field, innovation. We at Audi believe in progress through technology. This is why we intensively use new technologies to further increase transparency and traceability in our supply chains. As already illustrated, this is often difficult because supply chains are complex and constantly changing. By using new technologies like blockchain, it might be possible to allow greater insight into the provenance of the raw materials like cobalt and lithium used for our vehicles, and also the suppliers involved along the tier levels. It might even be possible to track changes. But in the near future, 100% supply chain transparency and traceability is hardly possible. Until we get there, we use new technologies like artificial intelligence to improve our global screening and prediction skills. We use AI to identify sustainability risks at an early stage by systematically screening various online sources, such as social media. By doing this, AI helps us to respond in time or even predict events. We also pilot new communication channels and grievance mechanisms to help us to react fast and responsibly towards incidents. Especially the last strategy part, the innovation part, is driven by interaction with all the different stakeholders. Many of the ideas we found come to us by applying new forms of collaboration, like hackathons, stakeholder dialogues, and others. I'm curious what will be the next idea, and I'm looking forward to it. Together, we can make a difference.
Auf unseren nächsten Gast, da habe ich mich ganz besonders gefreut, nicht nur, weil wir uns schon seit vielen Jahren kennen, sondern weil Clemens und sein Team sich mit einem Problem befasst, das wir alle aus Tausenden von YouTube-Videos kennen oder persönlich vom letzten Urlaub am Strand. Überall liegt Müll, Strohhalme, Plastik und keiner hebt's auf. Clemens, aber ihr macht das.
Genau, wir machen das. Wir sind Pacific Garbage Screening. Unsere Vision ist eine verantwortungsvolle Gesellschaft für gesunde Ozeane. Ja, das zeigt auch ganz schön, was wir machen. Also zum einen machen wir sehr, sehr viel im Umweltbildungsbereich, um Leute einfach zu sensibilisieren, besser auf ihren Plastikkonsum aufzupassen. Aber wir machen eben auch auf der technologischen Seite was. Das heißt, wir wollen das Plastik wieder aus den Gewässern bekommen.
Das ganze Projekt hat einen Ursprung. Wer ist das?
Der Ursprung ist 2016 eine Masterarbeit von einer unserer Gründerinnen, Marcella Hansch, die Initiatorin des Projekts. Sie hat sich damals mit dem Thema Architektur befasst und wollte aber ein Problem angehen, das es einfach weltweit gibt. Hat einen Tauchausflug gemacht, viel Plastik gesehen und hat sich gedacht, dem widme ich die Masterarbeit. Und daraufhin ist ein Verein gegründet worden, ein Startup jetzt. Und ja, mittlerweile arbeiten 15 Leute Vollzeit an dem Projekt.
Wie ist es möglich, dass so viele Millionen Tonnen Plastik eigentlich überhaupt im Ozean rumschwimmen?
Ja, die Frage stellen wir uns tatsächlich jeden Tag. Auch wenn man an Bahnhöfen in Deutschland unterwegs ist, warum die Leute immer noch Einwegbecher verwenden, Einweg-Einkaufstüten und dieses ganze Zeug, wo wir eigentlich genau wissen, das ist einfach nicht gut für uns. Wir versuchen es trotzdem immer positiv, also nicht mit erhobenem Zeigefinger, sondern einfach zu sagen, wir können jeder Einzelne was bewegen und dann auch und versuchen vor allem auch dann Kindern näher zu bringen, wie es besser geht.
Wie steht es da um das Bewusstsein?
Ja, ist teilweise schon schwierig. Es ist gar nicht so sehr, wie man immer sagt, generationenbedingt. Also auch viele ältere Menschen haben ein sehr großes Bewusstsein für die Plastikproblematik. Viele Junge haben es dagegen nicht. Also ich würde sagen, wir sind auf einem ganz guten Weg, aber noch lange nicht angekommen.
Und da geht es ja nicht nur um die großen Plastikteile, auch Mikroplastik ist ein großes Problem. Warum?
Ja, Mikroplastik ist ein großes Problem, weil wir es erstmal nicht sehen. Also die Situation, die du vorhin beschrieben hast im Urlaub, dass wir das Plastik sehen und erleben, das ist bei Mikroplastik eben gar nicht so. Das ist einfach ein gefährlicher, unbekannter Begleiter, der überall auftritt. Also das Beispiel ist Shampoo, Zahnpasta, aber auch wenn wir unsere Klamotten waschen, dann wird Mikroplastik ausgelöst aus den Klamotten und treibt dann durch unsere Gewässer, aber auch eben wieder in unsere Nahrungskette. Und das große Problem ist, dass wir einfach gar nicht wissen, was es daraus auslöst. Also wir nehmen jeder 5 Gramm pro Woche Mikroplastik auf, durch Nahrung, über die Haut. Und wir haben keine Ahnung von Langzeitschäden, was relativ bedenklich ist.
Es gibt eine Menge Leute, die euch supportet haben finanziell. Ihr habt gerade ein Crowdfunding abgeschlossen. 3 Wochen ging es, ich glaube 21.000 € habt ihr eingesammelt. Glückwunsch dazu erstmal.
Danke.
Und dann wart ihr jetzt im August schon unterwegs. Und wie ich es gerade schon gesehen habe, hier auf dem Bildschirm, da ist die Operation hier angelaufen. Vielleicht sagst du ein paar Sätze dazu.
Sehr gern. Also wir haben Kai bekommen, Stunden von München Autofahrt, also gar nicht so weit weg, dass die dort ein großes Müllproblem haben. Und wir haben gesagt, ja, das wollen wir gern lösen. Wir haben die Boote, die wir gemeinsam mit unseren Partnern Berki und dem DFKI in den Einsatz bringen. Aber uns fehlt einfach die finanziellen Mittel. Und dann haben wir über das Crowdfunding gesagt, wir wollen dort helfen, mehrere Tage aufräumen. Und hinter mir sehen wir auch das Ergebnis ganz schön. Beziehungsweise schön ist dann anders. Wir kamen da an und es war wirklich unfassbar erschreckend, wie es sein kann an einem Fluss mitten in Europa, dass da solche Müllmengen drin sind, also Plastikflaschen, Kühlschränke, Autoreifen, ohne Ende Spielzeug und das alles einfach mitten in Europa, in einem Nebenfluss der Donau. Ja, und dann haben wir da aufgeräumt, 3 Tage.
Und ihr sammelt nicht nur Müll, ihr seid vor allem bekannt durch eure künstliche Intelligenz, mit der ihr Müll sammelt, unterstützt vom Deutschen Forschungszentrum für künstliche Intelligenz. Vielleicht gehen wir einen Schritt weiter, Next Level vom Boot in die Luft. Was sehen wir hier?
Genau, also die Boote sind ein wichtiger Teil, weil wir einfach aufräumen können. Die künstliche Intelligenz, wie du es gerade schon beschrieben hast, das sieht man auf dem Bildschirm ganz schön, ist in der Lage zu sagen, was wir auf dem Boot haben. Das heißt, wir können sehr genau sagen, wir haben jetzt eine Stunde gearbeitet, auf dem Boot befindet sich 1 Tonne Holz, 1 Tonne Plastik, so und so viel Plastikflaschen, so und so viel Plastiktüten. Dadurch sind wir in der Lage zu sagen, liebe Recyclingfirma an Land, bitte bereitet zum Beispiel die Verbrennung vor oder bitte bereitet idealerweise das Recycling vor, dass wir einfach den Prozess deutlich schnellern. Was wir hier auch sehen, das eben schmutzt ist, leider. Die Drohne wird ausgewertet, an welchen Stellen im Gewässer Müll ist. Das heißt, wir können die Boote genau dahin schicken und dann eben so effektiv wie möglich aufräumen. Und künstliche Intelligenz auch möglich, was sehr, sehr spannend ist, ist das Thema, wo kommt der Müll? Und auch da können wir sehr genaue Aussagen. Ein großes Volksfest ist 200 Kilometer weiter upstream, dann können wir müssen innerhalb dieses Volksfestes was an der Müllproblematik machen, um zu verhindern, dass er dann 200 Kilometer weiter unten ankommt. Und das ist natürlich ein sehr wichtiger Schritt, dass wir nicht nur am Ende das Wasser aufwischen oder den Müll einsammeln, sondern dass wir den Wasserhahn zudrehen, wenn wir einen Wasserschaden haben und dementsprechend schon am Ursprung des Ganzen anfangen.
Das heißt, die Schulen auch wieder des Bewusstseins bezüglich des Mülls. Habt ihr da schon irgendwie einen Impact gehabt bisher?
Ja, wir sind sehr, sehr aktiv an Schulen. Wir kriegen auch sehr, sehr viele Nachfragen. Emergency Kit ins Leben gerufen. Das ist ein Umweltbildungskoffer, den gibt es auch käuflich zu erwerben. Damit gehen wir an Schulen, damit gehen wir an Einrichtungen, um eben das Thema Plastik, aber auch das ganze Thema, was machen wir eigentlich mit unseren Gewässern, also auch Wassererwärmung, Korallensterben, das alles ist da Thema und das bringen wir den Kindern spielerisch bei. Weil wir haben wirklich festgestellt in der jahrelangen Arbeit jetzt, dass Kinder sehr, sehr oft ehrliche Fragen stellen und auch oft man da Triggerpunkte erreicht und die dann zu ihren Eltern sagen, du Mama, ich habe eine Robbe sterben sehen wegen einer Plastiktüte, wir nehmen keine Plastiktüten mehr. Und die Kinder sind da wirklich ein idealer Transporteur.
Das heißt, ihr habt das Boot, das den Müll sammelt, ihr habt die Drohne, das den Müll scannt mit der künstlichen Intelligenz und dann gibt es noch Plattformen, die eigentlich in den Ozeanen sind, jetzt aber auch an Flüssen. Was kannst du dazu sagen?
Genau, die Vision ist 2016 entstanden. Das war damals daher auch der Name Pacific Garbage Screening. Die Idee, eine sehr große Plattform auch in dem Great Pacific Garbage Patch zu installieren. Das ist ein sehr, sehr großer Müllstrudel mitten im Pazifik. Von dieser Idee sind wir abgerückt. Das liegt einfach daran, dass es auch die Forschung gibt, es immer wieder, dass es schwierig ist, Plastik dort zu entnehmen, weil erstens ein großer Teil schon abgesunken ist und zweitens das Plastik dort dann wirklich Teil des biologischen Lebens ist. Das heißt, Fische legen Eier, Vögel legen Eier auf diesen Müllteppichen. Das heißt, wir machen eigentlich mehr kaputt, als wir durch das Rausholen bringen. Und dann haben wir für uns entschieden, okay, dann müssen wir offensichtlich näher an Land gehen und ein Haupteintragsort für Plastik sind die Flüsse weltweit und da versuchen wir jetzt zu arbeiten. Genau, und noch ein kleines Wort zum Thema Plattform. Die Plattform wurde dann natürlich runterskaliert. Eine 400-Meter-Plattform ist schwierig zu installieren in einem Fluss. Es ist jetzt auch ein sogenanntes modulares System, das heißt mehrere Plattformsysteme hintereinander geschaltet. Was aber ganz wichtig ist, und das war immer unsere Idee und unsere Vision, ist, dass wir keine Netze verwenden und wirklich der Natur so wenig wie möglich Schaden zufügen. Also das Plastik wird quasi durch Strömungsumleitung rausgefiltert und nicht durch irgendwelche Barrieren, die künstlich erstellt werden müssen, weil das Ganze hat natürlich Einfluss auf die Gewässer dann vor Ort.
Super spannendes Projekt. Ja. Ganze Technologie. Schön, dass ihr hier seid bei uns auf dem Greentech Festival. Was erhofft ihr euch jetzt von den Tagen hier?
Also wir sind erstmal sehr, sehr stolz, auch hier zu sein, weil wir wirklich ganz viele tolle Unternehmen sehen können, natürlich hier vor Ort und uns austauschen. Das ist ganz wichtig. Ist auch eine der SDGs, eben Global Partnerships, dass wir wirklich sagen, wir wollen das Problem nicht allein lösen, sondern ganzheitlich, ist ein ganzheitliches Problem, gesamtgesellschaftliches und dementsprechend wollen wir es auch angehen. Was wir uns aber natürlich auch erhoffen, ist möglicherweise Gespräche in Sachen finanzielle Unterstützung, große andere Firmen ansprechen, ob sie nicht Lust haben, sich auf diesem Weg zu beteiligen, weil ja auch viele Firmen zum Teil noch Teil des Problems sind, muss man einfach so sagen. Und wir haben die Lösung und wenn die Firmen sich da mit uns auf einen gemeinsamen Weg begeben und uns dann möglicherweise auch finanziell unterstützen, dann ist das eine Win-Win-Win-Situation.
Alles klar, dann viel Erfolg beim Austausch, viel Erfolg beim Geldspenden und ja, viel Glück und viel Erfolg bei der Arbeit.
Vielen Dank.
Ja. Our next partner here on the Greentech Festival, Prevent, basically asks people to waste time with waste. Why? Because they have anonymous vehicles. They could collect the garbage. Is Ursa Robotics. Welcome to Greentech Festival.
Hello, thank you.
Why are you excited to join this year's festival?
I believe Greentech Festival, it's a good initiative to bring people who make this world better and greener together, and we are really happy to be part of this event.
Could you already be in contact with other startups here in the center?
Here, yeah, we take a look on the exhibition. There are a lot of big interesting startups, innovation, green technologies. We really like it.
So sustainability is the topic all over, probably also for you. What does it mean for Ursa Robotics?
In our view, we live in a modern world. In this modern world, developing very rapidly, and I believe we should care not only about today, but also about tomorrow. And following sustainable way is the only one possible way to do so for us.
You combined self-driving vehicles and collecting waste. Sounds like a future idea. How did they come up?
Yeah, so we are building self-driving vehicles for garbage collection. We are going to replace existing garbage bins on the streets and make cities free from heavy, noisy, and let's say dirty garbage trucks, and replace it to fully autonomous vehicles.
And it also prevents cities from traffic jams?
Yeah, it's true. It's true. These vehicles are small and it's easy to operate on narrow European streets, and it will unclog cities from traffic jams, because we can even operate it during night or less busy hours. So yeah, it definitely will help cities.
Here in the back we see the Ursa Robotics. Maybe you can tell us a little bit more, what do we see here?
So again, this is a self-driving vehicle for garbage collection. We follow pretty much the same way as every self-driving car company. We do have a set of sensors. We use cameras. We have a LiDAR behind that screen. We have a radar behind the number plate, and we have ultrasonic sensors. We developed the full stack of software to get data from these sensors, combine them together, understand, we're using deep learning technologies to understand the environment, what we have around us, how to avoid obstacles, how to plan our route. So recently we've built that prototype, and you can see it now.
So it doesn't really collect the garbage, people have to bring it to...
Yeah, it works in this way. So we replace existing garbage bins. So it stays on the same place. For residents, the process will unchanged. You put garbage inside. When this container gets full, the empty one comes, replace it, and the full ones automatically goes to recycling center, unload itself, and go back to replace another container, or goes to charging station if they need to charge a battery.
So no one has to call it? Does it go automatically?
No, it's fully autonomous, so you don't need to call someone. So we unload these containers when necessary, but we are very flexible. We can do it, for example, earlier if we need to avoid traffic jams or road closures, or we can do it later, for example, if type of garbage allow us to do. So we are quite flexible on it.
It's a whole cycle. You said we have here a video. Maybe you can give us a little insights about that.
So again, it shows the idea how it works. So currently the container unloads itself and goes to charging station. And you can see on the video that everyone is happy about that. The container does not pollute the air, so it's very important in residential area and in modern smart cities. So it's quite important, and we replace the, as you see, heavier, noisy, and dirty garbage truck. But most importantly, humans are not involved in this heavy manual labor. Mm-hmm. So it's fully autonomous. We don't need to do that.
Where does the energy come from?
So this is fully electric. We have a battery with 6 kilowatts. It has a range of 90 kilometers. You can charge it from a regular socket. It will take 3.5 hours. or you will do it from rapid charger and it will take 2 hours.
When we talk about technology, how do you implement sustainability in your techniques?
So what do I exactly mean?
Like in the type and the products you are using, how would you implement the sustainability?
So currently this is, again, we use electric technologies. I believe it will help us to reduce the carbon footprint, and we use recyclable plastic for that vehicle, yeah.
Yeah, so it's a prototype still.
Yeah.
Do you have cities to test?
So currently, as I mentioned before, we finished with the prototype, and now currently we're testing it on a closed test bed. But for the next year, we're looking for a place where we can start first pilot with a real customer. Maybe it will be a private household or university campus or industrial object. And yes, we're currently looking for a city where we can do it. Who knows, maybe it will be Berlin.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Okay, so cities should connect with you to be part of urban
definitely,
robotics.
Yeah. Call me if you have an idea.
Okay, good luck with this.
Thank you very much.
Thanks
Thank
that you are here,
Thank
and
you.
have a good time.
Yeah, see you.
Yes, thanks.
We asked PlanShop, an online shop that's supporting small manufacturers in disadvantaged regions, what needs to happen in the world to reduce these inequalities, and what is PlanShop themselves doing to support this? Let's have a look at their answer.
Hello to everyone, my name is Dorothy Ingwersen and I'm the CEO of PlanShop. I'm here to talk about global inequality and how to overcome it. What is inequality? Well, there is not just one form of inequality. Actually, there are a lot of different inequalities in the world. But in the end, inequality shows in the difference between being rich and being poor and everything that comes with it. Whether you are rich or poor is mostly a question of sheer luck. If you happen to be born in a poor country, well, let's say like Bangladesh, you are much less likely to get a good education, to get a good job, and to get a good health care, as for example, if you are born in Switzerland. Overcoming inequality means ending this lottery where only destiny decides what opportunity life can offer you. Well, if there was a way to distribute wealth more justly, every human being on this planet would have a good chance to live longer and live better. But how do we get there? In former times, like let's say 6 months ago, there was a notion that inequality would slowly but steadily fade out because of economic growth all over the world. Now we are right in the middle of the COVID-19 era, and that means we are also right in the middle of a global economic depression. If this logic were true, the only thing we could do now is sit and wait until the economy recovers. And that is not an option. Let's change perspective and find a better path to overcome inequality. I just said inequality shows in the difference between rich and poor. And that is true. But that doesn't mean poverty is a cause of inequality. Poverty is the most visible symptom of inequality, but the cause of poor life conditions is something completely different. The root of all evil is the inequality between women and men. If you want to overcome inequality on all levels, you have to overcome the inequality between women and men first. Here are figures to prove my point. The UN has globally measured the inequality between women and men by the so-called Gender Inequality Index. If the index is low, women have only little political power, they have much smaller salaries than men, and they have a lot of children. If the index is high, women have their equal share of political power, they earn the same salaries as men, and the birth rate is much lower. And here comes the amazing thing. The Gender Inequality Index is almost identical with indexes that measure wealth and the distribution of wealth, which means the more equality between women and men, the more prosperous is the society they live in. Now one may think this happens because wealth creates equality. Because when a society gets richer, social developments like emancipation follow. Well, in fact, it is the other way around. Equality between men and women lays the groundwork for all it takes to create wealth, social security, equal education opportunities, and more. Equal gender societies have less corruption, less crime, more science, more freedom. And all this puts these societies on a curve up to prosperity and social peace. And these results make much common sense. If half of the population, the women, don't have their fair share in developing a society, no wonder the society lags behind in all aspects. Only equality can overcome this handicap. And here comes the really good news. You don't have to wait for the crisis to be over. You can fight for gender equality anywhere, anytime. And sometimes a crisis is even a good time to change things faster. And picture this. You don't have to share the same cake with more people. No, the cake gets so much bigger that more people get more of the cake. So this fight is not about sharing. This fight is about abundance, about freedom, about peace, about a life in plenty with a growing, balanced ecosystem. The half of the OECD economic growth in the past 50 years happened because girls and women had better access to education. Let me tell you what we do to promote gender equality. I'm the CEO of Plant Shop, an affiliate of one of the biggest children's charities in the world, and we sell fashion. Fashion is one of the biggest industries in the world. Fashion products are often produced in third world countries where working conditions are most of the time very bad. And of course, most of this work is done by women. Women who have almost no labor rights, no health insurance or any other kind of social security, and their work is paid very bad. Our products at Plant Shop are also manufactured in developing countries. But the big difference is the women who make our fashion work in companies and projects these women created themselves. They have much better salaries, social security, and we are working on eye level with them, giving them back their independence, dignity and freedom. We also share the same philosophy about fashion. It's not about as much quantity as possible, the cheaper the better. We all want sustainable fashion, which is made out of a fine material and crafted with great expertise and with exquisite designs. That's how we create products that are attractive everywhere and can be sold at competitive prices anywhere. Let me show you some of the projects we are working with. This is Alpa, a Peruvian cooperative. Alpaca wool is one of the most precious materials there is. The women and their families not only breed the animals in the highland of the Andes to get alpaca wool, they also make marvelous sweaters and blankets out of it. And they sell it directly to us. No middleman, no exploitation. Profits remain mostly with the women. Or take Donk. Donk is a project where not only women and their families get a good livelihood. It also helps tigers who roam in the national park where the Donk project is located. Part of the profits go directly to the rangers who protect the tigers. Or take Mahela. This organization was founded by women who had to suffer from abuse in Nepal. Now they are free from oppression, independent and can give support and shelter to other women in need. And this is how they finance their freedom, by creating wonderful fashion. Mahela also sells directly to organizations like us who believe in fair trade. I could go on like this forever. There are so many other great projects we work with, from Africa to South America to Asia. But as different as these projects are, they all have one thing in common. These fair trade projects help to overcome gender inequality by giving women the means to become more independent to choose their own future and the future for their daughters. In the end, these emancipated women become a force to advance the societies they live in. And by doing so, they prove the point that gender equality is the first step to bring whole societies out of misery. I invite all of you to take part in this fight for gender equality. It is a win-win fight that is good for everybody. Our profit from Plant Shop goes directly into girl projects from the NGO Plan International. Please visit Plant Shop at plantshop.org. Have a look at the great stuff that is produced by great women.
Wir sind hier am Stand von Hyundai, einer Automarke, die in über 30 europäischen Ländern ihre Autos verkauft und nicht nur verkauft, sondern auch designt, entwickelt, testet und baut. Und sie sind nicht nur europäisch, sie sind vor allem auch jung, denn in den nächsten Jahren haben sie lauter junge Modelle, die jünger als 1,5 Jahre sind. Willkommen Hyundai bei dem Greentech Festival.
Ja, vielen Dank. Wir freuen uns, dass wir hier sein können.
Warum nehmen Sie dieses Jahr teil?
Wir nehmen teil, weil es für uns eine sehr, sehr schöne, innovative Plattform ist, um einmal natürlich zu zeigen, was Hyundai alles kann, aber auch um die Plattform für Diskussionen zu nutzen. Und so sind wir nicht nur mit dem Stand vertreten, sondern sind auch in den Podiumsdiskussionen aktiv und mögen einfach dieses Ambiente, diese unterschiedlichen Diskussionen über die Mobilität der Zukunft.
Welches Thema spielt denn Elektromobilität für Hyundai in Deutschland, aber vielleicht auch weltweit?
Für uns in Deutschland ist das tatsächlich ein Fokusthema und weltweit natürlich auch, wobei wir sagen müssen, also weltweit sind wir auch am Thema der Brennstoffzellentechnologie dran. Und da ist Hyundai führend weltweit gesehen und das ist für uns ein zweites Standbein. Also es ist für uns ein starker Fokus für die Zukunft, eben umweltfreundliche Fahrzeuge zu produzieren und die Mobilität der Zukunft neu zu definieren.
Welche Rolle spielt dabei Nachhaltigkeit bei Ihnen?
Nachhaltigkeit ist ein ganz wichtiger Bestandteil und wir haben auch verschiedene Projekte in unserem Konzern weltweit, die eben an diesen Themen forschen. Beispielsweise auch daran, wie man Batterien umweltfreundlicher produzieren kann, wie man Strom anderweitig noch verwertet und nicht nur für Fahrzeuge, sondern wie man autarke Systeme schafft, um diese Technik eben zu nutzen. Ja.
Sie haben gerade schon das Thema Brennstoffzellenfahrzeuge angesprochen. Im Hintergrund, da sehen wir den Nexo, ein Auto der Marke Hyundai. Können Sie vielleicht ein, zwei Sätze dazu sagen?
Der Nexo ist das Produkt der zweiten Generation für Hyundai, wenn es um Brennstoffzellentechnologie geht. Wir haben bereits 2013 die erste Generation eingeführt und für uns ist es einfach eine sehr, sehr spannende Zukunftstechnologie, die weltweit betrachtet eben eine größere Bedeutung fast noch hat als Elektromobilität. Und so planen wir bis 2030, die Vision ist 2030 700.000 Brennstoffzellen weltweit zu produzieren pro Jahr dann. Ja.
Warum ist Wasserstoff so wichtig für die Zukunft von Hyundai?
Es ist eine sehr, sehr saubere Technologie und vor allem auch, wenn man jetzt mal wegdenkt vom Automobil hin zu LKWs und größeren Fahrzeugen, ist das einfach eine sehr, sehr effiziente Technologie im Einsatz. Und wir denken eben nicht nur in Fahrzeugen, sondern in Brennstoffzellenverwertung für andere Industrien auch, aber auch für LKW und Busse und andere Fahrzeuge.
Haben Sie hier an Ihrem Stand auf dem Greentech Festival noch weitere Schwerpunkte, die Sie dieses Jahr setzen?
Ja. Direkt hinter uns steht Project 45 und wenn Sie mögen, dürfen Sie auch gerne da mal rein.
Ja, auf jeden Fall. Sieht ja sehr zukunftsträchtig aus schon mal. Das Design
ist ein tolles Design.
Wow.
Und Project 45 ist für uns quasi die Basis für das Design und die Zukunftstechnologie im Bereich Elektromobilität bei uns im Konzern. Wir haben eine eigene Submarke gegründet, die heißt Ionic, weil wir sagen, Elektromobilität hat eine starke Bedeutung und Project 45 ist der Vorläufer. Also Anfang nächsten Jahres kommt dann das erste Fahrzeug, das nicht ganz so aussieht, aber auf diesem Design eben auch beruht. Ja.
Welche Rolle spielt Design bei Ihren Projekten? Das sieht ja von innen schon wirklich sehr zukunftsträchtig aus. Ich würde mich vielleicht mal reinsetzen.
Ja klar,
passt, ja.
Jederzeit gerne. Sind bequeme Drehsessel, insofern genau. Einfach Platz nehmen.
Okay, so saß ich auch noch nie in einem Auto. Ja. Alles klar.
Ja, Design ist natürlich super wichtig, weil Elektromobilität natürlich nicht hässlich sein muss. Und ich finde das ein sehr gelungenes Beispiel, um mal zu zeigen, in welche Richtung es in Zukunft geht. Vielleicht in einem weiteren Schritt dann natürlich auch in Richtung autonomes Fahren. Ne?
Ja, und wenn man so aus dem Auto aussteigt, dann punktet man schon mal direkt. Ja. Ionic haben Sie gerade angesprochen. Was hat es damit auf sich? Wie sieht dort die Zukunft aus?
Ionic, wie gesagt, ist für uns einmal eine Produktbezeichnung, weil wir so ein Produkt mit diesem Namen bereits eingeführt haben. Aber es ist eine Submarke für das Thema Elektromobilität und das zeigt einfach diese Bedeutung dieser Technologie für uns. Insofern ist Ionic für uns einfach wichtig zu zeigen, was die Mobilität der Zukunft bringt. Und da geht es nicht nur ums Produkt, sondern auch um den Lifestyle drumherum. Darauf eine Mobilitätswelt und Mobilitätsdienste einfach auch dann zu zeigen und zu entwickeln auf der Plattform.
Jetzt haben Sie 2 Autos mitgebracht, wie man das von einem Autobauer auch erwartet, aber da wird noch mehr kommen in Zukunft, ne?
Ja, es wird sehr, sehr viel kommen. Also wir werden im Konzern in den nächsten Jahren 44 Modelle, die mit Elektroantrieb ausgestattet sind oder alternativen Antrieben auf den Markt bringen. Das zeigt schon die Bedeutung und die Musik, die da drin steckt in dem Thema, ne?
Und Sie wollen auch mehr anbieten als Fahrzeuge, richtig?
Ja, auch das ist richtig. Also wir sind an einem LKW-Pilot im Moment dran mit der Schweiz. Dort werden die ersten Brennstoffzellen-LKWs ausgeliefert derzeit für das erste Pilotprojekt. Und wir denken in alle Richtungen, auch in Richtung Energieversorgung, haben verschiedene Kooperationen auch am Start. Also insofern, ja, ist einiges geplant.
Was steckt dahinter, dieser Shift?
Es ist die Philosophie des Konzerns, kann man sagen, ne? Weil Hyundai dafür bekannt ist, dass sie gerne die ganze Wertschöpfungskette rund um Automobil, Energie, Antriebe, Services, IT entwickeln. Und insofern ist es einfach ein Stück weit auch die Unternehmenskultur zu sagen, wir bieten jetzt nicht nur ein Produkt, sondern die ganze Wertschöpfungskette an. Ja.
Wenn Sie sich Wünsche für die Zukunft äußern können, was ist das bezüglich Nachhaltigkeit bei Hyundai?
Ich würde mir wünschen, dass wir es tatsächlich in den nächsten Jahren schaffen, die Energie, die wir nutzen, beispielsweise in der Elektromobilität so weiterzuentwickeln, dass Energie, die ein Fahrzeug nicht braucht, beispielsweise für den Haushalt wieder eingesetzt werden kann, dass man seine Solarzellen auf dem Dach hat und dann einen Energiekreislauf startet, um möglichst nachhaltig unterwegs zu sein.
Das wünschen wir Ihnen auch. Viel Erfolg. Danke sehr, dass Sie Teil sind hier unserer Ausstellung und noch einen schönen Tag Ihnen.
Vielen Dank für den Besuch und danke gleichfalls.
Ja, danke.
We've asked Audi, one of the most technologically advanced car manufacturers in the world, what must happen globally in the industry, infrastructure, and innovation spaces for us to become a globally sustainable civilization. And I want to know also, what is Audi's role in this going to be? Let's have a look at their answer.
What does the industry of the future look like? How can industry contribute to a sustainable infrastructure and at the same time enable innovation? At Audi, we want to shape the future of premium mobility. We want to be an active part in this transformation. This is why sustainability is a core key objective, as it means future viability for everyone. Therefore, we are leveraging our competence in terms of technical engineering in order to contribute to a future worth living. At Audi, we are following an ambitious vision, namely to become carbon neutral by the year 2050. We have made a commitment to the 2-degree target as stipulated in the Paris Agreement and are doing our part to continuously contribute to this goal. We are working hard to minimize our corporate carbon footprint and aim for continuous decarbonization. We leave no area of our company untouched and have set ourselves ambitious goals for the next 5 years. Until 2025, we want to reduce the CO2 footprint of our products by around 30%. And for this, electrification is key. Not only our products will evolve, we want to change the whole company. We want all of our production sites to run carbon neutral by 2025. Our long-term goal is the decarbonization of the supply chain. We believe in partnerships. The more we are, the greater our impact will be. For the future of electric mobility, we have founded Ionity, a joint venture with our partners to build a fast charging network along European highways. For sustainable products, we have engaged in initiatives such as the Global Battery Alliance to achieve a standardized battery. For clean air, we have partnered with Climeworks to filter CO2 out of the atmosphere. And the Audi Environmental Foundation starts its work where greenovation begins. At Audi, we are following a clear roadmap, but let us show you exactly what it looks like.
What is our part now for SDG 9? Well, first, it is about resilient infrastructure. It is our obligation to provide sustainable mobility for society. Second, sustainable industrialization. Based on our expertise, on our know-how in manufacturing and in material stewardship, we will foster sustainability in this aspect. And thirdly, it's all about innovation. And you know, it's the core competence of our company. You all know Vorsprung durch Technik, and till the year 2024, we have the clear decision to spend 37 billion euros for research and development and CAPEX. We made our sustainability strategy part of the corporate strategy. We have a clear roadmap based on 3 major areas, which are climate change, resource stewardship, and healthcare. Those are the guidelines for all our internal operation and our supply chain as well.
For us at Audi, managing a sustainable supply chain is about responsibility. As a customer, Audi is interacting with more than 16,000 direct suppliers and business partners in more than 150 countries. And as a customer, we can decide what are the criteria for business partners that enter our Audi supply chain. These are the criteria that can help to transform single suppliers and even industries towards more sustainability. And this is what we do with our supplier sustainability rating since July 1st last year. Every supplier who will enter the Audi supply chain has to pass a screening process on how they act in terms of social and environmental aspects, as well as corporate ethics. No positive rating, no business with Audi. The rating is great, but we want to be even more proactive. We want to shape supply chain sustainability in 3 main areas. First, environment, second, people, and third, innovation. Concerning environment, for example, the supply chain for e-mobility will be one of the main CO2 drivers. Hence, we develop tools how to improve the CO2 balance even before our vehicles embark on their first kilometers on the road. These tools include using green energy within battery production, recycling and closed-loop concepts, and of course, the use of secondary materials. The people part is focusing on improving working conditions for the ones involved in our supply chain. To be honest, this is a big challenge. Why? Because for really making an impact, we need transparency of what is happening in our supply chain. One thing is setting standards. The other thing is being able to track if the standards are met. For this, we need our third area, innovation. We at Audi believe in progress through technology. Technologies like blockchain, artificial intelligence, or new grievance channels can and will help us to make a positive impact, even up to the NT level. And this is what it is all about: responsibility and impact. Of course, what we expect from our business partners, we have to deliver and exceed ourselves.
The most important issue for the production in our plants is to reduce our ecological footprint. Therefore, we have developed and established our environmental program Mission Zero. Mission Zero is the Audi environmental program for consistently sustainable production. All activities and measures for reducing the ecological footprint at the Audi sites worldwide in production and logistics are bundled here. We focus on the 4 key challenges: decarbonization, water usage, resource efficiency, and biodiversity. By 2025, our aim is to achieve net zero carbon emissions at all Audi sites. And we even go one step further with our already in 2009 established Audi Environmental Foundation. With this non-profit organization, we actively support research into new technologies and scientific methods for a livable future.
We all know we are facing a big change in the automotive industry. The future means electromobility. And with electromobility, we are also facing new challenges. Recycling and reusing of different modules of the car becomes also more and more important. For example, one important step is second life usage of battery modules. As we all know, we can use battery modules as stationary storage for energy supply or energy grids. But we as Audi are going one step further. We also integrate such modules in the field of micromobility. For example, in our electric scooter Easy, we integrated 2 e-tron modules to achieve benchmark performance. Looking at the Paris Climate Agreement, we have to broaden the horizon even further. Filtering CO2 from ambient air to use it in a circular economy sounds crazy, but it is possible and could be a solution in fighting climate change. That's why we started an extraordinary project. The cooperation with Climeworks, one of the leading experts in the direct air capturing technology.
The whole automotive industry is facing exciting changes, and so do we here at Audi. And this is just the beginning. Not only our products are evolving, we are really changing the whole company. And for this, electrification is key. By 2025, we will have launched 30 electrified models. About 20 of them will be fully electric. The other ones will be plug-in hybrids. At Audi, we have a clear vision to become carbon neutral by the year 2050. This is our commitment to the 2-degree target as stipulated in the Paris Agreement. And we are doing our part to continuously contribute to this goal. This is why the industry of the future puts the focus on the human being and on our environment. Industry will be here to serve people, and Audi will continue to shape the future of premium mobility.
We are here with a car manufactory 125 years after founding is now entering a new area. And it's a double premiere. It's a premiere of the Greentech Festival and it's the premiere of the first all-electric car bringing to Germany. Welcome to Greentech Festival.
Thank you very much. We are very happy to be here.
What was the main reason you came here?
Of course, the Greentech Festival is very important for us to launch our new full electrical car, because we started with Skoda a few months ago, launching electrical cars, and now with our new product we are very proud to present it in Germany here at the Greentech Festival.
What most makes you proud about that?
Of course, first of all, the car, of course, because it's a technological step forward for us, because it's the first car on our MEB platform from the Volkswagen concern with a huge design, and of course we have a lot of interested people here at the Greentech Festival to see us.
Your company has a long tradition, now it's heavily facing the future. How does this change process feel for you?
It feels good, because the request for ecological cars is huge, and we have to face it. And it gives us the right performance and the right attitude to design such kind of cars.
You are importing the cars from Czech Republic, where it's produced, and to the German market. Is the German market special?
Yeah, it is. It's the biggest market in Europe, and we are not importing. We are 100% daughter of the manufacturer, and we are distributing these cars here in the market. And of course, year by year we are increasing our market share, and therefore it's very important, because last year we sold more than 208,000 new Skoda cars in Germany.
What makes it special compared to other countries?
The competition of all the manufacturers on the market, because everybody wants to have success in the German market, so it's very competitive for us.
We have this German premiere we see in the background. Maybe we have a little closer look to the ENIAC. What's special about the car you brought today to your premiere?
First of all, it's of course the first full electrical car based on the MEB platform. And then if we are looking into the interior, we can see that we are using some new materials, sustainable manufacturing of a car.
How is it incorporate the sustainability into the design language?
Of course, if you're using sustainable materials, you have to face also some new design elements to make the difference between the ICE cars and of course such electrical cars, and I think we did this job perfectly.
If you compare the ENIAC to other all-electric cars, what makes it special? Where is like the difference?
I think we were able to establish a lot of simply clever items, as we are doing already in our ICE cars, and there are these special items, and of course the design language with this crystalline lining and so on, and especially also our crystal face, it makes the car so much different to our competitors.
It's the entrance of the German market, and why should consumers carefully consider buying it?
Of course, the time is right to buy an electrical car based on the supporting from the government, but and of course because we bring the right product. That means containing the driving range. We have more than 510 kilometers driving range before fueling the car, so charging the car. So I think it's the right moment now to start with the electrical car in Germany.
Now you started into the German market. What is like the expectation?
Success, of course, because we want to make a new chapter of a new era for Skoda in Germany with this beautiful car, and more to come. That is the beginning of our electrical offensive, but I'm sure we will bring a lot of additional cars, and I think we will make a new chapter of the story of Skoda in Germany.
We wish you good luck for this. Thanks for having your premiere here on the Greentech Festival. Good luck and enjoy your time.
Thank you very much to be here.
We've asked Liverpool, one of the biggest cities from our partner country UK, what can cities do worldwide to become greener? And Liverpool specifically, what are you doing to make your city more sustainable? Let's check out your answer.
My name's Steve Rotherham and I'm the first ever Metro Mayor of the Liverpool City region, an area comprising of 6 districts and 1.6 million people. Thanks for inviting me to speak at this Greentech Festival 2020. It's a real shame, isn't it, that we can't be there together, but hopefully in a not too distant future, we'll all be able to meet at events like this once again. I want to use the time available to talk about sustainable green cities and the progress my city region is making in that regard. Here in the UK right now, we're experiencing the most turbulent period in our nation's life since the 1940s. The twin shocks of Brexit and COVID-19 are leading to deep, unpredictable, and in some cases, irreversible changes in our political, economic, and social structures. And it's not hyperbole to say that life in many ways will never be the same again. And yet, at the same time, there's another emergency becoming even more important than it has been for some time, and it's somewhat been lost in the public consciousness in recent months because of the pandemic. But it still casts an existential threat, not just over our island, but the entire world. And that, of course, is climate emergency. Goal 11 of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals is about making cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. If we don't take this seriously and tackle the greatest threat to our planet, history will look poorly at this generation. This is not a dystopian vision of the future. It is the reality that will result from a lack of immediate and urgent action. The climate emergency, however, is not just something I view as an existential threat, though of course it is. It's also an irresistible opportunity. An opportunity to create radical, progressive and lasting change for the place I'm proud to call home and represent as mayor, but also the planet. An opportunity to liberate people from poor air, give our citizens pride in decent, well-paid, highly skilled jobs, and provide families with the hope of a brighter future for their children and grandchildren. The Liverpool City region was the first authority of its kind in the country to declare a climate emergency in 2019. However, even earlier than that, in 2017, we set ambitious and unprecedented targets to be carbon neutral by 2040, which is a full decade ahead of the national objective. We did so not out of hubris or blind faith, but from a realisation that our geographical location and natural resources make us perfectly placed to achieve that aim. At this moment in time, our local low carbon economy is valued at around £2 billion per year, employing 27,000 people across 1,400 businesses, and we have above average research and development in that sector too. The plan I'm about to outline will put rocket boosters on the progress that we've made to date. Clean, hydrogen powered rocket boosters, of course. However, this isn't pie in the sky or keeping your fingers crossed or wishful thinking. Indeed, the pièce de résistance within our climate action plan is the Mersey Tidal Project, a multi-billion-pound scheme to harness the power of the River Mersey, the lifeblood of our fortunes for centuries, to produce clean, green, plentiful and predictable renewable energy that has the potential to provide energy for 1 million homes, to tackle the evil that is fuel poverty, negate the appetite for fossil fuel companies for fracking in our area, and stand the test of time by generating power for up to 120 years. The project, likely to be the largest of its kind in Europe, will put not just our city region on the map, but UK PLC as a whole as a pioneer in the renewable energy race. There's a short film to be shown after I've spoken with more details of the project, and I'm sure you'll see how exciting and ambitious it is. Tidal, though, is not our only opportunity to neutralise our carbon footprint. We'll also continue the expansion of wind power. Our area currently has one of the largest offshore wind clusters in the whole of Europe at Barebow Bank, just off our coast in the choppy Irish Sea. But we also have ambitious plans for greening our transport system to improve air quality, which is goal 11.2, making it more sustainable for the future. At this moment in time, we're investing in lower emission trains, hybrid and hydrogen powered buses that of course emit nothing but water vapour into the atmosphere, and first class walking and cycling infrastructure with a network that spans the length of our city region and brings new opportunities for active travel to hundreds of thousands of people. Added to this, we're improving green and public spaces by taking part in a Cross North initiative to plant 50 million trees west to east across the width of our whole country. For centuries, my city region has led the way in driving forward progress and innovation. We did so by creating the world's first commercial wet dock in 1716 and by giving birth to the steam locomotive with the Rainhill trials, which reshaped travel and paved the way for the first industrial revolution. Now, once more, we are prepared to lead the way in the use of hydrogen to decarbonise our historic energy-intensive industries. In St Helens, something really exciting is happening, and historically, St Helens is known for glass making, and it's about to take the next step on its exciting journey to become a national centre of excellence for glass innovation that aims to revolutionise and ultimately decarbonise the glass production industry. And it'll act as a blueprint for the decarbonisation of energy intensive industries throughout the country and further. Along with plans to retrofit our waste pollutant housing stock and build more affordable homes on brownfield sites, this links to goal 11.7. All of the pieces of the jigsaw are in place to ensure that the Liverpool City region fulfills its obligations to leave the planet a better place than which we inherited. Ultimately, we can only achieve all of our aims if we have a national government that's equally ambitious as we are and ensures that things like funding is available for cities and city regions like ours to help that national target of 2015 to become carbon neutral. We're engaged positively with government at this time and have submitted our plans to build back better for the economy in the post-COVID world, a recovery plan that has the green industrial revolution at its core. As I finish up, I want to conclude by saying that we, like other parts of the world, are on that journey right now in the pursuit of achieving goal 11. We're making huge progress, but the journey is becoming ever more urgent. Politicians, local and national, around the world must wake up to the fact that we are facing huge problems because of the consequences of inaction. I'm proud that the Liverpool City region is ahead on that journey, but we won't stop here. our legacy has to be that we did our bit to save our planet. I hope you have an enjoyable day, and I hope to see you all soon.
The River Mersey and Liverpool Bay, our greatest natural assets. They've been at the heart of the fortunes of Liverpool City region for hundreds of years. From the first ferries across the Mersey, to the world's first commercial wet dock, to today's Port of Liverpool. Now, in a time of climate crisis, we are turning to our great river once more, to harness its natural power in harmony with nature, to secure a greener, cleaner and more prosperous Liverpool City region for this and future generations. The Metro Mayor of Liverpool City region has declared a climate emergency, with the vision of making our region's economy carbon neutral by 2040, a full 10 years before the government's national target. Tackling climate change is a global challenge, but Liverpool City region is uniquely placed to play its part in generating a greener future. We are already leading the way in the green industrial revolution, drawing upon our natural resources through offshore wind power, investing in cleaner hydrogen energy, and in lower carbon transport and infrastructure. But there's a renewable natural resource we haven't yet tapped: our tides. The Liverpool City region has one of the UK's largest tidal ranges and a long history of research into tidal power. We have the opportunity to harness this heritage and the power of our tides to generate a plentiful, reliable supply of clean, green energy, powering up to 1 million homes. And the twice-daily turn of the tides makes tidal power reliable, complementing other renewable energy sources like solar and wind power. Devolution of powers from Westminster and Whitehall to the Liverpool City region means we can take the lead on tidal power, consolidating our position as a global green leader, with the potential to generate thousands of jobs in a new, greener economy. We are working to make the vision for Mersey tidal power a reality. Over the last year, a team of leading global experts, based right here in the Liverpool City region, has examined the case for Mersey tidal power. They have determined that using cutting-edge technology, there is a strong strategic case for taking forward a Mersey tidal power scheme. There is still a huge amount of work to do, but with the right support, we could be generating clean, reliable, renewable power by 2030, tackling the climate emergency now, and safeguarding our local natural habitat for the next 120 years and beyond. The clock is ticking to tackle climate change, but we have the power right here in Liverpool City region to turn the tide on climate emergency. It's time for Mersey tidal power.
There are 7.8 billion people on this planet. These are our traces, and this is how we treat our home. Maybe people are too busy and too occupied with the daily runnings of their own life, so they cannot connect that we must look after the thing that supports us the most: nature. We see this, we feel this, we know that it happens, but why haven't we acted yet? We may not directly see the harm that this is creating to us just yet, and we may not have to, if we take action now. As society changes from day to day, so does a person's desire to purchase. Whilst we wish that people would refrain from consuming, we ourselves do not have the power to press our own stop button on these actions. If we can't stop consuming, we need to change the way that we do consume. We have designed a way for environmental action to be scaled up, for a garment to have an environmental action token, to remove plastic waste from beaches in Thailand, and to plant mangrove trees in Myanmar. Our platform for this action is called Somewhere.
Here we are, in the jungle, but there are some humans around, leaving their usual ignorant footprints. Our global village is threatened by plastic pollution and climate change. But perhaps most of all, just this huge vacuum of ignorance. So this is now setting, the frame for the next thousands of years to come. This is your great grandchildren and onwards. They are the ones that will feel what we are doing right now. So we need to figure out what's important for our long-time survival on the planet somewhere. So much like planning for a very long expedition, it's time to focus on our actual priorities. In that way we can secure supplies for the thousands of years to come, and not only the 25 years that we may look at today. We at Planet Somewhere, we want to take on these challenges and move straight away. So we came from the water with technology as world leaders in windsurfing and in paddleboarding. We have been awarded our own Olympic class to drive change towards the Paris and the LA Games. This is our IQ4 class. And we love the oceans where we play, and we learn from the oceans every time we go into them. We calculated our CO2 emissions and all the plastics that were flying around, like this stuff that sits in the middle of our boards. Then we thought after reducing solar and changing to the bioresins and whatever we could do, we thought maybe we can after all balance it all. Maybe we can balance everyone in the loop. All our products, all our team riders, and our factories. Maybe even, this may be a wild idea, but that's what we're heading at. Can we balance our customers' annual ocean plastic and CO2 emissions through apparel? Crazy idea. You may know that the apparel industry is responsible for almost 10% of global CO2 emissions. Then comes all the water use and the afterlife issues. So it's a loop here that we need to look at from a different angle to be able to do something about. Our course is simply to start an environmental movement, creating a better brand for the planet. My name is Svein Rasmussen. I grew up in Arendal, Norway, actually the first town to pledge to become climate neutral with the United Nations. I traveled the world for windsurfing. I just love that sport. So there was World Championships, the Olympic Games, and just a lot of fun. But now I've been in Thailand the last 27 years, helping to build our Starboard group of companies. So life is becoming an infinite game, and we want to do something useful into the next chapters of life. I'm here to plant the mangrove trees, one coastline after another, and to turn off the single-use plastic tap. This tap is somehow just fueling our plastic habit. Is not needed really. So on Planet Somewhere, we see no age, there are no borders. The youngest player is 13, and the older is, I think, has 81 years of experience.
Wow, you can get a little envious with these pictures, but what I'm complaining about. My name is Timo Perschke. I live in Germany, right in front of the door of the ocean. Every day on my way to work with the ferry, I have time to observe different things. Wind, waves, seagulls, kids learning sailing, commercial shipping, and then, on the other hand, floating plastic bags in the water, carelessly thrown away bottles. So I see every day what makes me more and more doing the last 15 years, making the world a better place. The world that I leave to my children needs to recover, and somewhere we need to start and get started. Theory doesn't help much. We are a team of doers, aren't we, Tasman?
and now we need movement. My name is Tasmin and I'm the Environmental Manager for Somewhere. We're changing the connections that are linked to consumers' behaviour. Somewhere chooses to get the motions turning across the world to help businesses change the way they use their profits. Sven, would you like to tell us how Somewhere is and has been using internal taxation to fund environmental projects?
Somewhere taxes itself on all its products. This internal tax is dedicated towards environmental programs maximizing the efficiency. It also gives our customers a chance to be a part of a grassroots environmental movement and connect with each other in that way.
We work on programs to generate action to protect the reefs, the shorelines, the seas, the forests and all habitats in a better way than we found them. Our connections and collaborations for the planet are vast. Sven, can you tell us more about the projects that the taxation funds?
Just so you know, Somewhere does not use any plastic packaging. We tax ourselves when we use recycled polyester in our garments. And we even put a plastic tax on the certified organic cotton in our main collection, bringing our programs to a new level of engagement. We use the tax to pay our POP team to head out every day to remove the plastic waste from the beaches and oceans in Thailand. Following in the footsteps of our pioneer, Dr. Arne Fjørtoft, we are planting mangrove trees in the Worldview International Blue Carbon Verified, the Tor Heyerdahl Climate Park in Myanmar. Each tree planted will absorb 1 ton CO2 over 20 years. So it's a very, very efficient CO2 sequestration. Maybe the most efficient one if you look at the land masses used and the cost of planting. So super green machine.
This was not enough for us. At Somewhere, we wanted to do more. Timo, can you tell us how our Somewhere supports not just the planet itself, but also those connected to Planet Somewhere?
We also ensure we are paying fair wages and are using the best materials for the planet with the lowest impact. We also award people for their environmental actions for being storytellers and word spreaders of their very own environmental projects. Overall, our garments are working to reduce the effects of climate change, with each item reducing CO2 emissions at either 10 times or 1,000 times the amount of what it costs to the planet to produce.
Knowing that each choice we make leaves an imprint, we must be truly proud of the choices that we leave behind. Right now, would you be proud of your imprint? Sven, I'm sure you have more to say on this.
Yes, Tasmin, let's demand immediate change in environmental practices from our politicians and companies to end our vacuum of ignorance. How about starting with tax reduction for companies that meet CO2 emission targets? It's low-hanging fruit, everybody should be happy, all winners. And for each one of us to make planet-friendly purchases today. So join our resistance. Let me introduce you to our pioneer, Dr. Arne Fjørtoft.
The major problem today is all the CO2 climate gases we have left in the atmosphere. And here is the solution: trees. The mangrove is a miracle tree, and this is the most efficient machine in capturing CO2 and store it in the ground. The mangrove tree mitigates 5 times more CO2 than other type of trees. One mangrove tree can produce oxygen for 4 people. It grows fast, it's easy to plant, and there is plenty of land to plant mangrove trees. From now on, we know we can move very fast. We can plant more than 1 billion trees within the next 10 years. It's like a miracle when the forest has been restored. Life is coming back. They produce food and shelter for small fish, so we get 50% more seafood in mangrove forest. And when people see that they earn more money from keeping the forest than to cutting down the trees, they will maintain it. And if we don't realize that nature is our future, we have no future. action is needed immediately. Join us and help us to plant more trees.
Somewhere is changing the following effects of purchasing, allowing for the consumer to make a lasting change and engage in a conversation with their family and friends about the efforts the company behind their clothing is going to. Timo, how would you say this will evoke a lasting change for the future?
With solutions as our main focus, we have had enough of the practice what we preach. Instead, we want to change the future, and we are shouting out about what we do to let everyone else know they also have the power to change the course of our future.
True, and we need action now. By giving everyone the opportunity to act, it's like passing around the gauntlet that Somewhere have set alight themselves. Timo, tell us how Somewhere garments match up to environmental projects.
By selecting Somewhere, you will be helping us remove CO2 from the atmosphere and will also help us to remove plastic waste from our oceans and beaches. There are a few levels of action. A garment can be either 10 times or 1,000 times climate positive, meaning we will plant mangroves to absorb the emissions created through the production of the garment. All garments are a minimum 10 times climate positive. For example, a Climate Hero hoodie will be absorbed 10 tons CO2, more than double the global average CO2 emission of a person. So a statement that yes, anyone can do their part. On the other side of the climate coin, all garments are a minimum plastic balance. So we pick up the same amount of plastic gram as the weight of the garment, even if it is made out of organic cotton. An Ocean Hero garment funds collection of 1.1 kilogram ocean or beach trash, the global average per person ocean plastic pollution.
Yes, Somewhere is giving each one of us a piece of the solution puzzle. Sven, is there anything else that you'd like to add here?
Thanks to Nico Rosberg, creating a workspace for disruptive environmental engagement. And Robert Redford for choosing to channel a lifetime of energy towards protecting our future life on Earth.
On Planet Somewhere, we give respect to the next generation, to nature, and to all that is living.
Each Somewhere product creates action for the planet.
Each choice we make leaves an imprint.
Somewhere is a statement of belonging. Belong to a movement that is driven by positivity for all species and for the planet.
We preach what we practice.
We need to reach beyond sports equipment and into everyone's daily life.
And all come together for the planet.
Let's start a movement, not just talk about.
Our future is right here on Planet Somewhere.
I guess when I was 17, I launched my first bike company, and yeah, we've come a long way since then. I had a lot of ideas with how we could make better bikes, but none of the other bike brands would hire me. I knew there was a better way to do it, so I just had to do it myself. I wanted to create a form of transport where I could feel like I was part of the solution. I wanted to get from A to B without being sweaty. I wanted to charge my bike once a week. I needed it to adapt to whatever situation came up. We really believe if we can get people to move from the cars onto bikes, we can create a greener, cleaner, and more sustainable world. So we really set out with a blank piece of paper and just started brainstorming and broke it down to see how could we address every single problem, and then we put it together and created the Saigon. I started the company back in Ireland, and I was doing these, 2-week trips to China. I remember just one day I arrived at a factory and thinking the way they're manufacturing is just completely unsustainable. So on the quest throughout Asia, out of luck, somebody just recommended I came to Vietnam and checked out a motorbike factory. I came here for 2 days and I just never went home. Back in the beginning, it was just me and one engineer working from my apartment. And this is where all the technical things get done. We were designing the bikes, talking with suppliers, negotiating $1 million contracts when we probably had $1,000 in the bank. More prototypes than we cared to have. I was sleeping on the floor at night. It was not even a company. It was just a dream, really.
The first time we came to the big factory and showed them our design, and they said that was the dream design, but it could never actually be manufactured. 9 months later, Saigon was born.
Building a company during a pandemic is a pretty interesting time. We were in the apartment and it was just getting more and more full.
This is how the magic happens, folks.
Every week we were hiring like 3 or 4 more people. We just had so many ideas that had to be realized, and to do that we needed a lot of space. It was not going to work in a corporate office building where we were shoved into these cubicles, so we got a house. I really wanted to create a company culture that was family culture, and I think that tied in with the house and having that space where Friday nights we could come down and have a party.
Hey to you! Happy birthday!
Then Saturday morning everyone's in working again.
What you working on, mate?
Oh, you pull up a bike real quick, huh?
No.
And it just flows into a pool party the next night. Being able to eat 3 meals a day together, stay in here and working on tiny problems that address real issues. I wanted to make sure the factories aligned with our values and create this entire supply chain just within like 50 kilometers of our office. By being so close, we've been able to monitor that and control both the quality and also the sustainability of their manufacturing.
The whole thing about sustainability is so that the customer buys our bike once, it's gonna work forever.
We've taken an insane approach to testing and obsessed over it. Everything we have is gone through 100,000 cycles before it even makes it to the next stage. When we say our bikes are designed to last a lifetime, we genuinely mean it, and we've done the testing to prove that.
We developed a battery management system where we could control the battery current associated with the temperatures and also associated with individual cells inside the batteries, so therefore customer can trust into our batteries.
ModGlow is basically a painted circuit. It's paint that receives electricity and emits light. It's like surprising how cool it is. We could use it as indicator lights, which makes it safe for people to ride in the day or at the night. So people are gonna keep on riding their bikes instead of using other forms of transportation.
We found that people were really motivated when they were able to see the impact they were having. By including a GPS sensor inside the bike, we were able to send the users a notification every day and say, hey look, well done, you cycled 15 kilometers, you saved 8 kilos of CO2. Keep striving towards tomorrow's goal, and when you look back at the end of the year, you've made a really big difference.
We're trying to, in a way, redefine the standards and put that on our bike.
We really believe that the user experience is the most important thing with creating this product. The 200-kilometer battery range, the GPS sensor, integrated lights,
These aren't just nice facts to play around with. They all go together and create this overarching user experience that is just better than any other way to move around the city.
We don't see a point in living in a world where there's just so much pollution for reasons that could be completely avoided. So that's our main mission, to bring those e-bikes to the front, to make them accessible, but to make them also cool and reliable for everyone to use.
We came from nothing. Next week we do our first 100 bikes. The month after that we ramp up to 1,000 bikes, and we're probably going to be producing 10,000 bikes a month by the end of 2020. The impact that's going to have on the planet is, yeah, it's pretty humbling to be part of that.
Die Arbeitswelt von morgen, die bedarf Mobilität. Und Mobilität, das bedarf öffentlicher Nahverkehr. Und da kommt doch dann direkt die Bahn ins Spiel und unser neuer Stand hier. Hier gibt es nämlich jetzt die Möglichkeit, als Mitarbeiter vielseitig unterwegs zu sein und das direkt mit dem Chef abzurechnen. Willkommen, Bonvoyo, bei uns beim Greentech Festival.
Herzlichen Dank, wir freuen uns hier zu sein.
Schön, dass ihr da seid. Was war euch besonders wichtig? Warum seid ihr hier?
Also der Spirit der Greentech, der kommt einfach unser Produkt, das wir jetzt hier neu vorstellen wollen, absolut zugute. Nachhaltige Produkte, innovative Produkte, um CO2 einsparen zu können, vorzustellen. Und das zahlt genau unser Produkt darauf ein. Wir wollen ja, sag ich mal, den privaten Autobesitz reduzieren mit unserer App Bonvoyo. Und deshalb freuen wir uns, dass wir die App hier auch ein Stück weit vorstellen dürfen.
Punkto Nachhaltigkeit, an welchen Stellen setzt das an bei euch im Produkt?
Also im Endeffekt ist es ja so, ein Dienstwagen dient ein Stück weit aus, gerade auch in urbanen Räumen. wenn ich mir vorstelle, in Berlin einen Dienstwagen zu haben, dann werde ich erstens am Morgen und am Abend im Stau stehen. Zweitens, ich finde keinen Parkplatz mehr am Abend. Das Auto steht nicht bei mir in der Nähe. Ich möchte also als Mitarbeiter die ganze Mobilitätswelt für mich in Anspruch nehmen können. Und darauf zahlt Bonvoyo ein, denn in unserer App Bonvoyo kann man multimodal und intermodal jegliche Mobilitätsformen einfach nutzen. Und das Beste daran, der Arbeitgeber zahlt das Ganze.
Genau, ich habe es vorher schon gesagt, der Chef, der zahlt, da kann man direkt abrechnen. Stichwort Mobilitätsbudget. Was hat es damit auf sich und gibt es da vielleicht so einen Richtwert?
Ja, also im Endeffekt, wir sind ja mittlerweile seit einem Jahr auf dem Markt, haben zuerst mal eine Testphase hinter uns gehabt und haben festgestellt, dass man sehr, sehr verschiedene Mobilitätsbudgets auch ausprobiert hat in Unternehmen. Ich kann so sagen, dass so ein schmerzfreier Wert für Unternehmen bei 150 € liegt. Es gibt aber auch Ausnahmen. Da gibt es Unternehmen, einen Mitarbeiter tatsächlich als Ersatz für einen Dienstwagen bis zu 1.000 €, die dann völlig flexibel abgefahren werden können.
Heißt es dann aber, wenn alles aufgezeichnet wird, wo man war, dass dann der Chef sieht, wo man irgendwie hingeht, wo man am Wochenende war, was man nach Feierabend gemacht hat?
Das war die Frage, die sehr, sehr viele Betriebsräte gleich uns gestellt haben. Die können wir aber verneinen. Also das ist natürlich nicht möglich, Verhaltenskontrolle, das Ganze läuft alles in gesicherten Umgebungen, bei uns auch in einer TÜV-Umgebung und der Arbeitgeber hat keinen Einblick natürlich auf das Mobilitätsverhalten.
Jetzt sprechen wir über die App, vielleicht werfen wir mal einen Blick drauf. Danke Kilian dir. Philipp wartet schon im Hintergrund mit der geöffneten App. Möchtest du uns die einmal kurz vorstellen und zeigen, was da auf sich hat?
Also, unsere Bonvoyo-App sieht im Prinzip wie folgt aus. Wir haben hier ganz klassischerweise den Einstieg mit einer interaktiven Karte, wo ich im Prinzip heute schon die ganzen Angebote der Deutschen Bahn, sprich Call-a-Bike, Flinkster und auch Schienenangebote direkt beauskunften und buchen kann. Der ganze Gedanke des Mobilitätsbudgets basiert ja darauf, dass ich das gegen mein Budget letzten Endes buche. Und das ist auch einer der zentralen Bestandteile unserer App, dass ich hier eine Budgetverwaltung habe, wo ich im Prinzip transparent einsehen kann, welche Buchungen habe ich in dem Monat oder in der Zahlungsperiode schon getätigt. Ich kann hier praktisch auf Klick auf die einzelnen Elemente, dann auch nochmal sehen, in welcher Kategorie ich welche Ausgaben hatte, um diese einfach transparent nachzuverfolgen. Wir haben das für private Mobilität gelöst, das Problem, aber auch schon den Gedanken der dienstlichen Reise mitgedacht, wo ich im Prinzip auch in dieser App meine Ausgaben tracken kann und gegen Kostenstellen oder Budgets buchen kann. Genau. Den Zug haben wir natürlich auch im vollen Umfang hier schon integriert, gewohnt wie im Navigator. Können hier
passend zur Bahn, ja?
Passend zur Bahn natürlich, können hier die Verbindungen beauskunftet werden und auch direkt über die App gebucht werden.
Jetzt habe ich gesehen, du hast 190 € drauf als Guthaben. Ist es denn irgendwie live? Sollen wir vielleicht mal was ausprobieren?
Das ist tatsächlich echtes Geld.
Ja.
Das würde ich jetzt ungern, sage ich mal, ausgeben.
Alles klar.
Aber ich kann mal demonstrieren, wie sowas ablaufen
ja,
würde.
Genau.
Wir suchen uns einfach hier ein Verkehrsmittel tatsächlich aus, beispielsweise hier eine Call-a-Bike-Station, wo ich dann die einzelnen Fahrräder direkt sehe. Ich kann diese dann mit einem Klick auswählen, würde dann praktisch noch meinen Reisezweck angeben. Bin ich dienstlich unterwegs, bin ich privat unterwegs und im nächsten Schritt dann sogar buchen. Und was wir dann sehen, ist hier die Reduktion des Budgets. Ich weiß ganz genau, eine weitere Fahrt im Bereich Bikesharing wurde getätigt und die würde dann hier in dieser Liste erscheinen und gegen das Budget verrechnet werden.
Jetzt hatten wir es von Fahrrad und von der Bahn. Sind denn irgendwie Taxen oder so auch dabei? Das ist ja auch irgendwie ein wichtiges Fortbewegungsmittel.
Ganz genau. Wir wollen die Nutzer natürlich an der Stelle nicht einschränken. Ja. Wir beschränken uns nicht nur auf die bahninternen Angebote, sondern möchten den ganzen Mix an Mobilität anbieten. Wir wollen Flexibilität schaffen. Und zu diesem Zweck haben wir eine Funktion eingebaut, den intelligenten Belegscan, wo ich praktisch über die Galeriefunktion, über meine Kamera oder den PDF-Upload Fahrscheine, Tickets oder Rechnungen anderer Anbieter mit einscannen kann. Unsere künstliche Intelligenz im Hintergrund scannt diese Dateien und filtert die wesentlichen Informationen für den Eintrag im Budget und die Verrechnung dann heraus.
Danke,
genau.
Philipp, für die Einblicke in die App. Kilian, ich habe vielleicht noch ein, zwei Fragen zu eurem Motto. Mobilität ist Vielfalt. Das ist ja euer Motto. Für wen ist es gedacht und wie hängt es im Zusammenhang mit Nachhaltigkeit?
Ja, also im Endeffekt ist es für jegliche Gruppe an Mitarbeitern gedacht. Es kann tatsächlich im Endeffekt die Führungskraft sein, die dann wirklich ihren Dienstwagen ersetzen möchte oder eben zum Beispiel downsized, ein Elektrofahrzeug, ein kleines nimmt und die Differenz zu dem Budget, was das Unternehmen normalerweise dieser Führungskraft gewährt, kann dann für jegliche Mobilitätszwecke, zum Beispiel unserem Callerbike oder eben natürlich Fernverkehrs- oder auch Regionalverkehrsstrecken genutzt werden.
Wo würdest du sagen, ist der größte Impact beim Thema Nachhaltigkeit? Was eure App bietet?
Ja, wenn ich das vergleiche mit einem konventionellen Verbrenner, dann ist es natürlich besser, wenn wir über unser Flinkster-Netzwerk, was wir ja auch bei der Deutschen Bahn anbieten, Elektrofahrzeuge zum Beispiel ausleihbar machen, über das Callerbike die eigene Gesundheit stärken und gleichzeitig sozusagen CO2-frei unterwegs sind. Und natürlich die Anschlussmobilität hin zum Bahnhof und vom Bahnhof weg sozusagen bereitstellen.
Das heißt Fahrrad, Auto, Bahn, das ist alles dabei, all in one. Jetzt sind wir unter besonderen Bedingungen. Ich habe gelesen, ihr habt ein Corona-Paket geschnürt. Wie sieht das aus?
Ja. Also im Endeffekt ist der Staat uns da eigentlich entgegengekommen, indem er die Freigabe gegeben hat, dass man als Unternehmen Mitarbeitern, die besonders unter Corona leiden, das sind vor allem die Mitarbeiter, die trotzdem in die Arbeit gehen oder fahren müssen, bis zu 1.500 € im Jahr, sag ich mal, steuerfrei noch als Benefit geben darf. Davon profitieren wir als Mobilitätsbudget. Das heißt, jetzt aktuell kann man das Mobilitätsbudget komplett steuerfrei nutzen. Und wir bieten ein Testpaket für 6.500 € als Bundle an, ohne sozusagen jegliches Risiko. Von daher dürfen Unternehmen sich gerne, sag ich mal, uns ran.
Die App ist live?
Die App ist live. Wir sind sozusagen sehr, sehr zufrieden mit der Performance, unsere Kunden auch. Von daher...
Die Steuerfreiheit ist auch da, die App ist live, alles klar, super. Vielen Dank, dann viel Erfolg mit eurem Produkt und danke, dass ihr da seid.
Dankeschön.
now it finally comes to fashion and to beauty. We are talking about zero mineral oils, silicons, PGs or synthetic, instead 100% natural raw ingredients. It's named by its founder, Dr. Hauschka. Welcome, Nicoline from Dr. Hauschka. And welcome, Daniela from Felder. And nice that you are both here. Why are you excited to join Greentech Festival this year?
For us at Dr. Hauschka, we are really excited to celebrate change with you, with Greentech, and I think it's a good opportunity, especially in this year with the pandemic, to show what is important to all of us, to our society, but also for companies, to show how we can really celebrate change.
Daniela, what was you most looking for to come here to Greentech?
I think it's really amazing to see not only sustainability, but sustainability done in a stylish way, because I think that is something that was lacking for a long time, and I feel that here there's a lot of style coming into play.
Let's talk about beauty and sustainability. How is it integrated in your company, Dr. Hauschka?
For us, it was integrated from day one. Our founders, when they created Dr. Hauschka, that was in 1967. So at that time, words like sustainability or organic didn't even exist. So they were real pioneers to celebrate change and to respect the environment and respect nature. And I think that's amazing to see that nowadays we are continuing this work and that their vision about a sustainable future for all of us is more important, even more important today.
And did the mission or the vision from back then, did it change or is it still the same?
It never changed. It was always very close to our heart to respect nature, to respect the environment, but also respecting the companies that work for us, for example with our raw materials, to make sure that they will get fair wages and have a future and the possibility to buy food, to send their children to school, to secure education for them, and all that was from day one like this and is still close to our heart today.
What was like the major success you would name?
Our major success? That's a good question. I would say the major success is that nowadays all those values that have been important to our founders are becoming more and more important, and that we, all of us, even today, are realizing that it's important to work together, to work in partnerships like we do with Felder, and that we are all connected in the world. Nature is connected, we are connected, and without each other and without working together, I think we cannot be effective.
You came up with a label called Nature. What is it about?
Nature is a label that makes sure that, for example, the raw materials I was just talking about are really organic from the very beginning until they go into the products and the cosmetic products. So making sure, for example, that the soil is cultivated in organic farming, Demeter farming, and very, very high organic standards. And we are also testing the ingredients, the raw materials on every step of the production process to make sure that it's the highest organic quality that goes into the product. And nowadays it's even more important because there are many labels around the world and also a lot of greenwashing, and the clients are quite confused what to buy or what is really sustainable or organic. So that's why we thought it's really important to be part of this nature label.
We're here to talk about sustainable beauty and sustainable fashion. Welcome, Daniela. Since 2008, you are collaborating with you. You have a sister, a twin, a glam rock twin. I read in the magazine Elle, Annette. She's not there today, but welcome you here at Greentech Festival. How did the partnership happen?
How did it come about?
I think it was a very special way and how we both work for both brands. We had the feeling that there is a connection in terms of values and in terms of how we work. And even beauty and fashion, it's a quite logical link, I would say. I mean, you wear fashion, you need makeup products, and then I contacted Daniela and Annette 2 years ago, right?
2 years ago, yeah.
Because we also have a very similar personal background. We, all three of us, grew up in a little village in Germany, in the countryside, always surrounded by nature. But then after finishing school, we went abroad to London. So there was like a connection, and I contacted them, and we connected immediately on the phone, first time, yeah. And that's where it all started.
And where is your connection in terms of sustainability?
Well, I mean, we didn't start as a sustainable brand. We started like right out of Central St. Martin's and did like big catwalk shows. But our personal life, as Nicolina already said, was very much aligned to, you know, like our conscious thinking, living in a more sustainable way, doing yoga, more mindful. And at one point, about like 6-7 years ago, we were like, oh, we need to bring our work life in tune with our personal life. So we started to change one thing after the other, from like making our brand vegan to just using upcycled and recycled materials, to then eventually ending in the thing which was for us the most important, using more and more natural materials. And that's where it was then a perfect timing. By the time Nicoline contacted us, we were actually striving to mainly use natural resources. So it was really great timing, yeah.
So is it?
I think the very special part about our partnership is that we are both working with plants and with plant fibers. So we use it for our cosmetics, and Annette and Daniela are using it for their textiles. And that's also our vision for the future, to create a fabric out of plant fibers.
How do you see your future you have in common?
I think there's a lot of opportunities, but with so many new innovations happening, you know, that makes it possible to actually make out of, you know, like plant resources, fibers. It's perfect with Dr. Hauschka because they have so many different plants where you just use one part of the plant and then the rest of the plant could be used to create fibers. And we are researching into this at the moment, and hopefully we'll be able in a couple of years to create our own amazing, completely natural sourced and organic, of course, sustainable textiles. That is the dream for, I think, both of us. No?
What kind of partnerships for raw material you already have?
For Dr. Hauschka, you mean? We have worldwide many partnerships for all the ingredients that we cannot grow in Germany. Also with climate change, I think everybody is now realizing that our agriculture that we have in Europe or in Germany will change over the next years or decades. So everything that is not growing here, we get from partnerships all over the world. For example, India, Africa. It depends on the ingredients we use for the cosmetic, but it starts from roses, of course, that we grow in Afghanistan and Ethiopia, or in India we just created a new ingredient for mango butter that we use in our cosmetics. And very often we initiate raw materials in this organic quality because it doesn't exist globally. So we work with the farmers locally, we show them how to produce in Demeter quality and how to prepare the soil, how to grow the plants, and then we also offer it to other industry, for example the nutrition industry, or like in this partnership for the fashion industry, because what the things we don't use from the plant we can give to other partners that use it for their industry.
It sounds like a really responsible partnership you have both together, and we wish you all the best, and thanks for being our guest at Greentech Festival.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
We've asked the Boston Consulting Group, one of the leading consulting firms worldwide, what does sustainable consumption and production look like? And what is the role that Boston Consulting Group are planning to play in this? Let's check out your answer.
Today, we would need around 1.75 Earths to satisfy our annual resource consumption. The world is currently exploiting our planet's resources at increasingly unsustainable levels. Sustainability and climate protection are at the very core of BCG. They are in our green DNA. As part of our sustainability agenda, BCG is committed to the UN Sustainable Development Goals, in short, the SDGs. SDG 12 is about responsible consumption and production. It aims to change the way we consume and produce goods and services, moving towards a more sustainable and efficient use of natural resources. The key to achieving this goal is to build a circular economy. For us, a circular economy is a crucial part of protecting our natural resources and our planet. And at the same time, it is also a big economic opportunity for companies. 140 to 200 billion in 2030 for Germany. That's the annual financial potential BCG identified in a study on circular economy. Companies in all sectors can convert their business models to sustainable and circular economic activity and tap this potential.
Let me explain how a circular economy works. Our current economic model is based on a linear take, make, waste mentality. This means that we take resources from Earth, we make products out of them, and at the end of their lifetime, we waste them without recovering any of their value. A circular economy tries to break this logic. It starts with the use of regenerative or recycled resources. In the next step, the products are designed in a way that they can be used for multiple life cycles and at the end actually be recycled. The product is then manufactured in a resource-efficient and waste-free way. When we distribute the products, we have to move away from the current ownership models towards products as a service and sharing models. This way, we can guarantee for a long life of the product through multiple repairs and upgrades. At the end, the product is collected and then decomposed into its original materials. The secondary resources are then used for new materials to start the cycle again.
Over the past 30 years, our society has doubled the resource consumption. And if you continue to behave like that, we will do so in the next 20 years again. It is clear that we can't continue like that. We have to move away from the current take, make, waste mentality towards a reduce, reuse, recycle, that we can close existing resource loops and move into a circular economy. We are still far away from achieving that goal. Our world today is only 8.6 percentage points circular, which means that only 8.6% of all resources used come from materials that have had a previous life. In the past years, this indicator has even decreased from 9.1% in 2018 to 9% in 2019 and now reaching 8.6%, illustrating a trend in the wrong direction, of course. Germany is currently slightly above the average. We have about 10.4% circularity, having continuously improved our circularity over the past years. However, Germany is also among the countries with the highest overall resource consumption. If we continue with the existing improvement rate, it will take us about 200 years before we move into full circular economy. To achieve the UN's SDG 12, every actor in the economic system needs to change. Everyone has a responsibility to act. At each step of the value chain, companies need to incorporate a circular thinking, from designing products, from choosing the input materials, from the production to the sales, and how are products being used, recovered and brought back into the circle. Many companies are already aware of the necessary change and are, for example, using a higher amount of recycled content in their products, limiting their carbon emissions during production, or selling products for access rather than ownership in order to increase the lifetime of the products. However, quite often, the incentives are not sufficient enough in order to accelerate and drive change. Governance can create a favorable conditions and environment in order to drive and accelerate change and to manage sustainability for the companies. It would attract investors in order to support the companies in investing into R&D or in implementing projects. However, in the end, it's we as customers that need to change our way of thinking, how we select, how we buy products, and the way how we use products.
To truly succeed, companies face multiple obstacles. The benefits of a circular economy are mid to long term, yet some company management systems value short-term financial gains over long-term resilient supply chains and risk managements. This leads to companies often implementing isolated lighthouse projects rather than embedding sustainable resource practices into the core of their corporate strategy. Lastly, companies starting to integrate circular solutions need to collaborate extensively along their own supply chains. Companies can certainly do better on their own, but to fully unfold the positive societal benefits and at the same time the superior business cases, they will need to partner within their value chain and sometimes even beyond to succeed, which can often appear overwhelming. Yet, there's multifold untapped value for all businesses within the circular economy journey. BCG can support our clients to implement the circular economy holistically, effectively, and with a positive business case. With our Circelligence methodology, BCG helps to embed circular thinking within the corporate strategy and throughout the entire organization. This moves the company away from isolated lighthouse projects towards the strategic implementation of the concept. Circelligence is a holistic framework and methodology. It ensures to provide full assessment along the value chain via different angles from input materials, product design, production processes, business models, all the way to end-of-life value. Circelligence even goes beyond the material and mass flows and fosters anchoring circular thinking in the business steering and ecosystems. Circelligence examines the material flow throughout the value cycle. It even goes further. It also considers material value and explicitly assesses corporate steering along KPIs and investment decisions. BCG helps companies to start their circular economy journey along the following 3 steps. First, we create transparency by generating basic quantitative and qualitative insights on current levels of circularity across a company's entire value chain. Second, we develop an actionable roadmap with clear ambition levels and tangible recommendations that show the way forward for the company and provide a clear business case. Thirdly, we support companies in implementing key activities by setting KPIs, continuously measuring progress, and communicating the efforts and success externally. Companies across all sectors can shift their activities, products, and even business models towards more sustainable and circular practices to unlock the full potential. So let's join forces for responsible consumption and production. And let's make sure to jointly protect our planet while increasing responsible growth and wealth creation for society.
Now we are gonna introduce real enablers when it comes to responsibility. Act Green is an agency. They are developing and concepting strategies for sustainable solution. Hello, Leander, and thanks already for helping to make the world a better place. Welcome to Greentech Festival.
Thank you, Christian. Hi.
Why are you excited to be here?
First of all, let me start by thanking the organizing team from Greentech Festival this year for their courage, for their endurance, and also for their commitment to organize the festival, especially when we consider the circumstances of the COVID-19. Yeah, we're really happy to be part of it. But to answer your question, is that we share the same philosophy and we share the same purpose, which is, in a nutshell, to bring the green pioneers together, to create and generate awareness, and obviously to celebrate change.
Act Green is more than my short introduction at the beginning. Maybe you can let us know a little bit more about you, about your mission, what you're doing, about your team.
Of course, yes. Thank you for the introduction. It's already brought it to the point, but as you can see here, our mission is really to help brands to empower sustainability in the widest form. However, we have obviously offered our services, and if you want, you can split them in three. First of all is concept and strategy, as you already mentioned. The second one is education and consultancy. And the third one is implementation and execution, which is very important. And as you can imagine, with some clients, we really start with the concept and we go all the way to the execution. And with others, we have just one certain element of those three.
And it's not just you, there is a team behind you and a network?
Yes, this was for us very important, that it's, when we first thought of installing an own, let's say, department or unit, we want to found it, but it needs to be very, I would say, reliable and trustful. And in order to do so, we decided to partner up with our co-founders and to use their network, their expertise, and their knowledge to obviously fulfill our services.
So you are a well-connected expert when it comes to social responsibility. And what do you think is like most underrated challenge?
You mean for the organizations out there?
Yes.
I would say spontaneously, in the majority of the cases, sustainability is not integrated in the infrastructure of the organizations. So it's very unclear who is responsible for sustainability, and if there is a person responsibility, it's always on top, or in a lot of the cases on top of their normal job, I would say so. So this is like, I would say, the biggest challenge, that it needs to be integrated. The second one, I would say, is that a lot of people tend to think that sustainability only costs money, and it only, I would say, can help improving or increasing the image of the respective organization. But this is not true. We've had some interesting cases that it can also contribute positively to, I would say, revenue streams or financial impact, yes.
What else does it need?
What you mean?
What else does need to be responsible for a company? What are they not aware of, you mean?
I would say what is very important is an holistic approach, and also to have a long-term vision. Quick wins, which are quite familiar in the marketing industry, are, I would say, not a perfect fit when it comes to sustainability.
So you help brands and companies to think more sustainable. What are their pain points they're coming with you?
I would say this is our focus on the last board here. What we learned in the past couple of months and actually a year is that the organization, no matter about their purpose, size, industry, or available resources, they need help with their transformation journey. And you can only do this with a tailor-made approach and action plan. And on the back side of our little expo booth here, we have identified 4 stages. And you really need to start with analyzing the situation, and then you can go to conceptualize and strategy. Obviously, this follows with implementation and action plan, and it ends really to anchor it in deep within. It needs to come from within, otherwise it won't really work, I think.
When the customers come to you with their needs and their questions, what are like the questions they're like always asking?
I think, to be honest, there's no like one question or one answer. In the majority of the cases, we all hear, yeah, we want to change, and we want to I would say, put sustainability on top of our to-do list. In the reality, it often shows that it's easy to say, but it's not so easy to do, and that's a perception thing in our opinion. So that's why we also say sustainability is a chance and not a challenge. So this is, I think, an important statement and a mindset thing.
And your name, like the name of the agency, it sounds like a request. It's like Act Green.
Yes.
What does it stand for?
Yeah, it's very interesting to ask, because we never thought in that way. But ACT is for us a call out or a shout out for action. So yes, you are right. ACT comes from our, let's say, mother organization called ACT 3. And we really decided to if we want to take it serious, sustainability, and we really want to make a difference and to facilitate change, we need we felt we needed to found a separate unit, as I said, with our co-partners, with sustainability experts in-house. So this was really important to us. Yes.
So you drive the change. Is there like a special project you already realized?
Yes, before I will answer this question, let me please add one more thing to your previous question when it comes to ACT and Green. While we have in-house ACT Green, we have the sustainability expertise and experience and know-how, we can rely back due to this network, for example, to ACT 3 with their very strong background and their really unique infrastructure. And let me please give an example. This expo booth you see has been 100% in-house, from the very first design to the creation of the graphics to the production. We have our in-house manufacturing. We have a production team with installation, transportation, and also our website, for example, or our social media challenge and the communication. So this is something where you say the interdisciplinary elements we have in-house, and we can obviously offer it to the clients.
Is there like a new discipline coming? What do you think is like in the future you add another discipline?
Yes, I mean, it will not surprise you, my answer. This is obviously the digitalization. Due to COVID-19, we all had to learn with it, and we had to implement it, I would say, a bit more faster as we already were doing it and planning it. And we have seen the efficiency of working, I would say, mainly digital, and the power of digitalization, yes.
Let's talk about your project. You drive the change. Is there a project you think of you already realized you want to talk about?
Yes, for sure. Actually, it is what we're doing here. We are not here only as an exhibitor. ACT Green is behind the scenes since day one of the Greentech Festival, part of the organizing team. And it really makes me proud that they work hand in hand to really deliver the best possible, I would say, festival experience. So yes, to be here at Greentech is a very special situation, is a special project for us.
And you had a big project with a huge impact, you told me.
Yes, this is a very nice example as well. It's called Adidas Run for the Oceans. As you may know, Adidas has partnered up with Parley a couple of years ago, and they really wanted to generate awareness for the plastic pollution and to really call out all runners across the world to really run together, and that implemented a system that with every kilometer run, like a financial contribution by Adidas was done. And the impact where we talked about, I think there was a time frame of 4 weeks, and after 1 week, the maximum amount was already reached. So this was a great success for all of us.
Okay, thanks for your impact, thanks for being here, and have a good time at the Greentech Festival.
Thank you very much.
Yes, welcome. We are here with an absolutely premium guest on the Greentech Festival, coming from Munich in Bavaria and selling cars all over the world, 2.5 million last year in over 140 countries. It's a global player who is very aware of terms of ecological and sustainability along the whole value chain. Welcome to the Greentech Festival BMW.
Thank you.
Why are you excited to join this year?
Well, just as a BMW is a global premium brand, Greentech is a global premium brand when it comes to sustainability, so I'm very happy to be here.
What you were looking forward most?
All the very interesting speakers, of course, and I think it's also a very great location that very well fits also the topic. A lot of innovation to be seen here, very interesting, also a lot of different sectors. It's not just the automobile. A lot of different sectors, also clothing. That's very interesting, I think.
It's all about sustainability on our festival. Your brand totally fit to this topic. And why is it so important for you?
For me personally, it's not just a responsibility, but it's also that I'm very passionate about it. I think that it's also a responsibility for me as a mother. Just as I feed my child, I also should actually look for the planet, because otherwise they will not be able to thrive as we did.
How is it for BMW?
For us, we have a very clear 10-year plan that is a very, very ambitious climate strategy. We want to keep our emissions in line with a well below 2-degree goal. So in line with the IPCC goals, in line with science. We have a clear target system for our top executives who are measured against these targets. So if they do not fulfill the targets, they will automatically see it in their payroll. And this, of course, is going to very much be a strong push towards sustainability, also for those who not necessarily believe in it. So when you do this big transformation towards sustainability, it's also about bringing the belief to all your employees. So taking everyone with you is also very important.
Another futurist topic also for BMW is connectivity. How does it work?
So for all our e-cars, we have live over-the-air updates, and also for the other cars, we have 3 times a year where we do automatic updates.
So is it over-the-air updates also possible with the models?
Yes, yeah.
How does it work?
So it gets into your car automatically. You just need to allow it to do it. So when you're just navigating, you maybe do it afterwards, but then it just comes automatically.
Your exhibition is all about e-energy as well, and e-cars. You are part of the Formula E. What did you bring, and what does your exhibition underline to your green journey here?
Yeah, here you can see the i3 Urban Suite, which is the i3 that was redesigned on the interior to be optimized for a great experience within the car. So you can, it's like a lounge inside. So it's great for relaxing, but it's also great for working in there. So it's great connectivity and everything that you need to just have a great time inside it. So we would like to show that premium is not only about, it's not going about size anymore, but it's about how to feel great in the car, and also about a lot of sustainable materials inside the car.
So it's not just a car anymore, it's an urban suite.
Yeah, exactly.
So you kind of live and work there, you go around with your laptop.
Yes.
Can we have a little look inside?
Oh,
maybe?
sure,
Yeah.
please.
Okay, so one in the back, you can put your laptop there.
Exactly. And you see also from the material, it's very natural appearance, but it's not only the appearance, it's also actually very sustainable material. So all the materials that we are using here are non-toxic, so we try to, we have wood in there, which is also open so that it can breathe. The leather that we have is done with the olive. It's done with olives, and we also have a high secondary material share in this car. Yeah, it's very spacious.
Yeah.
Actually, it's not a large car, but it looks.
Yeah, it
inside
really
like a
looks, and it
large
looks
car.
cozy. Yeah.
Yeah.
On the other side of the exhibition, maybe we can go over there. It gets sporty.
Yeah.
You brought some simulators.
Yeah, those are the simulators for the Formula E, and they actually simulate the racetrack in Tempelhof. So it's very similar to the real experience, even the Formula E pilots trained on these simulators, so it really feels like the real thing.
Did you try it as well already?
Yeah, I will try it afterwards. I just ran in from Deutsche Bahn, so.
Okay,
yeah.
cool. It sounds fun, yeah. So Formula E is one big topic, BMW motorsport, like racing. And we have a model we can show. Maybe we go over there.
Oh, sure.
You are partner of the Formula E.
Yeah, we've been partner actually from the very beginning because we think it's a great initiative. And actually it also enables us to bring the innovations that we have in this car to the series. So it's not something that is done in parallel and doesn't have anything to do with our series cars, but what we are doing with Formula E is learning and optimizing and bringing these optimized solutions also to a series development.
How does the engagement look in the future with the Formula E? Does it change a little bit? What's the perspective?
Just as we, from the beginning, we also provided the safety cars, so we have been a very strong player in the Formula E, and we will still be a very strong player also in the future because we think it's very important.
Okay, thanks, good luck, and great that you are here on our exhibition.
Thank you so much. I'm enjoying it very much.
Thanks.
We've asked Deutsche Bahn what must be done to secure life on Earth for the long-term future. And what are you guys doing now to do that? Let's have a look at your answer.
Climate change has become a reality for everyone. Hotter summers and heavier storms have gone from being exceptional events to regular occurrences. Every year, millions of hectares of forest are destroyed. Biodiversity continues to decline and deserts grow. This big picture is a clear wake-up call for all of us. We have the responsibility to do something about that. We need to act now, because it's the only way to leave a world worth living in for future generations. This is precisely what the UN Sustainable Development Goals stand for. And Goal 15, Life on Land, is all about protecting and restoring terrestrial ecosystems. We must manage forests sustainably and fight against the disappearance of animal and plant species. Goal 15 covers these and many other issues. At Deutsche Bahn, we are fully behind it, just as we support all the other Sustainable Development Goals.
After all, we all know that time is running out. Every day, more rivers are being polluted, lakes are drying up, and rainforests are being razed. Deserts are growing in size. Biodiversity is steadily declining, something that affects us all. Protecting our environment is kind of like running a marathon, but we're still at the very beginning. Germany has already run the first few miles, and Europe has taken steps forward too. It's not only in Germany that more ecosystems are being protected and restored, and their sustainable usage encouraged. The most recent Eurostat report on the EU's progress towards reaching the SDGs has shown that modest progress has been made, including in forested areas and the butterfly population. Around the globe as well, numerous projects are helping to reforest wooded areas and taking action to protect species and preserve ecosystems. Even so, we haven't come much further than the starting line. Awareness of these challenges has grown worldwide, but that's not enough. We must act. every single one of us. We need more sustainable strategies, more semi-natural ecosystems. Achieving this will require greater cooperation. We must work together to make this happen. It's time to put our proposals and ideas into action, not just for ourselves, but for our children and grandchildren too.
Ensuring a sustainable future for the generations to come. That is the responsibility of us all, here and now. We at Deutsche Bahn are contributing to this goal. We are already providing our customers with green mobility because rail is the most eco-friendly transport mode and traveling by rail actively protects the climate. But we want to go further. With our strong rail strategy, we are working hard to ensure that the railway becomes the backbone of tomorrow's clean and integrated mobility. That is why we are pushing ahead with DB's green transformation, protecting the climate, conserving nature, saving resources, improving noise protection and enhancing social sustainability. These 5 action areas are among our strategic goals, clearly committed by the management team, part of our DNA throughout the entire organization and put into action by concrete measures. They reaffirm our identity as a provider of green mobility and logistics. And in doing so, we will help to ensure a better future and keep this planet worth living on.
The time for doubt is definitely over. Now it's time for action. We at Deutsche Bahn have implemented a sustainability and eco strategy with more than 150 very concrete measures to bring the green transformation at Deutsche Bahn forward. I'm gonna give you 3 concrete examples. First, our beaver manager ensure that this protected species live safely in the waterways along the tracks without posing any risk to the railway traffic. That's a classic win-win situation for economy and ecology. Second, we at Deutsche Bahn lease DB property at no cost to private beekeepers, and this measure alone has given more than 50 million honeybees a new home over the last years. And third, a little bit surprising, we let goats, wild horses and even some water buffaloes graze in restricted areas, and that gives new space, new room for rare species and animals to thrive. We know that the best way to protect flora and fauna is to let it be untouched. Therefore, we at Deutsche Bahn leave some woodlands in south-central Germany completely alone. Nevertheless, sometimes it's necessary to intervene with nature, especially when we build new climate-friendly railway tracks. If that's the case, we create new habitats, we relocate, for example, sand lizards and toads during the construction period and bring them back to their original home when the construction is finished. Protecting nature, fostering biodiversity, being a real sustainable company, that's part of the DNA at Deutsche Bahn, because we want to hand over a planet to our kids and our grandchildren that is as wonderful, as great, as amazing as the one that has been given to us by our parents. And for all this stands the green transformation at Deutsche Bahn.
Now it becomes a little bit more complex, but also interesting. Basically, we are talking about innovation that eliminates carbon dioxide, and that's fantastic. So that's why we are here. Welcome, Carbonauten, here at the Greentech Festival.
Thank you very much.
You just recently won the German Innovation Award. Congrats.
Yeah, thanks, thank you. Yeah, we're very excited about that because we get the topic of biocarbons and minus CO2 is getting known into the public eye. Also, a lot of companies contacting us because we won this award, and it just shows that we're doing something right.
We are very happy to have you here. Why are you excited to join the Greentech Festival?
Yeah, we are very excited to be here because we can accelerate our publicity. Here we make CO2 sinks tangible. People can come here and touch CO2 sinks and experience them. Also, we already made great connections with other exhibitors here where we can work in the future together.
Cool. What does sustainability in general mean to you and to your company?
Sustainability means that economical and ecological interests do not contradict each other. So sustainability is the combination of measures that work against climate change, that work against plastification of the world, that work against the fossil fuel consumption, and also very important work against social injustice on a local level. These are the points where we believe we can help the world.
You are basically invented biocarbon. And what is it? Maybe you can tell us a little bit and explain it.
Yeah, so that's not exactly true. Biocarbons have been around for thousands of years. What we are doing new right now is we have a new technology, the most efficient one, and we are creating biocarbons. Yeah, so we take woody biomass residue and collect it in our plant, and afterwards we put them in. Yeah, so in our plant they are then pyrolytically carbonized. So we effectively store CO2. Imagine having 1 ton of these biocarbons in your garden. If you go and burn them, 1 ton, then there would be 3 tons of CO2 going up into the air. So that means that we are storing 3 tons of CO2 per 1 ton of biocarbon.
Which is fantastic.
Yeah, yeah.
You say the more products made out of organic carbon, and the better is it for the environment.
Yes. So that's because basically we're doing 2 things. On the one side we have the pyrolytically carbonization, so the system of taking woody biomass and making biocarbons out of it.
What is it, if you explain it a little bit easier maybe?
Yeah, so we take wood. We do not cut forests, but everything that's already lying around, and making biocarbons out of it, thereby storing the CO2 that would go into the air. And then we are thinking about where can we place the biocarbons, where can we put them. For example, you can use them in the farming industry, etc. But also, and this is the new thing that we are doing and where we won the award for, we are grinding the biocarbons down and then mixing them with various binders. So now we have a material that can replace plastic and other materials. So we are open on that. The interesting thing is that we are also cheaper in production than mineral oil-based plastics.
You use 95% of the energy contained in the biomass. That sounds like a new definition of a coal fire.
Sorry?
That sounds like a new definition of a coal fire, like a power plant.
Yeah. So in our technology, the technology we use, we have byproducts. So basically we want the biocarbons, but we also have 1 megawatt thermal energy as byproduct that we can per module. So we have a modular system, and this we can make up to 200 kilowatt electric energy out of it. So 60% of the energy that is stored in the biocarbon in the biomass is then stored in the biocarbons, 30% in the syngas we use, and 5% in an oil. So we also have an oil as byproduct. So yeah, basically we want the biocarbons, but as byproduct we have energy and oil and syngas.
If you take a look in the future, how does it look for you?
The future looks, so what our goal is to implement biocarbons in the life of everyone's, of every people. So we want to create carbon valleys, like the Silicon Valley, but carbon valleys. So one here in Germany, in Asia, in America, we have a simple technology, and we have simple solutions for one solution for the CO2 problem of the world. So we want to build facilities everywhere in the world and make materials that can replace mineral oil, plastics, and other materials, for example, in the construction industry.
And did the future start already a little bit?
Yeah, so it does. So we have some projects going on right now where we working together with a reforestation company. Our first production plant is starting Q1 here in Eberswalde near Berlin. So there we're gonna show that this technology is working on an industrial scale. And the materials, we're developing them right now. So in these days and weeks, we are getting the technical data sheets. So then we have connections to a lot of companies and hope to get more connections here to get the topic known more.
That sounds fantastic and super interesting. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being our guest at Greentech Festival. Good luck and have a great time.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We asked Claudia Romo Edelmann, how does the path to a more peaceful and fair world look like? And what are you doing to support this? We look forward to your answer.
Hallo, guten Abend, guten Tag, guten Morgen. I am Claudia Romo Edelmann. I am the founder of the We Are All Human Foundation and an absolute devoted advocate of the Sustainable Development Goals. I was part of the creation and the launch of the MDGs, of the Millennial Development Goals. And I was fortunate enough to be part of the launch and the process of the Sustainable Development Goals, working for the Executive Office of the Secretary General of the United Nations, when I was responsible for communications and advocacy to launch the Sustainable Development Goals and make them famous. Because it is important that every one of us knows the Sustainable Development Goals, sort of like knowing our rights, but also knowing our obligations, the 10 modern commandments, if you want. Number 16, goal number 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions, as an important goal that I would like to talk to you about, because we really need to ensure that we have peace and strong institutions in order to get justice and a fair chance for everybody. And that is one of the goals that it is really not advancing as fast as I would like to see it. Conflict, insecurity, and weak institutions and limited access to justice remains a great threat to sustainable development. Millions of people have been deprived of their security, human rights, and access to justice. Just in 2019, 40% of countries had national human rights institutions that had successfully achieved compliance with the principles related to the status of national institutions for the promotion and protection of human rights, and yet access to internationally recognized national human rights institutions remains overdue in 78 countries. What we're talking about is how human rights are not yet at the peak of where they should be. The protection of children, for example, an area where I was very close to because I was working for UNICEF for a number of years, is something that concerns me. The protection of children from all forms of violence is a fundamental right enshrined in the UN Convention of the Rights of the Child. The inclusion of a specific target, which is SDG 16.2 in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, to end all forms of violence against children gives renewed impetus towards the realization of the right to every child to live free from fear, neglect, abuse, and exploitation. Violence against children knows no boundaries of culture, class, education, income, or ethnic origin. It takes place in institutions designed for their care and protection in schools, online, and also within home. Most girls and boys who are exposed to violence live in isolation, loneliness, and fear, and do not know where to turn for help, especially when the perpetrator is someone close, which is most of the cases, and on whom they depend for their protection and well-being. Peer-on-peer violence by children is also a concern, with studies showing that between 25 and 50% of children have been victims of bullying. The growth of cyberbullying is equally troubling, with its harmful messages spreading fast and far and fueled by perpetrators' anonymity. We need to understand that times like this, where COVID is showcasing how unequal societies are. We have been under the same storm, but by absolutely no means under the same storm, under the same boat. We're living the things in such a different way because we have no justice. It's not fair. And we just need to make sure that Goal 16 ensures equal rights so that every one of us has a fair chance, a fair way to get their dreams going. Corruption, bribery, theft, and tax evasion cost some $1.2 trillion for developing countries every single year. And this amount of money could be used to lift those who are living in less than $1.25 a day and above 1.25 for at least 6 years. The rate of children leaving primary school in conflict-affected countries reached 50% in 2011, which accounts to 28% or 28 million children, showing the impact of unstable societies on one of the major goals of the post-2015 agenda, which is education. So what we need to do is make sure that we advance Goal 16, understanding that every single goal is part of the same body. They are interconnected, they are universal. What happens to one happens to another. And we need peace and justice in order to get institutions to be strong enough to defend the societies that can advance. I know that the Sustainable Development Goals are a framework under which every one of us can feel, whether you're a company, whether you're a country, whether you're an individual, that you have a role to play. Let's play our role in defending human rights. Let's play our role in making sure that no children have been left without feeling that they can have a say, that they can have a fair chance. Let's do it by advancing, all of us, the fair institutions, the institutions that we need so that there is a fair chance for everyone. I'm Claudia Romo Edelman. I'm the founder of the World Human Foundation, and I am devoted and I'm an advocate to advancing the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you for having me.
Wir stehen jetzt hier bei echten Pionieren, Europas erste veganer Supermarktkette. Seit 2015 haben sie bereits 160 Artikel in ihr Sortiment gebracht, alles vegan. Süßwaren, Snacks, vegane Fleisch- und Fischprodukte, Käsealternativen bis zur Pizza. Veganes aus Berlin. Vegans, willkommen daheim, würde ich sagen.
Herzlich willkommen, ja.
Schön, dass ihr dabei seid beim diesjährigen Greentech Festival. Worauf freut ihr euch am meisten?
Ja, wir sind ja schon das zweite Mal dabei und wir freuen uns besonders jetzt, dass Food im Kontext Klimaschutz und Umweltschutz immer mehr in den Fokus rückt, weil das ist unsere Mission, unsere Vision. Wir wollen zeigen, dass halt mit Essen ein besseres Leben, Klimaschutz, Umweltschutz möglich ist und deshalb müssen wir hierher, auch neben Elektroautos und Elektroflugzeuge, da gehört halt auch veganes Essen hin.
Und da habt ihr für uns und unsere Zuschauer eine ganze Menge Produkte mitgebracht. Was ist bei euch hier im Sortiment?
Ja, grundsätzlich, wir sind ja Pionier, hast du schon gesagt. Wir entwickeln und vertreiben vegane Produkte auf der ganzen Welt. Supermarkt war in der Einleitung mal richtig, ist es aber nicht mehr. Wir haben zwar noch welche, aber unser Kerngeschäft ist, pflanzliche Produkte zu kreieren. Viele Innovationen dabei und die verkaufen wir dann in der ganzen Welt. Und hier haben wir eine kleine Auswahl. Wir haben Proteindrinks auf Haferbasis, wir haben Schokoaufstrich, Doppelkekse, unseren Lachs, eine Weltinnovation, vegane Butterkekse ohne Butter. Also wir haben sehr viele, ja, wir imitieren, wir bauen nach, was der Verbraucher so kennt, wie er konditioniert ist, damit er auf nichts verzichten muss. Und es soll möglichst genauso gut schmecken und wir tauschen hintenrum so ein bisschen die Ingredients nachhaltiger aus und dann ist die Welt in Ordnung.
Ich habe noch nie veganen Lachs gegessen. Ihr habt jetzt hier schon mal 3 in kleine Schälchen portioniert. Sind zum Probieren da? Also ich greife zu. Ja.
Ja, gerne. Ich bin jetzt nicht so der Fischfan und mir ist es leider zu fischig. Dann
das heißt,
hab Spaß.
Es schmeckt auch direkt nach Fisch. Es schmeckt auf jeden Fall nach Fisch. Könntest du 2 Sätze dazu sagen?
Ja, also der Lachs ist
Ja,
insofern eine Innovation, weil er nicht nur CO2 spart, also er bindet sogar, weil wir nehmen hier quasi von den Algen, die CO2 binden. Hier sind also 3 Mikroalgen und eine Makroalge verarbeitet. Daraus wird der Lachs hergestellt. Der hat mehr Omega-3 als ein Lachs selber. Im Prinzip ist es die Pflanze, oder der Lachs ist aus den Pflanzen gemacht, was der Lachs im Meer frisst, verstoffwechselt und dann lagert sich halt im Fett das Omega-3 und die ganzen Nährstoffe an. Und wir nehmen halt die Alge direkt. Und es ist ein patentiertes Verfahren und wir sind gerade dabei, das so der Welt so ein bisschen zugänglich zu machen und erleben sehr viel Überraschung im positiven Sinne.
Wie ist die Resonanz?
Die ist sehr gut, es ist ein sehr hochpreisiger Artikel noch, weil wir sind noch sehr am Anfang damit. Hat eine hohe, wie gesagt, patentgeschützt und es ist sehr komplex noch in der Produktion. Das versuchen wir noch ein bisschen aufzulösen. Ich gehe davon aus, sobald die Preispunkte auch entsprechend der konventionellen Lachse sind, die es so zu kaufen gibt, gibt es da kein Halten mehr. Weil geschmacklich und gerade von den Daten, was CO2 und Wasserverbrauch und Tierwohl angeht, ist das unschlagbar. Gerade im Vergleich zum konventionellen atlantischen Lachs sind wir hier um Welten besser, was Klima und Umwelt angeht.
Vegan heißt jetzt nicht zwingend Bio. Wie ist das aber bei euch?
Wir versuchen dort Bio, wo auch Bio möglich ist. Zum Beispiel beim Lachs macht es jetzt keinen Sinn. Es sind ja Algen, die quasi gezüchtet werden. Würde das Produkt noch mal komplexer machen, da haben wir darauf verzichtet. Aber ansonsten unser Sortiment, so an die 70% sind Organic, also Bio.
Ihr habt nur vegane Produkte bei euch. Was ist eure Vision? Dass am Ende alle auch vegan essen?
Nee, also ich bin zwar selbst Veganer und das auch aus Überzeugung, aber wir wollen die Leute nicht zum Veganer missionieren oder zum Pflanzenfresser, aber wir wollen sie inspirieren und wollen Produkte, die sie kennen, die sie lieben gelernt haben, auf der konventionellen Seite, also mit Tier drin, wollen wir möglichst auf pflanzlicher Basis so gut machen, dass ihnen so ein Wechsel ab und zu mal oder immer öfter mal immer leichter fällt. Und das ist eigentlich unsere Vision. Essen für ein besseres Leben heißt unsere Vision. Und wir wollen dabei Umwelt schützen, Klima schützen, keine Tiere zu Schaden kommen lassen Und das ist Grund genug, jeden Tag hochmotiviert ans Werk zu gehen.
Und man sieht jetzt auf euren Produkten auch quasi, wie gut sie sind. Ja. Ihr habt so einen neuen Score eingeführt, der Nachhaltigkeitsscore. Eigentlich eine ganz coole Sache. Vielleicht könntest du es ein bisschen näher erklären?
Ja, wir haben uns 2017 überlegt, unsere Produkte sind cool, die haben einen hohen Impact auf Klima und Umwelt, aber wie sage ich es dem Kunden? Also er sieht es ja am Regal nicht und wir haben nur 5 Sekunden Zeit, die Kaufentscheidung zu beeinflussen. Und deshalb haben wir diesen Score mitentwickelt. Also es kommt von einem Schweizer Institut, es ist also unabhängig.
Hast du ein Beispiel mitgebracht? Vielleicht können wir das mal in die Kamera zeigen.
Genau, es ist von einem Schweizer Institut. Und die Überlegung dabei ist, und das ist das Geniale, und ich hoffe, dass es viele andere Firmen auch so erkennen und nachahmen, hier wird ja nicht nur gemessen CO2 und der Wasserverbrauch, sondern wir vergleichen uns mit über 100.000 anderen Lebensmitteln. Und dann wird gescored. Bin ich besser als die? Dann kriege ich 3 Sterne. Bin ich im Durchschnitt, kriege ich 2 und bin ich schlechter, kriege ich 1 Stern. Das heißt, ich habe nicht nur den reinen Messwert, damit kann kein Kunde was anfangen. Wenn da 500 Gramm CO2 draufstehen, ist das gut, ist das schlecht, weiß ich nicht. Aber wenn ich in Relation zu 110.000 anderen Produkten habe, dann ist das ein Wert, mit dem kann ein Kunde operieren und wir haben es simplifiziert auf diese Sternebewertung.
Ja. Was aus eurer Sicht zum Beispiel ist jetzt hier die wichtigste Kategorie, die ihr eingeführt habt?
Die sind alle gleich, je nach Produkt. Also ich sag mal, Regenwald spielt jetzt bei dem Lachs zum Beispiel keine Rolle, weil wir benutzen nichts, was irgendwie sojaträchtig oder so ist. Aber wenn du jetzt ein Produkt hast, wo Soja verarbeitet ist, ist es für den Kunden wichtig zu erfahren, wurde dafür Regenwald abgeholzt oder ist es auf gerodeten Flächen oder ist es halt nachhaltig angebaut. Und das sagt dieser Score aus. Es gibt andere Kategorien. Jetzt nehme ich mal unseren Cashewkäse. Da sind wir, was Wasserverbrauch angeht, noch sehr schlecht, weil es wird nicht nur der reine Verbrauch gescored, sondern auch, wenn du Wasser aus einer Region holst oder wenn die Cashews aus Indien kommen oder aus Vietnam, dort ist Wasser knapp. Und wenn du dort auch noch viel Wasser verbrauchst, dann kriegt das Produkt sofort einen schlechten Score. Und ich sag mal, bei solchen Produkten, gerade Wasserverbrauch ist für vegane Produkte echt eine Challenge, dort an unsere selbstgesetzten Maßstäbe ranzukommen.
Wie stellt ihr sicher, dass eure Produkte nachhaltig sind?
Ja, eben. Also mehr Nachhaltigkeit kann man. Das ist
in der Produktion, wie stellt ihr es da sicher?
Ja, genauso. Also es ist ja hiermit abgebildet. Also hier wird die komplette Wertschöpfung abgebildet. Vom Anbau, da wird übrigens das meiste verbraucht, Transport, Verpackung, also alles fließt in diese Bewertung ein.
Das heißt, geht ihr vor Ort und schaut irgendwie oder habt ihr...
Natürlich, das sowieso, aber das bringt ja dem Kunden nichts, wenn ich sage, ich war vor Ort. Der Kunde sieht es auf der Verpackung, okay, CO2 scheint hier in Ordnung zu sein oder Wasser.
Ja. Ich habe vorher schon gesagt, ihr seid Pioniere. Nächstes Jahr habt ihr euer Firmenjubiläum, 10 Jahre seid ihr dann schon alt. Das heißt, ihr wart wirklich mit einer der ersten, die vegan groß gemacht haben. Rückblickend, wie seht ihr die Veränderung in den letzten 10 Jahren?
Als ich angefangen habe, ich komme ja aus der Automobilindustrie, insofern bin ich Quereinsteiger. Und als ich angefangen habe und in diese vegane Szene eingetaucht bin, war das sehr, wie soll ich sagen, es war sehr radikal, es war sehr Anti-Gesellschaft und sehr viel, also jeder hat durch sein Anderssein, was er mit Veganen zum Ausdruck bringen wollte, auch so ein bisschen opponiert gegen die Gesellschaft. Und wir waren so mit unseren Supermärkten die Ersten, die das so in die Mitte der Gesellschaft geholt haben. Dann haben wir einen Großhandel gestartet, haben also vegane Produkte auch in die Läden, Edeka, Rewe, überall hingebracht. Und jetzt haben wir unsere eigenen Produkte draus gemacht. Also die Firma, so wie sie mal gegründet wurde, gibt es heute gar nicht mehr, sondern heute ist Markenprodukte, coole, innovative Produkte kreieren. Und da sind wir jetzt da angekommen, wo wir das auch super in der Welt skalieren können.
Und wie ist es, wenn ihr das vergleicht, was jetzt irgendwie früher angenehmer oder jetzt? Also die Vielfalt ist doch deutlich, aber auch die Konkurrenz deutlich gestiegen. Oder war es früher schöner, als man irgendwie der Einzige war?
Nee, also ich sag mal, heute haben wir in einer breiten Gesellschaft mehr Bewusstsein, was das Thema Ernährung angeht und eben auch für pflanzliche Produkte. Als ich angefangen habe, war es doch eher eine kleine Gruppe, da spielte Geschmack auch noch nicht so die große, übergeordnete Rolle. Heute will ich die breite Masse erreichen und da muss ich was haben, was geschmacklich auch auf dem Level ist, was sie kennen. Und deshalb ist die Challenge heute viel größer. Wettbewerb, ich sag mal, wir sind noch in einer so kleinen Nische, trotzdem es jeden interessiert. Da ist so viel Platz, wenn ich mir anschaue, wie groß der Lebensmittelmarkt ist und was wir hier gerade noch im Nukleus veranstalten. Also das ist wirklich Wachstum kennt hier keine Grenzen, die nächsten Jahrzehnte.
Was sind so große Erkenntnisse, die ihr mitgenommen habt aus den letzten Jahren?
Also Tierwohl, das war mal so der Einstiegspunkt, spielte mal eine übergeordnete Rolle. Heute ist es Klima und Umwelt, definitiv. Die Breite der Masse erreichen wir über Klimaschutz und Umweltschutz. Und gerade junge Menschen sind sehr, sehr erpicht darauf und greifen lieber zu einem Produkt, was vielleicht auch ein bisschen teurer ist, aber was diese Attribute hat, deshalb auch der Score wichtig. Ich will damit nicht sagen, dass Tierwohl unwichtig geworden ist, aber Klima- und Umweltschutz stehen wirklich heute an erster Stelle und darauf haben wir uns natürlich auch ein Stück weit eingestellt und eben deshalb auch diese Produkte und diesen Score mitentwickelt.
Ja, und das zeigt ihr auch hier, auch für alle Besucher dann in den kommenden Tagen. Danke, dass ihr da seid. Nochmal willkommen auf dem Greentech Festival und euch eine gute Zeit.
Danke.
The Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation is proud to partner this year with the Greentech Festival launched by Nico Rosberg. In these times of uncertainty, of difficulty linked to the pandemic, it is really important to focus and implement innovation in the field of environment and help our planet, this one and only planet, to build a more sustainable environment for humanity, but also for the biodiversity that complements the planet. The Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation was launched by His Highness Prince Albert of Monaco back in 2006. He's the only head of state to have visited the North Pole and the South Pole, and after these expeditions what he saw was pretty tragic, the immediate impact of climate change on sea level rise, on the loss of biodiversity, but also the needs to find sustainable ways to feed the growing population over the world and to support innovation for more clean mobility at land with cars, but also boats with solar-driven boats, hydrogen. The debate is going on at the moment, very focused with the foundation, but also in the air, and we were proud to support the Solar Impulse Challenge at the time. The foundation has 3 areas of focus: the Mediterranean region for obvious historical and geographical reasons, the polar regions, since, as I said, Prince Albert, but also the Grimaldi family had a profound link and knowledge of these regions, which are true laboratory at a very rapid level of what is going on over the planet if we don't release the human pressure on the environment. And then the foundation is also pretty active in the least developed countries, since they are the ones suffering the most from climate change effects, and they're often the one lacking human resources and finance to address these challenges. So with over 14 years of existence, the foundation has achieved more than 540 projects for an overall budget of 65 million euros. And we are quite proud also to have implemented 4 new initiatives, which of them we are proud to introduce to you today. One addressing plastic pollution in the Med, called Beyond Plastic in the Med, BMed, and the other one is a financial mechanism, the Med Fund, again in the Mediterranean, to address, with the help of states and of private NGOs and private foundations, to address, strengthen and develop marine protected areas, which are quite an interesting and sound tool to promote sustainable fisheries, to promote ecotourism, to protect and conserve our very dear resource, water, as well.
With 3,000 billion particles of microplastic, the Med Sea is one of the most polluted seas in the world. And facing this observation, the Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation, together with the MAVA Foundation, the Surfrider Europe Foundation, the Tara Ocean Foundation, and the IUCN, decided to launch an initiative called Beyond Plastic Med, with the aim to reduce the plastic pollution in the Mediterranean Sea. So BMed is trying to support a network of stakeholders to implement sustainable solutions on the field, and also to raise awareness and diffuse the best practices at the Mediterranean scale. So we have two main axes of actions. The first part is really trying to create a dynamic among the network of stakeholders that are already active on the field. So to do so, we support every year different projects in the Med that all aims at reducing the plastic pollution, but with different ways. So it can be by reducing the use, finding new alternatives, but also trying to find new data and better understand the sources, or improve the waste management, or helping the implementation of a new regulation. And what we're trying to do is, beyond this financial support, is really to connect the different stakeholders and trying to facilitate the experience sharing, the tools sharing, to get the stakeholders to work together and improve the efficiency of their actions. We have started to work on a different axis of work with the private sector since last year. The idea is to create a group of companies that are willing to change their activities in order to reduce their plastic footprint. And the idea is to connect them with experts and scientists in order for them to better understand what is at stake and what are the sustainable solutions, the right solutions to choose, and also to work together on a common actions on the field at the Mediterranean scale. So we're working with companies from all around the Med Sea and trying to work with the different sector of the plastic activity. So from the very beginning of the plastic value chain to the end, in order to have a solution that makes sense at every step of the way.
A marine protected area is a designated area at sea that conserve, manage and protect biodiversity and marine life. In a marine protected areas, you have more fish, more species, bigger fish, which means healthier marine ecosystems. In the Mediterranean Sea, we have a unique biodiversity hotspot that contains almost 10% of the global marine life, although the Mediterranean Sea is only 1% of the ocean sea surface. This biodiversity is really fragile, and this biodiversity is today in danger due to pollution, exploitation of natural resources, or degradation of habitats. To support marine protected areas in the Mediterranean Sea, Monaco, Tunisia, France and the Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation created the Med Fund, which is the first conservation trust fund in the Mediterranean Sea dedicated to marine life. The Med Fund raises and invests funds in the market in order to use the interest generated by the investment to award grants to local NGOs and MPAs authorities. To date, 1.8 million euros has been committed to support marine protected areas in 7 Mediterranean countries to preserve marine ecosystems and the populations that depend on them.
I would also like to mention to you today the very significant project that we launched during the pandemic. It was a massive challenge. We supported a project called Quiet Sea, right in March and April, May. This project has the specificity to bring together innovation with marine drones and the study of marine mammals at a time where human activity was prohibited at sea. So This initiative, Quiet Sea, that studied between Marseille and Genoa in Italy, the new life that was arising during this period where no boat was at sea, where no fisherman was in activity, how the sea mammals reacted to the lockdown. And I must say it was outstanding, and a lot of people around the world faced that within days, within 2 weeks, marine life was on the rise, and sea mammals could be seen very near to the coasts, near to the harbors, where they were gone for a long time before. So this study will help science identify and compare from a time which we can call time zero, without any human activity, how these animals react, and compare them when the human activity will be back. All these projects, and through the existence of the foundation, innovation was central. Innovation to be applied to solve these tremendous challenges that humanity has to face. But with the COVID, I think, we deeply think that the main change that will take place in the coming month is that the private sector, decision makers, but also the public opinion have all clearly identified and have now deeply in mind the fact that there is only one planet and one health. Human health, animal health, forests, insects, sea life, everything is connected, and we cannot solve a problem without addressing the others. We cannot solve the problem at the individual level, we need to solve it collectively. Individuals, NGOs, companies, and nationwide with decision makers. It's time to act together.
Hey out there at the live streams, the exhibition is still going, so the live stream, hope you are enjoying it. We have a couple of interesting innovations coming up soon. There will be the innovative platform Startup Autobahn. There will be the sustainable fashion from Merz by Schwanen. There will be an organic garden with the German national team chef Holger Stromberg. And special thanks at this place to Prince Albert of Monaco II and his foundation. So we are really looking forward to have you here in the live stream. See you then and enjoy. Our next exhibitor has a name you probably fastest catch up what it's all about. It's Startup Autobahn. Basically means the fast lane for startups. They really mean it. Welcome to Greentech Festival, Atanas.
Oh, hi, and thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
You are part of the startups and you are a representative of Startup Autobahn. Why are you so excited to join the festival this year?
Well, the Greentech is a perfect festival that you can see a lot of innovation. There are a lot of companies that we'd love to work with, and there are showcases what industry titans are doing right now in the field.
Was there a specific thing you were looking for to experience, to go around?
Well, of course, we're looking for more and more companies to work together because it's our mission to do strategic partnerships and advance sustainability on the market. And we're very excited to check out what the leaders in the industry are doing over there.
Yeah, so sustainability is a keyword on the Greentech Festival, also for Startup Autobahn. What does it mean for you?
Well, it's one word. Sustainability means future. So it's no longer an ideological thing, nor is it a capitalist thing. It's just the only logical way to step forward into the future.
I briefly introduced Startup Autobahn at the beginning. Maybe you can give us a little bit more details what it's all about.
Yeah, sure, I'd love to. So Startup Autobahn is the most successful open innovation platform in Europe. We had the pleasure to be part of the 7th edition, and it was maybe one of the most crucial points in our development as a startup, because Startup Autobahn does something very cool. They pin startups that have innovative technology with industry leaders, and they have 100 days to create an amazing product and put it on the market. So this helps in both ways. A, rapid innovation in industry leaders, which has huge impact, and B, startups get amazing traction, which brings in more and more people on board. So it's good for both parties.
What kind of companies is it? Is it not just like a several? I think it's around 30.
Well, every batch is different, but the best thing ever is that these 20 or 30 companies get to speak with Daimler, with Porsche, with Bosch, and other industry titans, and make things happen faster.
So they have a big influence on the little and small startups to grow up. What is like the influence, how do they develop sustainability in the whole process?
Well, sustainability is a crucial part, and sustainability is a very complex issue. And what startups do very good is they do innovation very fast. And when you get this and combine it with a large company, you make magic.
Let's have a look at your exhibition. You are one of the startups. You brought yourself here.
Yeah.
What do we see here?
So we're Biomic.
Yeah.
We do sustainable design from new environmentally friendly materials. Our expertise is with mushroom material, which is a cool material made of agricultural waste and the root structure of mushrooms, and 3D printing. So what we do is work with industry leaders like the production planning department at Mercedes, as well as other companies that do sustainable products, and we help them create innovative products and put them in production.
What else can be created by mushroom materials? First time I heard about.
Well, it's a very cool substitute for styrofoam, but it doesn't end there. You can do construction materials, interior design projects, and of course packaging. But we as Biomic are mostly active in the automotive sector and in the packaging sector.
Cool, nice.
Yeah.
And there's another startup, it's Chargery. Could you give us a little hint about?
I believe all 3 startups that were brought here today are amazing. So Chargery is a very cool startup. They have had amazing growth since their founding date from 2017. They provide a full tailored solution for people that have sustainable fleets. Now, they grew from 3 people to 200 people, and I think that's unbelievable.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to turn around. Thank you for the information.
Sure. Thanks a lot.
I want to talk about with Circular. Hello, you too?
Hi.
What is Circular about?
Well, I guess our starting point is that like global supply chains are complex and most importantly deal with environmental and human rights issues. So what Circular does is we empower businesses to fully manage their supply chain and drive sustainability forward. So what we do is we create an immutable record of the chain of custody of materials, linking the final product back to their source. And this traceability data then can be used for institutions or companies to make more informed business decisions about their carbon footprint.
you really care about social responsibility with your project. Also, you trace conflict material.
Yes, like for example, for our client Volvo, we trace cobalt from the mines in the DRC all the way to the final product, which is in this case the lithium-ion battery of electric vehicles. And yeah, along the way we make sure that throughout the supply chains no human rights are being violated, and that the company can cascade down its code of conduct from the product till its source.
You're also part of startup Autobahn. How did they help you to develop?
They did very well because they invested in us. So in October 2019, Said Amidi, the founder and CEO of Startup Autobahn, announced alongside Total and Volvo and Systemic an investment into us. So they've been a great help. And,
Did they have with more than money, insights, contacts?
Yeah, I mean, they helped us connect to Daimler. So Daimler is now a client of us, and we trace or we attribute CO2 emissions to their products, also going from source till the original product. In this case, again, the electrical battery.
Okay, thank you very much for the insights, and good luck, and great that you're here. Okay, thanks.
Thanks for having us.
We've asked the family-owned global coffee brand Lavazza about climate action. What are you doing to fight the climate change? And what must we all do as a whole to protect our environment? Let's have a look at your answer.
Goal number 13 calls for one of the most important issues to preserve our planet: urgent action to combat climate change and its impacts. It is one of the most central goals, if not the most important goal. Climate change affects us all. It is a global challenge that does not respect national borders. It disrupts economies and affects people's lives. Sea levels are rising, weather patterns and temperatures are changing, and climate-related natural disasters appear to be becoming more frequent and more severe. The effects of climate change are already visible, and they will be disastrous if we do not act now. According to the UN, if we do not address climate change, the increase in the average global temperature could exceed 3 degrees Celsius this century. Over the last 110 years, the ice cap in the Arctic Ocean has been shrinking by about 1 million square kilometers every 10 years, which is about the size of a country like Egypt. Global carbon dioxide emissions have increased by almost 50% since 1990. Let us take coffee. Coffee is a natural product that grows in regions that are extremely vulnerable to climate change and therefore acts as an example to illustrate the effects of climate change. Reaching goal number 13 is a joint effort. All countries worldwide are called to protect our planet. Countries must strengthen their resilience and adapt to climate change by integrating counteractive measures into global and national policies, strategies, and into their planning. Information is also very important. People need to be aware of the topic on an ongoing basis. To address climate change, countries adopted the Paris Agreement to plan and implement measures with the objective of limiting the global temperature increase to well below 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. In addition, efforts are being continued to limit the temperature increase even further to 1.5 degrees Celsius. However, current studies show that the 2-degree target of the Paris Convention cannot be achieved at present. So we must act urgently and step up our measures to curb global warming while strengthening adaptive actions in the most vulnerable countries. The European Union is taking a leading role in combating climate change. EU leaders have set themselves the ambitious goal of making the EU carbon neutral by 2050. And with regard to the major challenge of climate change, it is obvious that goal number 13 cannot stand in this alone. The Paris Agreement and the UN Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development, they mutually reinforce the fact that sustainable development is only possible with appropriate measures to protect the climate. The year 2020 is a crucial one for climate protection. It is the start of a decade of action to deliver sustainable development goals by 2030. Yet recently, public debate about global warming has received less attention. While climate change was the number one problem discussed last year, the COVID-19 crisis is currently overshadowing all other global issues. This is alarming because even in times of a pandemic, global warming does not rest, and COVID-19 must not be an excuse to postpone measures to protect our climate. We must not lose sight of the goals we have committed ourselves to. The pandemic, as bad as it is producing a short-term effect on the global climate as a result of reduced travel and a currently lower level of industrial production. So why not see the COVID-19 pandemic as a chance for the environment? The crisis can be a call to reassess priorities and rebuild economies to become greener and more resilient to climate change. We need to keep up the pressure. It is incredibly important that all over the world, many people take to the streets and support the climate with their voices and a consistent commitment to the climate goals. Everyone can and must do their part, and this is exactly the attitude that we need. As a company, we also have a responsibility to do our part. It is our obligation to look at the entire value chain and assess the effects of production and business activities to constantly improve them, thus moving towards our climate targets. Lavazza's journey towards sustainability and especially towards lower greenhouse gas emissions started years ago. It was already back in 1935, during a trip to South America, that our founder Luigi Lavazza expressed his disappointment when observing the destruction of entire coffee crops that had gone unsold. And this experience affected him so deeply and ultimately shaped his vision of how business should be conducted. Since then, sustainability has been part of our entrepreneurial activities. We have always paid careful attention to both the economic, the human, the environmental and the cultural heritage of the countries we work with. And over the years, this has been translated into concrete actions that constantly drive us to act in new ways. We are on a path whose end is far from being reached because we learn something new every day and we regularly adapt our efforts. In 2002, we implemented our first sustainability projects in the countries of origin under the name Tierra. In 2004, the company set up the Giuseppe and Pericle Lavazza Foundation to better coordinate and effectively implement sustainability projects in the coffee-growing countries. For us as a coffee roaster, it is crucial that climate protection is seen as one of the key objectives of the UN 2030, because climate change is one of the biggest challenges for the quality and the availability of coffee around the world. Coffee is an agricultural product that grows in some of the world's regions that are most exposed and vulnerable to climate change. And we are committed to constantly improving our sustainability performance. And we do see successes step by step. To support the goal number 13, Lavazza actively operates on different levels, such as reforestation, which is a growing issue in all coffee-producing countries. By supporting projects through the foundation, we've already been able to achieve quite a lot. Some 29,000 trees were planted last year in Ethiopia as part of a reforestation and conservation project in the Yayu coffee forest biosphere. In Colombia, more than 1 million coffee trees have been planted in agroforestry systems. And in Peru, the preservation of 36,000 hectares of Amazon rainforest was enabled. We are also active in the field of plantations and coffee production. As a founding member of the Initiative for Coffee and Climate, which is a global pre-competitive partnership between coffee companies and public partners implemented by the Hans-Neumann Stiftung. And this partnership aims to support coffee farming families with education, so they're able to respond successfully to the effects of climate change. In the last 10 years, 800 trainers were educated on coffee and climate solutions, and more than 80,000 small producers received education and training. And our efforts start at a company level. For us, it is imperative that we evaluate the environmental impact of our products and processes by using scientific methods. And it is important that we make our commitment visible through our products as well. All Tierra varieties for the gastronomy, they do come exclusively from the supported plantations and bear the Lavazza label of the same name, which is a label that symbolizes our dedication to promoting healthy agricultural practices, environmental protection, and the economic and social development of the coffee farmers. And we are also active in the field of packaging. We have a clear roadmap for sustainable packaging aimed at reducing our carbon footprint and to making Lavazza Group's entire packaging portfolio reusable, recyclable, and/or compostable. And likewise, our plants in Italy are using 100% electricity that is sourced from renewable resources. And finally, in Germany, we are committed to sustainability on various levels, and we are working to protect the climate. For instance, over 2/3 of our inbound logistics are already on rail. And last year, all the revenues from the Lavazza calendar went to reforestation projects in Amazonia. With our commitment and actions, we are aware that we are only at the start of a long journey. We constantly reassess and improve our sustainability efforts. It is important to us that we make full use of the potential and leverage we have as a company to achieving the global goals together.
I am here now by the brand with the most uncommon name and the most poetic name today. It's März beim Schwanen from the Schwäbische Alb. Gitta, the co-founder, is here. Welcome.
Hi, hello. Thanks for coming.
You are the second time at the Greentech Festival.
Yes.
What you were looking for coming this year to the festival?
Well, the Greentech Festival is something amazing. It unites change makers, like it always says. It's about showing sustainable, new, innovative innovations, and we're absolutely proud and grateful that we can be part of this again.
Cool, nice that you came again. You have your roots in 1911, back so over 100 years. So, but you and your co-founder, you reactivated the brand or revived the brand in 2010. How did it happen?
Yes, my husband and I were big fans of authentic clothing, so we always stroll around on flea markets. And we had this piece. It was an old handy. To be honest, it was this piece here. We held this as original in our hands, and we were absolutely impressed of the wonderful fabric. And we thought, okay, how come we didn't know that 100 years ago there was already jerseys? So we started explore the origin of this shirt. And it led us to the Swabian Alb. And then we found out that it was from März beim Schwanen, the brand which was founded in 1911. And it had been shut down some years ago before. And we said, okay, let's revive it again. It's so beautiful. And the descendants gave us the name. They thought, okay, they're a little weird and crazy, but they gave us the name, and everything started, yeah.
So you have a long tradition in your brand. And what does sustainability play a role for you?
Yeah, sustainability for us plays in our lives privately a big role. So we live sustainable in our office. But it was always very important to us to make also something sustainable. So this was the big chance. 1911, when the jersey was invented, this was something so innovative, and times change, and we thought it's about sustaining what has been invented, but then combine it with new, modern, things that we need now. So to bring it down, we use organic materials, natural organic materials, so it's certified cotton. We recycle our waste, which is not very much because we work seamless without the side seams. And something very important is also that we pay high attention to honest manufacturing. So we take high score for environmental and social responsible manufacturing and timeless design. So we strongly believe that it's not just about using recycled or organic materials, but it's also about enjoying your garments for a really long time. So a timeless, good design plays a very big role. So it's a difference, I think. If you wear a t-shirt 5 times or 50 times, you can save so much material, you can save labor, you can save waste. So this is also why we now developed our own laundry detergent, because we like to give our customers or advise them to how to care for their products so they enjoy them for a really long time. And this is, for example, based on also vegetable basis ingredients. So it's good for the environment and good for the garments.
What you picked up is also the tradition. We see it here on the picture, and the original Loop Wheeler Germany. How does it work?
Oh yeah, this is, here you see 3 of the loop wheelers. We have in total about 30. So those machines, the first one we have is from 1910. The youngest one we have is from 1960. So every machine is circular. It means that every size is knitted by its own machine. You can see it here. We don't have any side seam. So We run this down. All the 30 machines are run by one engine, which is every machine is connected with a leather strap. So it's kind of old-fashioned, but we really like the idea of the silent and very traditional way of manufacturing, because the material we get from these machines is so unique. You cannot make it on a modern machine. And it takes it's literally slow fashion. It's not that we just not invent new products again and again, but it takes almost like 40 minutes to make the fabric for one shirt. So it's, yeah, like I said, it's literally slow fashion.
So you are producing at the Swabian Alp in Germany, but your cotton is from Greece. How do you make sure that the conditions of the workers are fine, that the products are fine? How do you make it sure?
Yeah, so our production, we work with who does the fabrics, who does the sewing. We know everybody. We almost know we know most people by name. They're friends, they're partners. The cotton from Greece is from a very well-known cotton supplier, Vavaressos. He's well-known for his organic cotton. And it's imported by a German company called Weber and Häuser, which always also stands for absolute high quality and always looks that it's good. So yeah, it's certified. So.
Schwäbische Alb is not Berlin. How do you make it inspirational-wise? Where does the inspiration coming from down there?
Yeah, so my husband and I, we actually live in Berlin. We do this now for 20 years almost. So the production is on the Swabian Alp, and our brand is all about the contrasts. So the production is on the Swabian Alp, but we live in Berlin. So we get a lot of inspiration just by strolling around in the streets, by watching young people, how they dress, seeing what people want to hear music, new literature, new movies. And then we have this traditional craftsmanship on the Swabian Alp, which we think is very dynamic and energetic, all these contrasts. It's about tradition and the vision, because we use sustainable materials, and with every step that we do is taking response for a good green future. So
what about the future? Do you have some goals you want to achieve in the next time?
Yes, to be honest, we really aspire to bring more calmness and ease into our customers' lives, because we think all this technology is absolutely amazing. What I see here on the Greentech is mind-blowing. And even just with the neighbors, what they all invent, it's incredible. And then I think on the other hand, it's you have to dress up every morning. So it's nice then if there's all these new things going around, if you have something that brings you kind of calmness and ease and you don't have to worry about it, you just take your good basic from Erzbischwan and you put it on in the morning. Yeah. You know you have something really good on your skin. You feel comfortable. You just have to wear it. Yeah. You will love it. I know it. And then you can focus on all the other new things that are going around. And I think this is a nice combination.
Okay, thanks for the inspiration. Thanks for being our guest the second time here, and enjoy our festival.
Thank you so much for coming. Thanks to the whole team. Thanks.
Bei unserem nächsten Stand, da kommt Farming wirklich auf das nächste Level. Hier spielen einige Faktoren zusammen. Das ist Energie, das ist IT, Industrie, Finanzen und Projektmanagement. Das heißt quasi Farming auf dem nächsten Level. Smart Farming ist das Stichwort. Bei uns ist Holger Stromberg mit Organic Garden. Willkommen beim Greentech Festival.
Ja, vielen Dank, vielen Dank. Ich bin sehr froh, kurz dabei, aber ich bin jetzt schon begeistert von dem ganzen Surrounding.
Es ist Ihr erster Besuch hier auf dem Festival. Auf was haben Sie sich am meisten gefreut?
Ich habe mich am meisten auf die Vernetzung gefreut, denn in Deutschland ist es ja so, dass wir oft in Schubladen denken und über diese Schubladen hinaus wenig miteinander kollaborieren. Das heißt, ich freue mich auf interessante Gespräche, auf tolle Menschen, die tolle Entwicklungen, tolle Ideen haben, um auch unsere Idee wieder weiterzubringen, um uns mit unserer Idee auch andere Menschen weiterzubringen. Und ja, das gelingt schon in den ersten Stunden super.
Was ist denn Ihre Idee, wenn Sie schon darüber sprechen? Möchten Sie die uns etwas näher bringen?
Ja, also ich stehe dafür, ich bin zwar geborener Genussmensch und geboren als Koch quasi, aber ich möchte die Ernährung der Zukunft mitgestalten, mit verändern und möchte die Menschen umbegeistern zu einer deutlich pflanzenreicheren Ernährung. Das ist jetzt nicht unbedingt etwas Neues, aber ich sehe da immer den holistischen Ansatz. Also ich möchte nicht nur ein singuläres Produkt auf den Markt bringen oder ein Rezept, sondern wir müssen die Menschen umbegeistern. Umbegeistern kann ich sie durch das, was ich gelernt habe, nämlich Geschmack, Sensorik zusammenzubringen, zu vereinen zu einer tollen Speise. Aber das reicht mir nicht mehr aus, sondern die Menschen sind bereit, unser Hotdogs zu essen, obwohl es kein Fleisch hat, keine klassische Eier, Mayonnaise und so weiter. Es schmeckt ihnen allen gut und das sagen sie nicht nur, weil wir so nette Menschen sind, sondern das ist eine ehrliche Meinung. Und genau so können wir diese Ernährung verändern, indem wir eben über diese Begeisterung kommen. Jetzt reicht es mir aber nicht mehr aus, denn ich kriege gar nicht so viele Produkte, wie ich brauche. Also diese, ich sag mal, plant-based, veganen, rein pflanzlichen Produkte sind endlich. Sie gibt es auch leider nur in kleinen Verpackungsgrößen und es ist noch eine Nische, aber sie ist eben stark überlaufen. Das heißt, für mich war es klar, dass wir in die Produktion gehen müssen, beziehungsweise bis hin zum Anbau gehen müssen. Und so kam ich zu Organic Garden, dem Projekt und mit dem wir das hier quasi jetzt heute ausrichten. Und das ist ein ökologisches Kreislaufsystem, in dem wir Lebensmittelerzeugung haben, in dem wir Bodenkultur erzeugen und in dem wir vor allen Dingen als allererstes Energie erzeugen und das eben aus nachhaltig wachsenden Rohstoffen.
Das heißt, das Ganze ist ein Kreislauf. Wie funktioniert der?
Richtig. Am Anfang ist immer ein Holzheizkraftwerk. Und dieses Holzheizkraftwerk ist ja nicht so, dass man also Bäume dafür fällen muss und die Bäume da reinschieben, sondern es sind meist so kleinere Gewächse, die man so an den Straßen wegschneidet, auch aus den eigenen Gärten. Das wird also verfeuert. Daran haben wir ein Feuer. Diese Energie hat man früher bis zu 25% der entstandenen oder erzeugten Energie hat man wieder nutzen müssen, um diese Wärme wieder runterzukühlen. Wir nutzen das, um in die Gewächshäuser zu schieben und die Wärme zu erzeugen, die die Pflanzen brauchen zum Wachsen, Winter wie Sommer. Und dann haben wir sozusagen den veraschten Teil und diese Asche, die hat man geschafft durch ein Partnerunternehmen, die das Projekt erst ins Leben gerufen hat, so zu reinigen, und zwar ökologisch zu reinigen, dass wir ein wahnsinnig mineralstoffreiches Substrat haben. Das wird wiederum mit den Resten aus der Lebensmittelerzeugung, also aus dem Pflanzenbereich, aus den Rispen von Tomaten, aus den Stängeln, aus dem Blattgrün, in einer Kompostieranlage anschließend vermischt und dann hat man Theraprete, also eine Schwarzerde. Und damit können wir nicht nur unsere Gewächshäuser wieder bestücken, die Pflanzen wieder ernähren, sondern wir können diese Erde sogar noch wieder ausbringen auf die Felder, die teilweise ruiniert sind durch Überdüngung, durch Ausbeutung der sozusagen Mineralstoff und der einseitigen Monokultur und können damit sogar wieder den CO2-Speicher im Boden renaturieren. Und mein Bereich ist natürlich auch der Bereich der Lebensmittelerzeugung und der Produkte daraus. Das heißt also, wenn wir Erbsen anbauen und das ganze Jahr ernten können, haben wir das Erbsenprotein, aus denen wir dann eben solche wunderbaren Gerichte machen können. Wir haben also Algen geplant, um Omega-3-Öl zu erzeugen, auch Proteine zu entwickeln daraus. Wir haben die ganzen Schnellwachsgemüse, die wahnsinnig wasserintensiv im Freiland zu viel Wasser verbrauchen würden. Gurken, Tomaten, Paprika, alles in Bio-Qualität. Es gibt auch den Bereich Fischerzeugung, auch da streben wir eben diese Bio-Zertifizierung ein. Das heißt also, wir erzeugen quasi auch und stellen das eigene Futtermittel her. Und das alles unter einem Dach. Deswegen hat einer unserer Mitglieder quasi einen Satz gesagt, jeder hat, was der andere braucht. Und das machen wir regional und ökologisch sinnvoll. Und zwar nicht als große Company, die irgendwo eine Briefkastenfirma hat, sondern auch die eigenen Regionen oder beziehungsweise die Bezirke, die Städte und die Länder, wo das stattfindet, dort werden auch die Steuergelder verbleiben. Und das ist ein holistischer Ansatz, den wir da verfolgen.
Das heißt, Ihr Ziel ist auch regional zu produzieren. Was brauchen Sie dafür?
Wir brauchen, ganz pragmatisch gesagt, mindestens 20 Hektar Land, möglichst metropolnah, um eben den Transfer auch gering zu halten. Und davon werden maximal 9 Hektar versiegelt, beziehungsweise wir könnten auch eine versiegelte Fläche nutzen. Die anderen 20 Hektar werden unter Glas sein oder beziehungsweise 11 bis 20 und mehr Hektar werden unter Glas sein. Das ist das, was wir brauchen. Wir brauchen natürlich Unterstützer, also um sowas auch erbauen zu dürfen, braucht man in Deutschland eben auch die Nachbarn, Freunde, Politik und alles, was dazugehört. Und da hoffen wir jetzt, dass wir ziemlich zeitnah einen Standort realisieren können, den allerersten, und wollen alleine in Bayern starten und in Bayern in den nächsten Jahren 7 Standorte umsetzen.
Vernetzung und Kontakte, haben Sie gesagt, ist das Wichtigste hier an Ihrem Stand, den Sie mitgebracht haben aufs Greentech Festival. Da sind immer ganz schön viele Leute da, weil Sie was mitgebracht haben. Was denn?
Also wir haben einen Green Hotdog mitgebracht, der ist eben mit Spinat und Kürbiskernöl gefärbt. Und dann haben wir eine plant-based, also eine vegane Wurst von unserem Partner, der im Sojabereich ganz stark ist. Und haben eine Tofu-Wurst da drin, auch ein Gemeinwohlunternehmen. Dann haben wir Zwiebeln, die sind eingelegt, süß-sauer und Farofa, das ist geröstetes Maniokmehl. Und damit erreichen wir Süße, Säure, Schärfe. Wir haben diesen Bereich fettig, also wir haben fast alle Geschmacksknospen haben wir bedient und eben auch die Sensorik. Wir haben was Weiches, wir haben was Cremiges, wir haben was Knuspriges, wir haben was Knackiges und das kann einem Menschen nur schmecken, wenn er alles bekommt, was seine Sinne brauchen und was sein Körper braucht. Und das bekommt er hier und deswegen vermisst auch niemand Fleisch, Milch oder was auch immer.
Und Essen erzeugt Gemeinschaft, erzeugt Kontakte und Austausch. Dann viel Erfolg bei der Standortsuche. Vielleicht ergibt sich ja was hier auf dem Greentech Festival. Schön, dass Sie da sind.
Dankeschön, vielen Dank. Danke.
We've asked Vegans, the first vegan grocery chain in Europe, how can aquatic life be protected? And what is Vegans doing for this? Let's have a look at your answer.
Hi, we're Kimberly and Maria from Vegans, the food brand for innovative products and vegan indulgence from Berlin. Today we would like to talk to you about our goal for sustainable development number 14, life underwater.
You're probably wondering, what does the ocean exactly have to do with sustainability? Well, not only do the world's oceans cover more than 2/3 of the Earth's surface, but they are also of great importance for the development of the global climate and serve as a sustainable basis of life for over 3 billion people. They are also the largest recesses for greenhouse gases.
How is it looking for the world underwater? All of us have this great big image in mind. Blue water, beautiful fish and astonishing vegetation. But did you know that our oceans are threatened? The acidification of our seas, changes in coastlines due to climate change, and overfishing are destroying the basis of life for all living creatures around the world.
For example, overfishing of the seas and deep-sea fishing in the Western Pacific mean that inshore fishing in Fiji can no longer feed the local population because fish stocks are being depleted.
This is why it's one of the United Nations 17 goals for sustainable development to protect our life underwater. There are various methods to achieve this. By the end of this year, the United Nations want to put a stop to overfishing, illegal and destructive fishing regulations, and, on a scientific level, restore fish stocks to species conserving levels within the shortest amount of time possible. A far more important indicator is the percentage of fish stocks at biologically sustainable levels.
Likewise, fishery subsidies that contribute to the overfishing, for example, should be banned by 2020. Other goals for the protection of life underwater include the reduction of plastic waste in the ocean and the protection of coastal waters. Although the number of protected coastal waters has almost doubled in the last 10 years, the sustainability of global fishery resources continues to decline. Okay, short reality check. What's the situation as of right now? Here are a few statistics. According to the FAO, 84 million tons of fish were trawled out of the ocean in 2018, an increase of almost 4% from the year before. 34% of fish stocks are overfished, and 60% of the fish stocks have been fished to the limit and may no longer be increased.
Fish consumption has risen by 122% between 1990 and 2018. And why is that? The suffering of these animals eludes our perception. Whether in cultural terms or according to the definition of the EU's trade in goods, fish is not considered meat. Even the so-called pescatarians call themselves vegetarian often. Although they do not eat poultry, beef and other animals, they often make an exception for sea animals, to the detriment of our environment and the planet. In addition to the 84 million tons of sea fish, there are 31 million tons of fish from aquaculture. Anchovies, Alaska pollock and tuna are particularly common. Together they alone account for 13.6 million tons.
As you can see, it's pretty obvious that we need to change. Our appetites for fish is as great as ever, and none of the actions taken so far seem to really reduce the problem of overfishing.
Most countries have taken measures and introduced an increasing number of fishery management tools over the last decade. In 2016, for example, a convention on eliminating illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing came into force.
The good news is that already 66 parties have signed the contract. The bad news is that we're yet waiting for the results. China and Russia have not signed the contract yet, and they alone account for more than 17% of the world's exports.
But why is fish eating so low? The high consumption of fish was driven by the awareness that fish is a healthy food, rising income worldwide and changing production conditions. But a rapid improvement is necessary.
You're probably asking yourself, what can I do to help solve this problem? And the answer is super simple. Anyone can achieve great things with very little effort because the answer is in your diet. Better said, a plant-based or flexitarian diet. I should have them. We at Vegans have made it our mission to make plant-based foods available to as many people as possible. And this is exactly what we're doing, with trade partners in more than 27 countries and 15,000 points of sale. We believe that plant-based products should taste as good as their conventional counterparts and yet be more sustainably friendly.
The overfishing of the oceans, its ecological consequences and the animal suffering are the reasons why we have developed the vegan alternative to smoked salmon. Our vegan smoked salmon is based on purely plant-based ingredients. Seaweed and microalgae not only make it super delicious, but above all, an absolute climate miracle. We want to show you what the product's impact on the environment actually is.
We've printed the so-called sustainability score on each of our products, and it shows their respective ecological balance. The The score is divided into 4 categories, which are CO2 emission, deforestation, animal welfare, and water consumption.
But where do we get the numbers? From Eternity. This Swiss institute compares each of our products to 110,000 of products from the DACH region to develop a star ranking. If a product has 3 stars, it's sustainable. 2 stars means it doesn't harm the environment or the planet. With only 1 star, we start the optimization.
Our vegan salmon scores the highest rate in all 3 categories. And because of its purely plant-based recipe, it helps protect the world's fish stock and scores 3 stars in animal welfare.
In addition, all the ingredients have a low CO2 emissions value. To compare, 100 grams of our vegan salmon have a CO2 emission value of 250 grams. Atlantic salmon, on the other hand, generates an emission of 760 grams. That's more than double. Water footprint works for us. None of our raw materials are sourced from countries where water is scarce. Last but not least, our beautiful rainforest can breathe a sigh of relief, as neither palm oil nor soy are used. Likewise, vegan salmon is rich in omega-3 fatty acids, 2.3 grams per 100 grams to be exact. Oh, and you know what? It's more than the value of the Atlantic salmon.
When developing our products, we try to use as few and as natural ingredients as possible. But especially with vegan meat and fish alternatives, the technological state isn't as advanced as it should be. It is particularly challenging to create an authentic taste that encourages even die-hard omnivores to choose vegan alternatives.
We'll be happy to explain how the list of ingredients in our vegan smoked salmon is created and the technological significance behind it. The main component of the slices is water, so there's not much room for chemicals. The algae extract we use is a mixture of oils and various sea algae, which in combination with beechwood smoke make up the hearty salmon aromatic taste. The maltodextrin, xanthan, as well as the potato starch hold all ingredients together and are therefore responsible for the tender and wafer-thin consistency. Where does our vegan salmon get its authentic look from? It comes from natural coloring agents, such as paprika extract and carotene, a coloring agent extracted from parrots.
As you can see, each ingredient has its own significance and makes our vegan smoked salmon all that it is. Surprisingly genuine in taste and nearly unmistakable in appearance. With this fish alternative, we prevent the extinction of marine life and nobody has to give up the pleasure of eating fish. Just go for our alternative.
So, as we explained, plant-based foods like our smoked salmon can be easily produced in an environmentally friendly way, while at the same time meeting a global demand, thus enabling the goal of sustainable development to be reached more quickly. Our vegan salmon is the solution to save the life underwater and to preserve our ecosystems and colorful diversity.
So, what are you waiting for? Go for our vegan smoked salmon and save the oceans, because it's good for you and better for everyone.
Our next guest is here. It is summer, then is autumn, but winter is coming, and the emotion on snow is already here. Welcome, Bobsla, to the Greentech Festival.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Great to have you here. What are you looking for the festival?
Okay, for us, festival it's really amazing place. First of all, because of people. Yeah, everyone here, from Nika to every team member of crew, every peers from other startups or prominent companies, everyone is really taking care about the future of our planet. Yeah, so we care. Yeah.
Bobsla, it's about winter, and what else?
Okay, bobsleigh is a new way of electric motion, or as we say, emotion on snow. So you get a lot of emotion because you are sitting almost on snow and you are controlling a vehicle a little bit different than other snowmobiles. But from other side, it's electric, it has no noise, no pollution, and yeah.
So it's a green car for snow.
Yeah. Exactly.
Sustainability is part of your DNA. What does sustainability mean to you for bobsleigh?
For me, it means like you are getting something more, consuming less. And when I'm saying consuming less, yeah, when I'm spending less, it's not only money, but also you're spending less clean air. You're spending less impact to climate changes. You're spending really less, and you are becoming a lot of fun here. Yeah. So that's sustainability for me.
Do you have any goals, like sustainable-wise, and for who exactly?
Well, now it's for making entertainment for guests of snow resorts, both for guests with sport abilities and for guests without sport abilities, even for some disabled people. Yeah, that's one point. The second point is organization on little place of snow, some kind of entertainment with affordable investment for entertainment, for resorts, and making a lot of fun for people.
It's a great idea. Where did it come up?
First, I've been thinking about some sled for kids. I'm father of many kids, 3 kids, yeah. And then I started to do it for adults. But we have been thinking about transportation on snow. An interesting point that we just measured last week. Probably we are much more energy efficient than any other electric snowmobiles. So we can bring people with less energy on larger distance. Yeah.
Is climate change also a topic when you thought about the idea?
Well, for us it was I don't know, it was really organically. So I never thought about combustion engine for snowmobile, really. From the first moment when I started to think about bobsleigh, for me it was really clear. I don't want to come to the snow, to clean snow, and then to evaporate benzene. No.
So you brought bobsleigh with you? Maybe you could show us a little bit.
Oh, yeah. It's very easy. Yeah, you have 2 throttles, and then I will not show it completely, but you have 2 throttles to go straight, one to left and right, and then 2 brake buttons. That's everything for guests of resorts, and of course the management of the whole steering of vehicles is also for operator behind. Yeah.
So how fast can it go?
We limited it to 30 kilometers an hour because I found that it's more than enough for guests. I personally drove up to 45, and 30 is enough, and yeah, and it lasts more than 1 hour. Yeah, and where is the 2 batteries, that's swappable batteries, and the operator can change battery very easily. And also we here present cardboard for keeping batteries safe, because the lithium-ion batteries is an important product, and you can store it very also safe and so. And I want to give the word to my colleague. Yeah.
Your colleague aus Österreich, hallo, AccuSafe, willkommen auf dem Greentech Festival. Danke. Zum ersten Mal hier?
Ja, natürlich, mit so einem Produkt natürlich.
Was kann das Produkt?
Das ist ein Gefahrengutbehälter mit einem integrierten Brandbekämpfung. Das heißt, für Lithiumbatterien oder Akkus oder Elektroautos haben wir die Möglichkeit, also Elektroautos kriegen wir jetzt nicht rein, aber die Batterien kriegen wir da jetzt rein. Und wenn es zum Brand kommen sollte, öffnet sich ein Ventil mechanisch und dieses Granulat, was wir da haben, überflutet die Batterien und der Brand und auch das Gift ist somit einfach gebannt. Gell? Wichtig ist, wir brauchen keinen Stromanschluss, keinen Wasseranschluss, wir brauchen gar nichts. Wir brauchen nur den Akkusafe und das Granulat. Auch für Autos haben wir eine Lösung und das nächste Produkt, was wir haben, ist ein Feuerlöscher.
Das heißt, es ist eine sinnvolle Ergänzung zum Bobsler.
Nicht nur zum Bobsler, für alle Elektroautos, für alle Akkus, für alle Batterien, alles, was mit Gefahr zu tun hat. Dafür haben wir die Lösung.
Alles klar, vielen Dank. Danke, dass Sie sich um die Sicherheit kümmern.
Danke.
And thanks for being our guest on Greentech Festival and enjoy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
See you in the Alps and see you worldwide in Bobsleigh. Yeah, we can make it fun for you.
Right,
Thank you.
winter is coming, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
At DB Regio, we have long been aware that we need to rethink. We want to take action in making our mobility greener rather than passively watching climate change determining our common future. The railway is key in transforming our traffic system into an energy-efficient infrastructure and thus achieving the government's climate targets. Deutsche Bahn is already leading the way as a climate protector and driver of innovation, focusing on alternative fuels and drive systems, among other things. Our ambition is to make people mobile, whether in large cities, conurbations or rural areas. To put this goal into practice, we rely on environmentally friendly transportation. We strive to always keep the customer in focus while promoting the transition to an environmentally friendly transportation system. For this reason, we are constantly working on new innovative concepts which rethink railway design and mobility. After all, private transportation cannot be a long-term option for the mobility of the future. Rail is climate-friendly, saves resources and provides services for every income bracket. It offers a solution for congested roads and high levels of pollution in cities, while ensuring mobility in rural areas. It is therefore the sustainable alternative for individual transport. Regarding all its benefits, rail is essential for the successful transition to an environmentally friendly transportation system. However, this transition is a marathon, not a sprint. For this reason, continuous innovation is needed at all levels to transform the whole industry into a green and eco-friendly sector. We are convinced that bus and rail will continue to play a major role in determining mobility of the future. Nevertheless, it is important to analyze new means of transport and mobility solutions and integrate them into the mobility mix. Looking ahead, we will have a much more diverse choice of transport modes. A typical commuter could take an e-scooter to the station, hop on the S-Bahn to the next city, and then rent a DB caller bike for the last meters to the workplace. Should a car somehow be indispensable, environmentally friendly car-sharing services can be used. We must adapt to these changing conditions. For this reason, we have launched the Ideenzug project in 2017. As our innovation platform, it is used to develop visionary solutions for our customers' individual needs. During the whole process, perspectives and opinions of passengers and partner companies form an essential part in finding solutions. In order to make these ideas tangible, 22 concepts were turned into reality in a train mock-up. Since 2018, various theme worlds can be visited in a one-to-one model. These include mobile work and relaxation modules, family and children's areas, retreats in noise-reduced seating areas or lounge areas for group travel. By that, we want to ensure that our customers make the most of their travel time and can no longer imagine a life without trains. It is our foremost goal to supply the entire industry with our new concepts and to make the innovations tangible. Therefore, we regularly take part in trade fairs, congresses and other events with our Ideas trains. The Ideenzug City project expands our existing concepts and explores ideas for rail travel in future urban transport. In this way, we offer solutions for the trend of urbanization and the associated increase in passenger numbers. In particular, we are interested in situations in peak times where capacity becomes an urgent topic. In the interior, we have implemented a wide range of trends relating to flexibility, sustainability and capacity. Additionally, new seating modules create more space for passengers. A special lighting and room concept ensure a feel-good atmosphere in stressful urban traffic. Meanwhile, intelligent guidance and passenger information systems ensure optimal guidance of passengers in the vehicle. Modules that can be adapted to changing surroundings ensure the necessary flexibility. Particularly helpful, we found an interior which can be adapted to suit the current number of passengers.
Und all das wird dann zusammengefügt in einem Mock-up, das die künftigen Fahrzeuge abbilden soll für unsere Metropolenverkehre, sowohl im Regionalverkehr als auch in unseren S-Bahnen. Und dieses Mock-up macht erstmals den neuen Innenraum, macht erstmals die Metropolenverkehre der Zukunft erlebbar. Und da freuen wir uns heute schon drauf.
You can look forward to these and many other new concepts from our Ideenzug team. Still, we do not stop at the Ideas Train City. Meanwhile, you can look forward to the first wagons that have put the ideas of our Ideenzug into practice and will soon be available for regular service. We at DB Regio firmly believe that rail transport is the green way into a climate-friendly future. If we want to shape this future together, we need new ideas and innovations. Therefore, we are constantly working on solutions to promote transport with climate-friendly railways. Only together we can drive forward the transition to an environmentally friendly transportation system and thus create a better future for everyone. Only together we can respond to current and future challenges and overcome obstacles. Have we aroused your interest? Further information on the Ideas Train City will follow soon. You can find more content on the Ideenzug Innovation Platform at www.ideenzug.de or via ideenzug@deutschebahn.com.
The Instagram channel of our next guest is definitely the coolest I've seen this week. It's like a mix of high quality content, future design and retro perspective, inspirational level A, definitely. Welcome to Greentech Festival. Benvenuti Ital Design.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting us here to be present again to this very special event. Well, Ital Design, maybe everybody knows our company. We are a company working in the automotive, mainly automotive sector since 1968, so for almost 53 years. We are providing our services in terms of styling, engineering, pre-production, development and production for almost all the automotive OEMs in the world. Since 2010, we are part of the Volkswagen Group, together with other two companies that are Lamborghini and Ducati. But we are still producing and supplying our services to the OEMs also in the open market. Consider that 25% of our turnover is still for the open market.
So the German customers, probably they didn't know that they've seen you already, but you designed Golf.
Yes. The Golf, the first Golf, Mark I, has been designed by Ital Design. There is a long relationship between Ital Design and Volkswagen, and also the founder, Giorgetto Giugiaro, was a very good friend of Mr. Piech. And the Golf is one of the different and several cars we designed for the Volkswagen Group since the very beginning.
How is it working with so many big automotive brands?
It was a very good challenge. We started since the very beginning to work with the Japanese, American, European brands. What is our main characteristic is the confidentiality. Since the very beginning, we trusted our customers that they work with us in the full confidential approach. So nobody knew each other, even if they were working 3-4 customers together in the same company, in our company. They would never met them together because we design our building, our headquarters, to guarantee restricted and private areas for each customer. So they never met each other. There was a joke that said that they met at the airport knowing they were coming to us, but never in our company. So confidentiality is a very, very important key factor for our company since the very beginning.
What does sustainability mean in terms of production and design?
Sustainability today is another very important keyword. Is the most important one, because today all our output must be sustainable in terms of design, in terms of services, in terms of skills, in terms of approach to the work. We are fully sustainable. And also in terms of products. Here we have an example this year today at the Greentech Festival. We brought an example of some green future mobility or mobility devices, not automotive. Consider that more than 35 years we are also operating in the field of product design or industrial design. So anything is not automotive. And we design everything from the bottles to glasses, cameras, high-speed trains, airplanes, or new devices like the ones we are presenting today here.
Is there a special philosophy behind?
The special philosophy we always had and we continue to have is to provide the full service to customers. So we have what we call a customer-centric approach. We try to satisfy all the demands and the wishes of our customers. We work together with them to work step by step to develop the different projects, trying to make the right interpretation of their wishes. And consider it's not easy because having such a wide variety of customers from different countries, everybody has a specific wishes and specific characteristics.
You work with all the big brands right now. You're working closely with Nissan.
Yes, Nissan is just one of the big brands we're working now. As we said, 25% of our turnover is from the open market. In 2016, we created what we call the Ultra Limited Series Production Division that is supporting customers like Nissan to produce limited number of cars, limited editions. With Nissan is a specific story, very nice story, because they were celebrating 2018 the 50th anniversary of the GTR. We were celebrating the 50th anniversary of our company, so we say, why not working together and make a special project? And that's why we started to work together to produce design engineer and develop and produce 50 units of a special edition of GTR with a much more powerful engine with 720 horsepower and fully personalizable by customers. So all the collectors can really personalize each detail of the car, the VIN number included.
So cool, yeah. But you didn't bring the GTR 50 this
Well,
year?
no,
Yeah.
no, we didn't bring this year because it's not a purely sustainable car, green car. It's a supercar, muscle car, again with a gas engine with 720 horsepower. Last year we joined Greentech with the other two cars, but they were fully aligned with the philosophy of Greentech. One was the Da Vinci, that was a limousine full electric, was done to celebrate the 500th anniversary of Leonardo da Vinci death. And the other one was the Pop-Up, that is a very interesting car of a modular, multimodal device made of 3 components we developed with Airbus and Audi. The system is made of a ground module on which you can put a capsule for 2 people, and we also have a big drone that is able to take the capsule and fly to the final destination in case of traffic or traffic congestion. And so last year we brought the cars. This year we decided to bring something that was really focused to the Greentech philosophy, and so we brought this variety of different objects from the product design department.
What is it that you bring?
This is the Wimi. This
Do we
is
have a look?
Yeah, this is a contest that we did 2 years ago, last year, sorry, with the Toyota. It's a world contest. We won the contest, and we designed this vehicle. Is intended to allow for people on wheelchair to move freely in downtown in pedestrian areas using this shared mobility device. So thanks to an app, you can rent one of these. You go to the closer charging station, charging port. You take one, you can go inside with your wheelchair, and you, with a joystick, you can drive in all the downtown and pedestrian areas. The device has also some LiDAR and sensors makes a 360 scan of the environment around it, just to avoid any crash with the pedestrian, people and objects, and allow people to go, people with wheelchairs to go everywhere in downtown. We tested with a huge number of people using real wheelchairs, and we adapted to their needs. And now we are going to test the prototype, and then we're looking for customers interested in making a reality and go to production.
Does it become like an Uber for wheelchairs then?
Yes, something like that.
Yeah,
something
cool.
like that. Yeah. So it's a way to give the freedom to people with a wheelchair to move in downtown in the cities without moving by hand the wheelchairs or getting tired, and using a full electric device, and not a property device, but a shared mobility device.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for being our guest this year again. Thank you very much, Italdesign. So much green input today at Greentech Festival. What an exciting day here on the exhibition. I personally think that was a little taste how sweet future can be if the technology is right, if the technology is green and clean. It was for me a really inspiring day. I hope you also enjoyed it too. Stay tuned for tomorrow's program with our premium partner Ströer. We will have Autobahn, we will have Plant Shop, we will have the fashion label New in Fashion. And don't forget, not just the visitors here on site, also you at home contribute to our green journey. So thanks for your interest in the Greentech Festival. Thanks for the interest in saving our planet. Check out the timetable on greentechfestival.com for tomorrow. It's going to be a great day. So see you soon and have a good evening.